Welcome everybody to our combined Habitat Council, Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council meeting today. It's March 23rd, 2022. And first off, I need to thank Daniel, Danny, Allison, Lisa, and Carmen here from our AV crew from DNR for all your help to put this together, and from anybody else on Blue Ribbon who coordination. So appreciate all of your hard work. So we're going to start off today with some introductions of Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon Council members. And so I'm going to start. I'm Eric Edgley. I'm the Habitat Section Chief, and I'm the chair of the Habitat Council. So Daniel?
Daniel Eddington, I'm the Habitat Coordinator, help facilitate the meeting.
Okay.
Benjamin Allen, I'm the sport fish volunteer for the public.
Specify if you're on Habitat Council or Blue Ribbon.
The Habitat Council, sorry.
Steve Swanson, I'm on the Habitat Council. Larry Finch, I'm on the Blue Ribbon Council at Large member.
Darren Du Bois, I'm sitting in for Justin Shannon today for the Habitat Council.
Rich Watershed on the Blue Ribbon Council, Cold Water Fisheries.
DJ Eccles, Blue Ribbon at large.
I'm Drew Cushing, the Aquatic Section Chief for the Division of Wildlife.
I'm Randy Oplinger. I'm the Cold Water Sport Fish Coordinator for the division, and I'm the division representative on Blue Ribbon.
I'm Russ Lawrence on the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council, representing the Northern Region.
Dave Bahanan, Blue Ribbon Fishery Council, represents Southern Region.
Tyler Thompson, I'm the Watershed Program Director with the department on the Habitat Council.
Okay. All right. Got some folks online, I think, that are part of either Blue Ribbon or Habitat Council. Let's see, start with Randy.
Yeah, Randy Hutchison with the Habitat Council representing upland game.
Thank you. Blue Ribbon folks online want to introduce themselves?
Yeah, we got a few. We have Terry Hill, who's going to be a Central Region representative, or maybe he's ad large, I forgot which position he fits, but he's on Blue Ribbon. Let's see here. We got Jordan Nielsen, who's our Southeast Region representative, Brian Anderson, who's a Cold Water representative on Blue Ribbon, and Kerry Ellsworth, who's Northeastern Region representative for Blue Ribbon.
Okay. Very well. Maybe I'll look to Jordan. You're online and hopefully paying attention. Can you hear us okay when I went around the room?
Sounds good.
Okay, very good. We're just making sure we have our microphone and audio pucks set in the right places. If we have a hard time hearing, somebody has a hard time hearing things, then please let us know.
Yeah, everything sounds great so far.
Okay, maybe at presentations we might have to look into that one too. Okay, so just some logistics of how this meeting is going to run today. Since we have the morning session of this meeting is combined, excuse me, combined Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon. We'll just be doing project presentations. We won't be voting from the councils on those projects yet. Blue Ribbon will vote on the projects that are presented this morning separately this afternoon, as will Habitat Council. We'll vote on those projects that are presented this morning in our meeting after. Okay, so don't be afraid to ask questions to the presenters about their projects though. And for Habitat Council anyway, if there are specific motions that we might be looking at that are not fully approved or changing the initial I guess project proposal and how it's voted on, we need to make a note of that. Probably, I don't know, Lisa or Allison will make a note of that, and so that we can capture that in the afternoon. Okay. Any questions about meeting logistics? In the afternoon, Habitat Council, I think we'll stay here in this room, and then Blue Ribbon Council will be in this other classroom back over here in the corner to finish up your meeting. All right. Okay. For presenters, if they're not online, if you'll come up and stand right over here. Okay, we'll have to make sure that they, okay. So maybe here it'd be better, and we'll move the puck over there. Okay, yeah, just come and stand right here to present. Okay, Randy, you need a couple minutes to.
I don't need a lot, just a couple blue ribbon logistic kind of things. Like Eric said, the afternoon will be in the classroom or just right outside over here. For those of you on blue ribbon who are listening in online, I sent out, there's a separate meeting link. So it's different than the link you're currently using for the afternoon session. We'll start that afternoon session at 1 o'clock. The scoring process for blue ribbon is a little bit different from Habitat Council. Habitat Council kind of votes on a project. In case of blue ribbon, you provide a score. I've already sent out the scoring sheets and kind of criteria for that. I set a deadline of midnight on April 11th for blue ribbon members to have your scores kind of finalized in my hands. So a lot of you pre-scored things. You're able to use this meeting as an opportunity to listen to the projects and maybe change your scores. Everything ribbon in terms of the scoring sheets is in the same order if you're here projects today, but there's been a couple changes we'll keep you informed on as we kind of go. One, there's the project 6082, the Strawberry Reservoir snowplow project that's been moved up in the agenda. It's kind of in the middle if you're a blue ribbon member of the agenda, but it's actually the second project that's going to be presented today. And then also there's the upper price watershed project 6043. That one's also been moved up. I'm just kind of telling you the order is going to change a little. So just listen if you're on blue ribbon to the projects and the project name, the project number, make sure you're scoring the right project at that time. But for the most part, it's going to kind of go in order. That's all I got there.
Okay, thank you. Last piece of kind of housekeeping business here. For Habitat Council and maybe for Blue Ribbon as well, you can advise on this, Randy, is we'll be approving our minutes from our last meeting in our afternoon session, just with Habitat Council, and I suspect Blue Ribbon would probably do the same thing.
Yeah.
But since we're all together and we're going to start listening to project proposals, I will ask this group combined at this point for approval of our agenda for today. We can do that together. And so all in favor of the agenda moving forward, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Say no. Okay, we have an approved agenda. All right. Any last minute questions before we jump into projects? I'm looking at logistics folks too.
If you need restrooms, they're actually outside over here. They're actually not right in this building. They're just outside on the other side.
Yeah, just across the walkway. There's restrooms right over there. We will plan to break at about 10:30 for a break and noon at lunch. And then afterwards, we'll be separating into our individual groups. Our first part of our meeting today together, looks like we've got 12 projects to review in our combined format. And so we're going to go ahead and get started with project 6049 from our northern region, Blacksmith Fork Fish Passage and Habitat Reservoir. Arne, are you up for that one?
No. Clint? Yeah.
Okay.
You want me to sit or stand?
Oh, you can stand.
All right. Right there.
Yeah.
All right. 5 minutes or?
And just let me know where you want to go.
Okay.
This one, the presentation one?
Yeah, this is the presentation on the PowerPoint. Got about 5 minutes, roughly. Okay. So the project that I'm going to present today is 2 diversion projects in Cache Valley on the Blacksmith Fork River. You can go to the next slide. So I kind of have this is the town of Hiram sits to the south. This is Edgley and Millville that just kind of sits to the west here of that little icon. And there's actually 2 here. It's split by the screens. The Edgley diversion and the Hiram diversion are in these 2 locations. We'll go to the next one again. So this is the Edgley diversion. This is the furthest downstream. The contractor that was working on this diversion contacted Jim Dorito with Trout Unlimited. So he's one of the partners that we're working with on this. And the company asked if there was something that we could do, the irrigation company asked if there was something to do to improve this and maybe help them keep some water in the system. And so Jim and I met with engineers on this. If you want to jump to the next slide. And the reason being is when we get enough water in this section to get past this diversion, we actually build a lot of fish. And so in 2018 or in 2019, myself and the crew went and surveyed this little stretch just downstream of this diversion. And we'd had water in this stretch for 4 years. Previous had been dewatered for a couple of years. Our surveys indicated just under 1,400 sport fish per mile, including rainbows, cutthroat, rainbow hybrids, brown trout, and whitefish. And this runs, this little stream during low flows, the irrigation company has the right to take everything in this system. And it will be dry for 6 miles before it hits the Logan River. So keeping flows here gives us an additional 6 miles of fishery that we don't have. So we start negotiations. If you want to jump to the next one, Daniel. So this is what it looks like. And you have to imagine that during high flows, these guys are going in and putting in dam boards and stuff, and the water level's up to here. So it's up knee high, and they're trying to stand on concrete and not slide down into this big pool as they're setting boards. So they wanted a new system. And the irrigation company wanted to put in, it's called an Obermeyer weir. It has expanded bladders on the back end, and it sets elevation and operates that way. So that's part of this. That's part of this. The other one is we wanted to have fish passage so that if they do get to those years where water is going to be low, those fish can move upstream, get above this diversion, which is completely impassable at this point. So, so this is the downstream look. The next slide, Daniel, please. And this is upstream. So they have 2 head gates, and it takes water into an open ditch. And this open ditch travels for 3 or 4 miles. They lose a lot of water. They have a lot of leakage. They have a lot of seepage. And as everywhere else, there's new homes being built on the edge of this canal. And the irrigation company is getting more and more worried about flooding houses and those kinds of things. So I'll talk about funding here in a minute. Just keep in mind that they are working on the piping as we speak. Like they're piping a couple of miles of this ditch right now, the ones that have the most leakage as we're presenting. And I'm not asking for money for that. That's already been taken care of. Okay, the next one. So we'll jump to the Hiram diversion really quick. This is about a mile downstream from the mouth of Blacksmith Fork Canyon. We have a parking lot, and the upper slopes here is part of our wildlife management area in the winter range. And so upstream, there's a big diversion. You can see this canal kind of on the top right, and it diverts water in that canal. This one's just downstream, and we'll, you can hit the next one. And this is how they divert water. They literally put a couple of concrete blocks in the river, split it in half, and the river left as you're looking downstream, or the top, this top channel here, that goes through their canal, and the bottom stays in the river channel. Okay, the next one, Daniel. And this is a picture of just the channel that just goes down to the head gate. One more. And this is their diversion. So what they want to do is they're going to completely remove this diversion and have the diversion structure actually at that splitter. They can gain head. They've also asked and are going to pipe a majority of their system and pressurize that system. Can you go to the next slide? I think I have one more. And so this split below that diversion, anything extra gets taken back to the river. They're going to bring their point of diversion up to that splitter, pipe from there, and then everything's going to stay in that channel. They'll leave that braided channel in place for additional fish habitat, and then restore and rehab all of vegetation and stuff through that braided channel. So this is what we're looking at funding wise. Bureau of Reclamation is kind of hard to see. At least I can't see the one on the side of the Bureau of Rec there. Bureau of Reclamation has $1.2 million. This is through a Water Smart grants for both Edgley and Hiram. Both irrigation companies went in and asked for this money. There, that's maybe a little better. Thanks, Daniel. Jim has secured through Procter & Gamble another $175,000. The Hiram Canal Company is putting in just under $300,000 of their own money. I don't have it on here. We haven't got final numbers from the Edgley Irrigation Company, but they're roughly about $200,000 of in-kind and money that they're putting towards this project. And then the in-kind stuff between Jim and I and Utah State has air engineering program that's also helping do some design work on this. So our total that has been secured and has been taken care of is like 1.7, but they have another 800. There's roughly another 800,000 that has been secured and being used right now for this Edgley diversion. So we're at 2.5 million. My ask today is for 318,000 to help cover the building of probably 8 to 10 rock step pools up to below that Edgley diversion for fish passage. Our work is all in stream. We're not asking for money for pipe. We're not asking money for diversion. The Obermeyer weir, well, we are part of this will be that weir, but all of our stuff is asking for in stream on the groundwork. And what this will do is this will give us the savings that we get from Hiram, because they're losing roughly 30 to 40% of their water coming down their ditch, and there's about 30% that's going down Edgley's that's just being leaked. We're hoping that that savings will stay as in-stream flow and perennial flow through these summer months. So with that, I think that's everything. Well, maybe not. I guess I went through everything, all this too. Oh, and so this is, some of this will be for the Blue Ribbon guys. So this is, you know, the fish will move up and down and be able to move. That's part of it. It's not going to be used as staff money. We're not using this to pay mine or a technician's time. And we're hoping that, like I said, we're hoping that we have a high probability of success just being able to have water in the channel. It was really cool shocking that day. We had some struggles with our backpack shocker, one of them, but there was an incredible amount of fish in this little 200-meter stretch. And all it was 4 years of flows. We lost that. It wasn't completely dry last year, but it's not probably going to be looking very good this year as things have started out. Usually it's dry. Of 10 years, it's usually dry 3 or 4. And if we can keep those years with 3 or 4 lower down, I fished this and caught 22 to 24 inch browns in this system lower down below this diversion. So it's a really cool little area and really important for us to have in-stream water flows. So with that, I'll take questions if I have time.
Well, there's no guarantee that they're gonna release water to keep that.
So everything's going to be metered now. So we'll have metering at the higher diversion and at the Edgley diversion. So they're only going to, because it's pipe, they're only going to be able, they don't need to have conveyance water now. They can just take their 40 CFS. That's what goes in, that's measured. Because it's being piped, they're not having any losses. And so anything above that, which normally at the gauge just upstream of this, they usually run somewhere between 80 and 90 CFS all year long. But if we have 100 coming and Hiram takes 40 and these guys take 40, it's an extra 20 CFS that they're not trying to use as conveyance water. So all this is going to be metered and measured, which is really nice. And it's part of what we're asking them to do and have that incorporated in this work. Drew?
Two questions. I'm assuming since you're working with TU that there'll be a fish screen.
There will be a fish screen. It's coming. Yeah. This is phase one.
All right.
So we'll have a screen that will be built probably onto this as we get started.
And the second question is just, and this is just because of my own curiosity, angler access into this area?
Angler access, yeah, like I said, we have access a mile upstream, and most of these landowners have told me that if guys ask permission, that they'll let them in and fish. It's all private, but most of the people have been pretty reasonable that we talked to. And there's a couple landowners that have quite a little stretch there, and they've said that if guys will come and ask, that they'd give them permission. So.
How does the general public get a hold of those private landowners to get access? Is there signs? Is there like?
No, you just go to the house. I mean, the houses are right on the main highway, and the river's in their backyard.
Okay.
So
knock on their front door.
Onyx is a great tool in some of those ways. So
Any way to get access through the irrigation company's accesses for angling?
You could probably get the stream via their access, but it doesn't grant you anything upstream or downstream of probably the main diversion structure itself. So at least that's how it normally applies. Most irrigation companies have they'll either have just a lease or an easement for their structure, and usually don't have ownership upstream or downstream of that very far. But Randy?
I was going to ask, this is a kind of private land, but it's pretty close to where you get to the Blacksmith Canyon itself. So you're going to have better public access. I assume you perceive, I guess my question is, are there other barriers that prevent fish moving from this stretch up into those more public areas?
So this Hiram diversion when it was originally made, it had fish passage built in. And so fish can get past that one. And then we have another one that's just upstream that is also fish passable. So there's no barriers until you get to the reservoir that's in the middle of the canyon for fish moving. So it really kind of, opens from the reservoir, middle of the canyon, all the way to the confluence of the Lobe. So fish technically can move.
I would guess in low water years, they're probably going to take all that water. And somebody needs to check, and maybe you know already, but somebody needs to check into the Greenbelt laws. Being a Greenbelt landowner, they're very strict, and they make you use water every year in order to maintain Greenbelt status. So if the counties or the state, whoever's in charge of that, would allow you to maintain Greenbelt status, keep your land idle, and let that water go downstream, it'd be much easier to get water downstream. But the way the laws are right now, you have to use your water, whether you want to or not.
Right. So, and Jim's not here, and Jordan is as well. So Trout Unlimited's got a lease program where they'll lease like third crop water rights, let's say. You've harvested 2 crops of hay, and you're not going to have enough water to maybe water your third crop all the way through. Trout Unlimited has started a program where they'll lease your water right and lease and pay you for what your maybe your crop would be worth, that third crop would be worth, for them to keep that water and their water shares, their water right in stream. Does that make sense? So they're still receiving their money for their crop, and it's legally still shows that they're using their water right because it's a lease, but it allows to you to keep that water in stream. So if they have something, they can jump in and tell me I'm wrong. But
I know the water master for Hiram there, and he says, talking to him, he'll turn the water in, open the gate, fill the canal. 3 days later, he'll have to go open it more before they're even kind of using it in the spring, because that canal sits on a gravel bar and it just sucks that water right in. Piping that and everything, it's going to be awesome.
It's going to be a big thing.
Extra water.
Yeah. So there's going to be some, like I said, there's going to be some water from that seepage. They also have a lot of use And this last year, I suggested that they have their water master and ditch rider go upstream, because there's a lot of little private houses and things. Because on weekends, they have to open their head gates even more because people go up to their little cabins, their little houses, and throw in their pumps, pump water out of the river, and so they lose, so many second feet of water. When it comes Monday morning, they have to go crank everything back down because of that. And so we're hoping that, say they set their Overmeyer weir, and everything that is set there is what their water right is. Everything that goes over that is for fish, and even if it fluctuates, we'll have enough savings to keep water going over that. The rock structure we're putting in place will be set to help them take their whole right. If we have a dry year, there's not going to be as solid and leak proof as maybe this weir. So we're putting this Overmeyer in place in case we have a really, really dry year and they can't get their water right just through the structures that we built. Okay, any questions? Further questions?
Does the irrigation company own all the water?
No, but by the time it gets to them on those dry years, sometimes they don't have that whole right. Like there's only 40 CFS coming to that diversion, and so they take everything.
Yeah.
Right? Or sometimes there's only 38, and so they take that 38. It's not. It's one of those things that they can dry it up because they're kind of the last diversion in place. And we're just trying to get some, if we can get, another 5 or 10 past Hiram down to Nibley, then that's by that savings, and get another 5 or 10 from these guys, or maybe even 15 or 20 in savings. That's a heck of a lot of water that we don't have right now.
The reason I ask, Clint, is because I own shares in a water company, and when we have good water years, they tell you to use more. They're not sending it down the street.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's why this is all going to be metered and measured. Like we can have a staff gauge or however they're going to.
But if the company owns all the water, they can tell their shareholders.
I don't know. They have a water right. They don't have like control of everything. They have a certain amount that they're allowed.
That's what I want.
Yeah. So anything above that goes downstream.
Okay.
There. Okay, let's wrap this one up. So
I don't see a breakout for Blue Ribbon, just habitat here, maybe.
Well, I think that's a split between, and I'm sorry. Should be a split between Blue Ribbon, Habitat, and WRI. Is that 318 is split between those three. And I just had it as a lump sum, sorry.
Andy, do you want to comment on why it's just Habitat Council?
Sorry, what's that?
Do you want to comment on why it's just Habitat Council?
I don't actually know why it's just Habitat Council.
Oh, this is the one we were talking about.
Yeah.
That you thought that didn't have a blue ribbon benefit.
It might not have blue ribbon benefit. I think the council has to consider that. The reason I just say that, and maybe I think Clint's kind of dispelled some of this, but the location, public access, and possibly the species that are present there. But Clint talked about, having a robust sport fish population there, but there are some public access kind of issues, at least in this stretch.
Right. So, further upstream, Blacksmith has been considered blue ribbon status for a number of years, whether that's current, and it's something that we've had an internal discussion about of going back and reviewing some of these. But yeah, it teeters, but I clicked the buttons because I knew I could count on some money from these two groups. So.
Sandy, do you want me to put any blue ribbon amount on there, or just leave it as it is?
Let's leave it as it is right now. We could talk about split out later.
It didn't rank well enough to get to the money at WRI, most likely, so these two councils will have to cover it if it goes forward.
This is Jim Dorito with Trotta Limited. Would just comment on that, kind of thank Clint and the division for their leadership on this one. We collectively kind of got brought in late to the game to this one by the engineering firms, as Clint noted. So I appreciate Clint kind of jumping on it and really seeing it for the opportunity it is. As he noted, this is the major fish passage barrier at the Nibley diversion that'll reconnect 25 miles of the Blacksmith Fork to the Lower Logan. including obviously the Blue Ribbon Fishery up in the canyon. And so we're at really a point kind of now or never. If this work doesn't happen, then I think it pretty much shuts down any opportunity for in-stream flows, future public access, which is possible down below the Nibley diversion, where Utah State University actually owns some property as well as Nibley City. So I think if we can literally open the door here to some extent with the canal companies, then that opens the door for in-stream flows, public access, and then really managing the Blacksmith Fork as an entire river rather than kind of an upper and a lower stretch. So if we can make inroads here and do this work, there's a lot of other opportunities, including enhanced passage, maybe it's some of the smaller diversions as well as screening that was noted previously. And then, yeah, as Clint noted, there is public access above, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for public access below. So I just wanted to throw that in. And again, thank Clint for his leadership.
So this one's gonna have to be weighed pretty heavily, I think, but I don't know. Any final comments before we move on this one?
Thanks, guys.
Okay, thanks, Clint. Okay, our next project to review, we're gonna be talking about the Strawberry Reservoir Co-op Snowplow FY 23. From sort of central. We got to present that one.
Thank you. Yeah, no, this is Alan Ward, Strawberry Project Leader. I'll go ahead and take this one on. For those of you who've been around for more than a year, you'll recognize this one. This is one of our ongoing projects where we come to the council and to Blue Ribbon to ask for money each year to help plow a lot of the parking lots up at Strawberry Reservoir. This is all for angler access, to be able to get anglers up there. Just to put it in perspective, during our last creel survey, we had over 230,000 hours of pressure during the ice fishing season alone. None of that is possible unless we provide parking and access for those people to come fishing. So it provides a huge benefit to the anglers in the state of Utah. It gets heavily used. This last year, even we didn't do a creel survey this winter, but man, it was good ice conditions and we had a lot of people out there. So people take benefit from that. A couple of things to keep in mind is this has changed a lot over the years. I've been here for 22 years and it's changed numerous times over that period. We are currently working with the State Parks and Recreation to do the plowing for us. They give us a really good deal, if you will. They can plow those parking lots relatively cheap. And we just cooperate with them, help pay them some money to offset their costs for their personnel to go up there and the equipment and everything. So it's a really good bargain. We typically don't spend the full $20,000 that we're asking for. We currently have that split between Blue Ribbon and Habitat, about $10,000 a piece. It can range quite a bit from about $6,000 up to about $18,000 is what we spent in the last 5 or 6 years. It just depends on the snowfall, and how much they have to get out and plow. This year will not be a very heavy winter, so we probably won't be spending a lot this year. But who knows what we'll get next year. One of the other changes that was noted earlier in some comments, some people had asked about the charging or the fees over at the Strawberry Marina parking lot. That has changed in the last couple of years. We used to pay the Phillips a portion of money each year to help offset their costs for the plowing of that parking area at the Strawberry Marina. About 2 or 3 years ago, the Forest Service gave them permission to charge people on that parking area. And once they started charging the people, we stopped paying for their, for the plowing there. So we do not actually use any of this money this last couple of years to help pay for the plowing on the Strawberry Marina. Again, the concern was that we didn't want to be double charging the people, the public, where we're paying for this out of fishing dollars and then charging them again once they park there. So that operation is all being conducted by the Phillips. The $12 is to help offset their costs for plowing that parking lot and the West Side Road into there. And it costs a lot more than they make, I can tell you that much. But with that being said, we are not paying anything out of this fund for that plowing. The plowing that we're paying for is at the ladders, Chicken Creek East, and Mud Creek. Is the plowing that we're currently paying for up there. And so sorry for the misinformation on that. And some of those things weren't changed, but they are now. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there was anything else I wanted to cover about the history, but this operation, I know it's an ongoing one. It can seem kind of tedious to be looking at this every year, but it is important. And for the small amount of money that we end up paying for this, we're getting a huge benefit out of it for the anglers. So, one other thing I was going to mention is that we are still planning on expanding or creating a new parking lot over there on Chicken Creek East, which should accommodate a lot more traffic and a lot more parking over there in the wintertime. That is currently in the Forest Service hands. They are they have it out on contract right now with one of their contractors to do that work by the end of October this year. So hopefully we'll see that done by the end of this year, and next winter they'll be using that as well. So with that, I'll take any other questions.
Any questions for Alan on this one? Okay, I think this one's familiar with us, so we'll.
Hey, Eric, can I ask a question really quick?
Yep.
Plowing up at Strawberry has been a project that has to go through this process every year. Now, I don't think this is a question for Alan, but maybe for Drew and the aquatics kind of admin part of this. But if we have to go through this process every single year, why aren't we just working this into a budget somewhere instead of having to go through Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council?
That's a valid question, Jordan. And I'd say that there's a lot of things within the Division of Wildlife that get funded through Habitat Council that need to be done every year, but they go through here because it's just one of those costs of doing business that really doesn't fall within the section, in my opinion. So
is there a way that we can just say
mine is our wildlife management areas, waterfowl management areas, fencing costs, those types of costs that the cost of doing business.
Sure.
We approve on a yearly basis.
Right. I mean, I'm wondering, like, if this is just a perennial thing, we approve it every single year. We've been doing it for, more than a decade. Like, why, like, even if it has to come out of Blue Ribbon and Habitat funds, if we just say this is a project that we're going to continue to fund, and then we don't have to go through the proposal presentation and the whole rigmarole every year.
Well, I appreciate those thoughts. We'll take that under advisement and.
Okay. You're not the first person to bring that up. I personally have brought that up in other areas repeatedly, but it is at least a source of money for that project every year. But yeah, it is worth discussing.
All right. Thanks.
Yep. I appreciate bringing it up. We can have another discussion about it, and there might be a way to couch it into a different maintenance budget for the central region, maybe, or something. So, okay. Thanks on that one. We're going to go to our southeast region. Project 6046, Huntington Creek limiting factor analysis. Who we got up for that one? Okay.
That would be me. And first off, thank you for allowing us to do these online this year, because I leave for recapture as soon as we're done today. So I didn't want to do 10 hours in a vehicle to get down to Blanding. So thank you. So starting on this project, the Huntington Creek limiting factor analysis. For most council members, you probably know that Huntington Creek was a Blue Ribbon fishery prior to the 2012 Sealy fire. After that fire, major debris flows and flood events occurred that really wiped out our fishery and caused some devastating habitat issues to the stream channel. Since the fire, the region has been involved in many stream restoration projects with a lot of partners, with the Forest Service, the county, Huntington City, the water users, Trout Unlimited, just to name a few, and it's done projects like grade control structures, debris basins, BDAs, vegetation planning, seeding, and most recently, we had a fairly large scale project in 2020 that identified areas of easy angler access where we created better fish habitat for deeper pools, some grade control structures, and to provide a little better pool to riffle ratios for those areas and for anglers to target. Since 2014, we've stocked some brown trout, but mostly Colorado River cutthroat trout throughout the entire 30-mile drainage. To date, we've stocked approximately 100,000 fish within the drainage and have seen good success in our stocking. Annually, we do stream electrofishing surveys on the right fork of Huntington Creek near Stewart Guard Station and also right below Electric Lake Dam. In these surveys, we've been doing these surveys for 20 years, and we have a good baseline data of prior to the flood event and the fires, post-fire, post-stocking events, and now also post-project sites, projects. And so most recently in the last few years, we've noticed good survival of our stocked cutthroat and browns in sections of Huntington Creek. But we're missing a few things. We're concerned about some factors. We are not seeing those fish move upstream very much. We're concerned that we've now created or had large fish migration barriers created because of the down cutting in the system. And also, we have not found any natural recruitment within the entire burn scar of the Huntington Creek drainage. Everything outside of the burn scar, we've seen brown trout and cutthroat reproducing. But within the floodplain where we've had major issues in the last decade, we have not seen any natural recruitment. And that's what this proposal is intended to look for, is to complete and conduct a drainage-wide drainage scale habitat assessment throughout the entire 30-mile drainage of Huntington Creek, looking at spawning gravels, looking at doing a full-on Rosgan style surveys throughout the entire drainage. That would include gravel counts, cross sections, long profiles, riffle to pool ratios, stream channel slope, and also quality, and then macroinvertebrate sampling also. We've documented areas on the main stem of Huntington Creek down cutting of 10 feet down to bedrock. And we now know those are potential migration barriers for brown trout that have cut off access to tributaries where historical spawning sites or spawning gravels have been located. And so this project is such a large scale need for us that the region does not have the resources or the personnel to be able to take this large of a project on. But for us, this is a very important and highest priority for us to be able to move on for any type of stream restoration within the drainage. So we're asking for $90,000 to hire a consultant, an environmental consultant, to come in, collect this data for us, do these surveys, collect the data, analyze the data, and report back to us by winter of 2022 or spring of 2023. And the region will use this document and this data to then develop a stream restoration plan for the entire Huntington Creek drainage, and also help guide us on a management plan for the Huntington Creek drainage. Like I said, this is such an in-depth and an intensive monitoring and data collection. We just, between the aquatic section, our habitat section, and partners with Forest Service and TU, we just don't have the personnel to really focus on this. But it is greatly needed to be able to move forward with any type of stream habitat projects to where we can restore the Huntington Creek back to a working function and be able to list it back as a blue ribbon fishery. That, I'll take any questions.
All right, any questions?
One. Calvin, that's a hell of a lot of work in a pretty short time frame. Do you have everything in place? And do you feel confident that that $90,000 can be put on the ground by the end of the summer?
Yes, we've already got an RPO ready to go. And so as soon as we know that we have funding, the goal is to have people on the ground first week of July, collecting data for us.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Okay, then. Thanks, Calvin. Appreciate your presentation. Okay, our next project, recaps reservoir recreation improvements, phase 2.
And that would be me again, and that's a tongue twister of a title. Whoever came up with that should be shot. I'm sorry, that was me. So this is phase 2 of our recapture project. Last year, the region proposed this project for a new boat ramp, and both Habitat and Blue Ribbon Councils provided funding for the construction and installation of a removable boat dock at Recapture Reservoir. That dock was built last fall and was delivered in December of this past winter, and we anticipate it to be developed or installed here next week. The last chunks of ice have finally come off the reservoir, and we feel comfortable installing it without having it damaged. So that project really has ignited the locals, local fishermen and anglers, and also our partners down there in Blanding City and the BLM and the water users. And they really want to keep going on improvements to the area. So this proposal is to hire a consulting firm or an engineering firm, excuse me, to design plans for a new boat ramp and parking lot. And if those pictures pop up, that very first picture there, Daniel, is the existing boat ramp, and that is the old highway. And that picture was taken about 8 years ago. Since then, majority of that asphalt has now rotted away and is crumbling. There are some major potholes inside of in this boat ramp. Several of them are large enough. If you drive through them, you will scrape and damage your boat trailer axle. So I know that from experience from last week. So it's a tight, narrow boat ramp or highway, if you want to call it. And it was in great need of replacement. That picture is of the boat dock that was being delivered last December. We're excited to get that installed here in the next couple of weeks. Blanding City, our partner on this project, really has been the driving force for a lot of this. They are taking over the ownership and operation of that dock and any future upgrades that will be constructed or done at Recapture. The reservoir is entirely on public land. It's all on BLM. The BLM and Blanding City are working on an agreement to allow Blanding City to do these improvements and permit them to upgrade and take on the ownership and maintenance of any other thing that's on the BLM portions of the land of the reservoir. So a very cool project. We're asking $100,000 between the two councils to hire an engineering firm to design our plans. Blanding City has contributed $50,000 from their city budget. They are designing a recreation plan. They hired a consultant this last month, and they will meet this Friday on site. And this recreation plan will include Recapture Reservoir and Blanding number 4 reservoirs. The city is very adamant and wants to enhance the angling experience at these two reservoirs, improve angler access, and also upgrade the facilities for recreators on both recapture and landing number 4 reservoirs. And so they're, like I said, they're the champions of this. They are really the go-getters, and we're just helping to facilitate the way and provide the information needed to better serve our anglers in the southeast corner of the state and create this as a destination fishery in Utah. I think that's all I have. If any questions about this proposal.
Andy?
Yeah, I was just wondering, Calvin, have we done any creel surveys down there, or do we have any kind of estimates of angler pressure, and maybe any talk of doing one down the road to maybe assess the impact of this project in terms of angler use?
It gets a lot of use from the locals. It doesn't get as much boat traffic as they would like, just because of the limitations of the parking lot. You can basically park 2 or 3 boat trailers, and that's about it. You do get a lot of water, hand launch watercraft down there. But as far as a formal krill survey, no, we have not conducted that. We would like to, I think, in the future. But we do see anglers down there throughout the entire season, both ice fishing and open water targeting fish. And recapture has become one of our highest priority waters in the region for the northern pike fishery and the need of them for our tiger muskie propagation. We've introduced black crappie to recapture for another prey source for the pike, but also provide another panfish opportunity in the reservoir. And so this guiding document that the Blinding City is developing, this recreation plan, will help guide the design of the boat ramp and parking area for both large watercraft, motorized watercraft, and also hand launch watercraft too.
Calvin,
Yeah.
have you talked with Nate Owens about boat access money for this? This seems like a better project for boat access than Blue Ribbon Habitat.
Yes, we have, and they were had too many proposals this year for the funding that they had, and so that's why we're coming to the councils for the design, but for actual construction, we'll probably go towards the motorboat access for the actual construction costs. We're just trying to get the ball rolling. As soon as we have the designs, then we can finish up our permitting with the BLM and finish up our NEPA and everything there.
Great, thanks.
All right, any other questions? Okay. Thanks, Calvin. Appreciate your time on presenting these projects.
Thank you, guys. Okay,
we're going to move on to our Northeast region and projects there. So project 6091. Oh, am I missing one? Okay. Got one more. Sorry. I was using an old agenda. My bad. Project 6043, Upper Price River Watershed.
Presenting that one. All right.
Remember to introduce yourself.
I'm Evan Reese. I'm a farm bill biologist in Price. I work with the DWR and the NRCS. This project, as you can see, encompasses several different aspects. The first one we'll talk about is some of the tributaries like Mud Creek and Winter Quarter, Fish Creek leading into the Schofield Reservoir. These tributaries have been listed as impaired waters, and some of the major problems with it are the total phosphorus and the low dissolved oxygen in the waters. And as part of trying to help solve that, we have this first phase of the project, which will be focusing on work in Mud Creek and Winter Quarters Creek to improve the grazing regimen around that area. If you want, you could go to the pictures. There's a couple nice pictures in there of the area. It's starting to get a little incised, and we want to go in and put in some various roskin structures to improve the creek in that area and to stop the erosion and support the bank, revegetating that area as well, and improving the grazing to reduce the amount of phosphorus getting into the waters there. And also part of this would be planning for future phases on work we could do for the other tributaries heading into the reservoir. Let's see if these will load there.
Isn't that insane? How big that is?
But they've done some previous work in the same area too. So some of these pictures you can see kind of a stark difference between where they've done work in the past to help manage and improve that grazing and restoring the vegetation in the area, and on the area that we're looking to do some more work in now. Another part of this is lower fish creek coming out of the reservoir there. Major impairment of the fisheries in that area there is the water is shut down pretty much completely in the winter. And so we're looking to, after the irrigation and everything is done, and to help maintain that as a blue ribbon fishery. And we want to have more water there in the winter and kind of have more reliable flow that way. And so they're going to be asking for some funds to put in a low flow gate in the dam there. And have it designed so that there won't be any cavitation damage, and be able to have a consistent flow in the winter to support the cutthroat and brown in that area. Yeah, there you can see kind of the Mud Creek area that they'll be doing some work on. You can see it's pretty heavily grazed there and starting to get a little incised. And as you move over a couple pictures, you can see kind of current conditions there. And the next one, you can see kind of a fence line contrast between previous work and the area that we're looking to continue to do work on and help improve that area. But yeah, like I was saying, the other part of that would be doing a low flow structure in the scope field. Then these pictures are showing some other work in the Emma Park area. We're looking to get some funding to put in kind of low tech Z-dike structures, one rock dams, and various things like that to help kind of before things get really bad in these areas to put in to slow down the waters and stop erosion in kind of these small rills and whatnot to and get some sediment build up in those areas and to spread out the water to improve the wet meadows there, to improve habitat for the deer and elk. And this area has quite a few sage grouse lecks, and we want to increase these wet meadows and the forests to help with the brooding habitat for sage grouse there as well. Also in this area, we're working with private landowners and the BLM to do lock and scatter to remove pinyon juniper. It's not too bad right now, but we want to keep the sagebrush and the nice understory in that area, or the sage grouse and for big game and everything. So we're trying to go in and do lock and scatter before things get bad, and do kind of some preventative work there to keep that grouse habitat with a nice understory. In addition, there's on a couple of our WMAs, there's the Lower Fish Creek WMA and the Cold Springs WMA, where there have been Douglas fir that have been removed to prevent kind of catastrophic fire in the area and reduce the fuel load. And we're looking for some money to help burn those piles so that we can remove that fuel from the WMAs in that area. That's kind of the gist of it with that. Does anyone have any questions for that?
What's lop and scatter?
Just cutting chainsaws, kind of using chainsaws basically to mechanically remove the pinyon and juniper and lopping off the limbs and cutting them to small sections and leaving them there on the landscape.
Is any of this work kind of scheduled to be paid for with the mitigation, if that mitigation goes through for the railroad and that?
I don't think this specifically is using mitigation money now.
Potentially could. I mean, we've negotiated mitigation, but nothing's been decided, and it's not, I mean, the project is approved from Surface Transportation Board, but we're not anywhere near down the road to know if there's gonna be actual money coming to us if the project works, so we don't know. Any other questions? Go ahead.
Is any of this mitigation or restoration on private property?
Yeah, the work that we're doing kind of in the park area, mostly for sage grass, a lot of that is BLM, but also some private property. As far as the tributaries around Schofield, some of that's on private property, but the areas we're working on are all walking access, so they'll be able to use that for fishing.
BLM sections?
Are there what?
Are there grazing permits on the BLM sections?
I'd assume so. I'm not, I think so.
Yes, there are grazing permits on the BLM section up there.
Are there plans to fence the areas that are going to be mitigated so that the cattle don't get into the water?
So as far as doing the stream structures up in that area, we don't have plans for fencing them right now.
Let me, can I jump in on this a little bit? I'm a partner on this project, so full disclosure here, especially on the stream work. The county, Carbon County, actually purchased the riparian corridor through the section of Mud Creek that we're working on, and they've already fenced it. So cattle won't be right on the stream. They'll be grazing adjacent to it. So the plan is to work with the landowner with the grazing improvement program to put together a pasture rotation. It's a little bit more healthy for those fields that are adjacent to the stream, but the stream itself is fenced out now, and cattle can't get into it, or they shouldn't be able to get into it. And it's all publicly accessible. There's walk-in access across the private ground, and then the stream corridor is county property.
Thank you, Jordan.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Evan.
Thanks, Evan.
Thanks, Jordan. Okay. We haven't skipped any other projects here. We're going to move to our Northeast region now. Project 6091, Duchesne River Bank Stabilization and Riparian Improvements. Who we got for that?
This is Mike Fiorelli with Trout Unlimited.
Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, so this is a stream stabilization project on a section of the Duchesne River that has essentially, it's up by Hannah, and the Duchesne River itself in that area has seen a lot of stream stabilization techniques, not a lot of different techniques, but for the most part, what we're seeing in this area is riprap, car bodies, those types of things that aren't necessarily stream friendly. And we have the opportunity to work with a landowner to put in a Rosgan style tow wood structure, which is what is proposed here. And we do the tow wood. This project came to fruition. I knew it was an area of concern for the landowner, and I went up there in November, December, one of those 2 months, and noticed that they had removed a bunch of dying and dead cottonwoods. So there's big piles of tow wood available. So I thought, well, let's put in a proposal and see if we can use that, put that tow wood to benefit. And this is an area that there's sediment. There's a TMDL for the Duchesne River for sediment, TDS. So we're going to look into stabilizing the bank. It's lost, essentially looking at maps through history, I think it's 15 feet, if I remember correctly, of bank through time. And it's about 6 feet tall. So you're talking literal tons of sediment being inserted into the Duchesne River, decreasing water quality, increasing TDS. By putting in tow wood, we're also going to improve fish habitat. And I think one of the biggest benefits of this, like I mentioned earlier, is that we see a lot of riprap in this area. And we want to demonstrate to people that we could do something other than riprap that's going to be beneficial for them as landowners, but also for the stream itself, where we're not just creating more of a problem by adding rock along the bank and hardening the banks. And this is, I think, can be an excellent demonstration opportunity to do that. And to further that idea, there are 2 additional projects further up. So I've seen stream alteration permits and talked with the landowners. And there's stream alteration permits we always see here. It's just rock. Everybody wants to use rock. And we want to demonstrate that we could do other techniques that are more environmentally and friendly to the riparian and stream itself, and fish friendly. As far as the budget, we're looking for money mainly for contractual services. The landowner is going to provide the rock and the wood. So we just need to work. And I've talked with the heavy equipment crew, and that's the money the idea they gave me was $21,000 to do the work itself. So. And with that, I could take any questions. Oh, one other thing is we will go in after we install the toewood and plant willows, which will be, for the most part, we'll gather the willows from the private landowner's property and then just transplant them from one place to another for stabilization. And we will then use an electric fence. They have electric fence to keep the cattle off that area for however long it takes for the willows to establish. And this is a big area for elk wintering range. If you drive up there in the winter, essentially any day of the year, you'll see elk all along the Duchesne River. So.
Yeah, I got a question, Mike. You talked about a lot of riprap being used in this area and using this as a potential demonstration kind of project for other stream restoration techniques in this area. I was wondering, do you have any kind of, I don't know, plans for outreach or anything else to maybe highlight that to other landowners in the area?
Yeah, so we have the Uinta Basin, or Uinta Watershed group, and I want to use it there, which, that's a collection of government folks, but it also has some of the water users, the water companies. So I think that's an excellent outreach opportunity. We did do another project where we have a similar project, just quite a bit further down on the Duchesne River. And we produced a small outreach video that I can use. And just as we see stream alteration permits, because we see them every year now, where people are trying to riprap the river. And we want to, then I can use that as an opportunity to say, hey, let's go look at this landowner's property and see something other than riprap, something we could do beyond riprap that's going to be more beneficial for the stream itself, but still accomplish the goals of stabilization of the bank, because that's what people want.
Drew?
I have one additional question, Mike. It seems like the biggest value for this project is 3 species. Is that?
So this one, and that, I think the biggest value, direct value, would be the trout, brown trout, for the most part. That's what's in the area. But I do think you can make a case for a benefit to 3 species and the endangereds by reducing sediment into the system, which is inundating spawning habitats. It's just, this is quite a bit above where 3 species can get to. This is above the night diversion, and the 3 species can't get above that. But I make the argument that sediment input at this point cascades down. So we have sediment input here, causing a problem further downstream, and it just keeps cascading down until we reach the habitat of the 3 species and endangered species.
Exactly. That was what I was thinking too, Mike, which brings me to my question. The conservation team for 3 species, did you approach them for funding?
No, not for this. And this, like I said, so it wasn't even until, I think, December. It was like a week towards the end of December when I even put this project in, just because I saw the landowner had these logs available. I was like, we need to use these logs. If we don't use them now, that's a wasted opportunity.
That's just a suggestion. They're good partners, and I think you may have overlooked some support and partnership in this project.
Okay.
Right. Anyone else on this one? Okay. Thanks, Michael.
Yep.
Our next project to present is Starvation Pier Final Phase.
Yep, and that one's mine. This is Trina Hedrick with the Division of Wildlife out in the Vernal office. Can you start off with the images? I put a few pictures up and just kind of wanted to start off with what we're talking about. That second one, Pier at low water, when that comes up, can you pull that up? So a lot of you at Habitat Council are familiar with the Starvation Pier. It's a fishing pier that we've really done our darndest to make ADA accessible as often as it can possibly be. It's been functional for, I want to say, 3 years now and doing really well for us. People really enjoy it. They use it. I think we'll get more usage when we start calling it just a fishing pier instead of highlighting the ADA accessibility part. I hope that doesn't keep people away, but I suspect that it might. We're not trying to keep able-bodied people away from it. We're just highlighting that it is accessible. But having said all that, we have seen some really low water years in the last 2 years. And so it still functions. So I'm showing this picture here of the pier at low water. You can see they've had to pull it out past the sidewalk. So if the gangway is on the sidewalk, then it's ADA accessible. But as soon as they start pulling it down on that cobble on the, on the shoreline, wherever they need to pull it, then it's no longer ADA accessible. So this is at high water, and you can see it there. It's nice and accessible. People can just go right down the ramp and onto the pier. But so in 2020, the pier or the sidewalk was out of the water in late July, in early July in 2021. So we even had a drier and hotter year last year where people were really needing their water, and so we were no longer ADA accessible even earlier last year. So as I mentioned, the pier is still functional when this happens. It's just no longer ADA accessible. So we are proposing to extend the berm another 60 feet. So I went out and I took measurements when it was at the lowest point, at the end of the irrigation season where they weren't going to be drying anymore. And it was 50 feet from the edge of the sidewalk down to the water's edge. So I'm just asking for funds to extend that berm 60 feet, which, would have reached the edge of the high water and then some. And then that equates to another 43 feet of sidewalk, just for engineering purposes. So given the uncertainty of this ongoing drought, I think that this will help keep the pier ADA accessible more often and in more years and for longer. And what we're asking for funding wise is the concrete and like the mobilization, all of those associated costs. That bid ended up being about $63,000. Additional handrails would come in at $6,000. Reseeding of the area would come in at just over $1,300. So the total request is $70,314, and then in-kind contributions just from DWR. Just for my time, basically running the program. That would be just over $1,300. So, and then of course, it's a 50-50 request between Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon. And that was all I wanted to mention. Were there any questions?
Drew?
I hate to keep asking questions, but the percent grade for ADA accessibility, did you guys take into consideration that grade was too steep and you'd have to do some switchbacks and things to get someone down there, like a luge course for wheelchairs?
So that picture was taken before I had the handrails. So now that I have the handrails that get me all the way down to the end of the sidewalk, those handrails will be placed. So obviously we'll start at high water, and as the water level goes down, state parks will install the handrails. So yes, it is at like a 7.8 to 1 grade or something like that. So it is it does require handrails to be ADA accessible, and that's what you guys purchased. It ended up being the beginning of this fiscal year. So I just, yeah, I didn't have those available. There was a period of time where, yeah, we just didn't have them. But starting this year, we should be able to be ADA accessible the entire time, including handrails.
Okay. Any other questions from the group?
And I'm just curious, it doesn't seem like that pier's too far from the boat ramp, is it?
It's on the other side of the parking lot, the main boat ramp parking lot. So yeah, I don't know the exact distance. A couple 100 yards maybe.
Or was it that far? I'm just curious if there's any way to utilize the boat ramp, with some docking to get accessibility over there.
It always just seems like they're trying to keep people from fishing. They don't want people fishing around the main boat ramp areas. So, and when we talked with state parks about where to put this was their suggestion.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Trina, for that one.
Thank you.
Our next project, Lake Fork Drainage, rotenone treatment with support of horse outfitters. We got for that one.
So this is Mike Fiorelli again.
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
So for this one, I think I take off my TU hat and put on my DWR hat. I work for both. And this is specific to a rotenone treatment we have planned in the OWEEP drainage, which is part of the Lake Fork drainage in the high Uinta wilderness. This is a project, the treatment itself has been in planning for quite a few years and went through the NEPA process, everything we need to do with the Forest Service. And we're now at the position, we've spent the last 2 years up in the area looking at flows and getting everything we need to do done on the ground so we could treat this coming summer. We have the treatment scheduled from July 1st to August 6th, I think, or July 31st to August 6th, sorry. And the biggest issue with this treatment is where it's located. It's at the divide. So it's at the divide of the North Slope Slough Slope. So it's going in from Moon Lake. It's a 24-mile trek into this area. And in order to get all the equipment we need, including chemical, backpacks, personnel equipment, cooking, camping, all those supplies for a week for 14 people, we need the assistance of an outfitter. And we have contacted a couple different outfitters to gauge their interest. And we do have 2 or 3 outfitters that are interested in putting in a bid for a project like this. And they would be in charge of transporting personnel. We'd use the 5 DWR horses we have, but we have 13 people going in. So 5 horses isn't going to be enough. We need additional horses. And the outfitter will also be in charge of camping meals, cooking meals, and taking care of horses, which if you've ever done a trip like this, it feels like half your day dealing with horses, making sure they're fed, making sure they're watered, tying them up at night, rounding them up once they wander off and to gather food to get their grass. So by having the outfitter, that'll allow us to focus solely on the treatment itself. And the treatment itself, we're going to do in 5 phases over 5 different days, and we'll have 2 days of travel. And the outfitter will also be useful because they will, a week before the treatment, they'll move in, they'll bring in chemical and the jugs we need to essentially stash it in our camping spot. And then we'll have it all, everything will be in place, and we could just bring in people the following week. And this is a project, like I said, it's been in the planning for a number of years. It's one of 3 high Uinta South Slope treatments. So we'll be removing brook trout to restore cutthroat trout on 15 miles of stream in 1 lake. And I could take any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Mike on this?
I guess one other thing I should mention is people might think, well, why don't you just use helicopters? But unfortunately, we would love to use helicopters, but being the high Uinta wilderness, you can't use helicopters for a project like this. That would make things much easier.
Yes, it would. Randy?
He just touched on one of my questions.
Any questions? Okay. All right.
We'll make one comment. You know, I know you guys are going to talk about this afternoon, and Randy might bring it up, but you know, this project is key to our completion of restoration of Colorado River cutthroat trout in Utah. And if we can get this and 3 to 5 other treatments, we'll be done. And we can, you know, prioritize our efforts elsewhere, doing other things. So, you know, consider that when you talk about this project.
Yeah, we're getting close to dawn, and this helps us get there. And it's in a remote location, but it's a good project, and we got limited ways to get people in to get this work done. And this is the way to get the equipment. So,
What's the likelihood of getting a complete kill?
Mike, you hear the question? Trina, you're there too.
Yeah, I didn't quite hear the question. Sorry, can you repeat it?
What the likelihood is of getting a complete kill?
Wow. So, I mean, that's going to depend a lot on the water year. I think that it's a lot easier to get a complete kill when you have a low water year. So it's bad for everything else, of course, but it dries up a lot of those wetland areas in the high Uintas and, you know, places that might be sources of fresh water, or places where, you know, brook trout might be just hiding, I guess. So I'll feel a lot more comfortable about it if we end up with a dry year. To be honest, I think I'll feel a lot more confident, but I couldn't really put like an actual number estimate on it. I think that with these, we do plan on 3 years though, just to be on the safe side, if that gives you any indication. I think we've been successful at eradicating, when we give ourselves 3 years from an area like, you know, like Reeder Creek and some of these North Slope drainages that we've done. If we try to get it done in 2 years, we sometimes end up going back for a third.
And Trina, I'll just add that of all the treatments we've done so far, we did the Book Cliffs, which was a pretty big, extensive treatment, also in wilderness area for the most part. So far, we've been successful there. We haven't seen any kind of reinvasion or anything in all of our surveys. We did Reeder Creek last year. We went in and surveyed Reeder Creek. We looked like we were successful there. So Timber Canyon years ago, we did a treatment there. So far, we've been successful there. And the only one that we have been unsuccessful at, where we've had a reinvasion, is the Middle Fork of Sheep Creek. So, so I would say that the likelihood of us being successful is fairly high. It is a little more complicated in this case because it's so far away, you know, from everything. And so, you know, you'd have to, based on those 4 projects, at least a 75% chance, I guess, of being successful. So
I would say on this one, there are some really good barriers, natural barriers, kind of in that system below the treatment area. So at least helps reduce the likelihood of coming back upstream into that area.
All right. Any other questions or comments on this one? And Drew, I appreciate your comment about priority and this is a pretty important project that I think that helps us out a lot. So
I think if nothing else, it'll explain, it should help with the discussion as to the future of those personnel that are involved in this and other projects to restore Colorado River cutthroat trout. Garn himself, what have you been working for the division, Garn? 22, 25 years, maybe?
yeah, 25. Yep.
His entire career has been spent restoring Colorado River cutthroat trout, and it'd be nice to have him do something else.
It'd be good to be able to check a box on some good success there, so that's great. Okay, any final questions on this one? Right? If not, it's past 10:30 by a couple minutes, so we're gonna take a 15-minute break. Well, 13-minute break till 10:45. And then we will have 5 more additional projects to take us into a lunch break. Cool. We are adjourned for a few minutes.
Say they treat it.
All right, everybody. It's good to be able to meet face to face and you know, for those that are here in the building anyway, and to have some good side discussions and get to know each other again some more. Before we move on to the next project, let's mention so that because of the acoustics of this room, and so that people hear us better online, when you're asking questions or we're speaking, make sure that we're speaking up so that everybody here can hear us, and that the pucks are pretty good, but we need to speak up. So just remind everybody of that moving forward. Okay, any questions before we move on? Okay, we're going to jump into Southern Region projects. Like I said, we've got, what, 5 more projects before our lunch break. So this one's 5841 water quality and fisheries improvement on the Upper Sevier River. Who we got for that project?
So that'll be me. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, speak up if you can. We made sure that our speaker volume was turned up as high as possible, but it's still a little bit low. So whatever you can do to project electronically is good too. So thanks, Nick.
Okay. Yeah, the maps is a good place to start. Thanks, Daniel. If you go ahead and click on the adjacent projects. So for those of you who aren't familiar with this section, there's been a lot of work done on this section of the river over the past, 10 or 15 years.
Maybe turn your camera off and give you more
work that's typically. Sorry, what was that?
Maybe turn your camera off to give you some more bandwidth, but it might be our bad internet connection that's causing the problem. But
yeah, we can't. We haven't heard anything you said, so you'll want to start over.
Okay. Are you guys hearing me okay now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so this project's on the Upper Sevier River. If you don't know where that is, it's by the town of Hatch, this section near Bryce Canyon along US 89. There's been a lot of work done here over the past 10 or 15 years. It's almost all on private property. The limiting factor for fisheries in this area, for a lot of species, has been habitat. The area has been heavily grazed without much grazing management. So there's been a lot of work doing kind of 4 main things: shaping and sloping stream banks, installing rock and log structures, planting and seeding the riparian corridor, and then implementing grazing management. And usually that involves building riparian fences. So this project is just, there's 2 parts to it. Part of it is a continuation of that work on a new section of stream that we haven't worked on before. And then another part of the project is some maintenance of the past work. So yeah, up there, thanks, Daniel, that's the new section we'd be working on. It's probably a little under 1/3 of a mile. It connects with some work we did a few years ago. Maybe if you jump to the pictures. So I should mention too, if you just start with the first picture, we can go through them. So I mentioned the work we do, but along with that, we get public access as part of doing this work. We have the landowner sign it, usually 20-year agreements, basically to allow people to hunt and fish on their property and not post it. So if these pictures will pull up, it'll give you a better idea of what the project is. While they're pulling up, maybe I'll just go over the finances really quick. So we're asking for about $70,000. Half of that, a little over half of that, we've already secured through DEQ, non-point source water quality money. The remaining money, we basically split the ask between WRI, Habitat Council, and Blue Ribbon, so it works out to a little over $10,000 from each. I suspect it'll get funded through WRI. It ranked 4th or 5th, I think, in our region.
We lose you, Nick?
No, I'm run out of things to say while I'm waiting for the pictures to upload.
Sorry, yeah, we're waiting. There we go. We got pictures.
Okay, perfect. So this is just kind of the typical stream bank before we do any work on it. So you can see a bare vertical eroding bank, just immediately transitioning to kind of rabbit brush, sagebrush, terrace. Not really any habitat for the fish, no riparian vegetation. You can go on to the next picture. Just another typical outside bend that we work on. So like I mentioned, part of this project is also doing maintenance on past projects. So we build these fences and we get some help from landowners maintaining them, but we do a lot of the maintenance, especially on the stream crossings are the biggest problem. They're also the most difficult to fix. And we've had enough, maintenance needs on these stream crossings, especially with some flooding we had last summer. But we basically just need to hire a fence contractor to come in and repair some of these crossings. So there's a couple pictures of these that are in disrepair. Go ahead to the next picture, just to give you an idea of kind of where things are at. And a lot of these are fences that were put in, up to 15 years ago. So they're kind of due for some maintenance. So here's a couple pictures of just us working from past projects. Go ahead and scroll through these. Like I said, we do the bank sloping, install structures to provide fish habitat, allow vegetation to establish. So here's a couple before after pictures that I think help give you a better idea of what we're going for. So you can see the vertical eroding banks before, the improved riparian vegetation in the after, and then what you can't really see, but we have, structures extending out into the water, wood habitat, J-hooks, pools, rather than just kind of uniform, homogeneous in-stream habitat.
Hey, Nick, that semi-truck is a really cool structure too.
Sorry, what was that?
That semi-truck is a pretty cool structure to put in the stream there.
Yeah, that really worked out, that picture.
Okay.
Yeah, so just another before after showing kind of the same thing. So basically that's the project. Oh, I should mention too that we do electrofishing surveys through here, and we have seen that the sections with our restoration work tend to have a higher abundance and larger fish. I can't say 100% that that's the result of our work and not just fish redistributing themselves because they prefer the areas we've worked in, but it does seem to have a benefit, a measurable benefit to the fisheries. So yeah, here's some of the finances. So basically it'd be hiring our heavy equipment crew to come do the actual stream work, some contracting work to haul rock and hire a fence contractor, as well as hire a conservation corps to do some planting, things like that. That's all I have if there are any questions.
Okay, Russ and then Randy.
And Nick, are you seeing success on your bare root plantings and your willow cuttings?
We've struggled on this section of the severe. I'm not sure. We've tried a lot of plantings, and the bare root and willow stakes just are struggling. So we need to try something different. I'm just not sure what. We might try. There's the thought right now that maybe we need to try more of I think it's yellow willow that's in the area that I think is probably was there historically. Maybe we need to try and find that. I think what we've been pulling has mostly been coyote willow. So we're going to look and try and see if we can improve on that. Because yeah, the grasses have done really well, but we're struggling with the willows and the larger woody vegetation.
Thank you.
Randy?
Yeah, I was wondering, I know you said a lot of the land is kind of private in this area. I was wondering, if you could just talk a little bit about angler access, just broadly within kind of this area.
Yeah, so basically it's almost all private, and almost all of it is not posted, and the landowners allow people to hunt and fish there. And like I said, when we work on a section of private, we get a 20-year agreement with the landowner to allow public access for hunting and fishing. It's basically, nobody's going to post it. Nobody has a problem with people coming in there and hunting and fishing. It's probably also not a section of river, though, that we'd ever want to really highlight and try and, you know, get people to come to. Our outreach manager asked to do a project, or, you know, come and follow us as we did some work and kind of highlight it. And I just wasn't sure that was a great idea. So doing this work gets us access, but it'll probably never be a place that we really promote and try and get a lot of people to, because I think if you had huge numbers of people coming, you might start to see a few people posting.
Thanks, Nick.
Okay, other questions? Sam's been kind of quiet there, Ben. Okay.
I figure we'll talk a lot of this in the funding section.
Right. Yep.
That's what I'd say to my question.
Very good. Okay. All right. So any other questions? Thanks, Nick. And we'll move on to the next project. So 5978 Fish Lake Angling Pier construction. You want to go ahead and come on up here so you're closer to the mic? That'd be great.
So my name's Stan Beckstrom. I'm the Assistant Aquatics Manager in the Southern Region. And
remember to project.
So I was questioning whether to drive up here today, but after listening to my presentations versus being here, it was worth the drive. And some meetings are worth coming to, and it's just good to be here.
We're glad you're here. So
and see people face to face and be able to talk to people. So I'm glad I came up and made the effort. So let's see, maybe just pull up the budget on this, Dan. So the Fish Lake Angling Pier, there's I don't know all the people here and everybody on the councils these days, but we've been doing a lot of work up at Fish Lake over the last 5 years with the marinas and kokanee stocking and kokanee viewing, and we put a fish cleaning station in, and there's been a lot go on up there and a lot of money spent. And we're almost done with the marinas. I'll talk about those here in a minute on the next project. But one of the other things is just working with the Forest Service a lot up there at Fish Lake, trying to improve the recreation experience for the public. It is one of our most popular fisheries. It's not having problems because of drought. It maintains its level. It's a great fishery. A lot of people do it. So all of these benefits to the recreation public up there is what we've been really trying to improve. And one thing we've decided that came out of when we did our fisheries management plan up there is Fish Lake doesn't have much for shoring. That there's dense weed beds all around it, and there's hardly any place to fish from shore other than where Twin Creek goes into the lake. There's a little section there that people fish from shore. So we really, there's a large segment of the anglers that can't go to Fish Lake because they don't have a boat. You have to have a boat to fish there. And so our management plan was try to increase some opportunities for these shore anglers. And one of the ideas was this Fish Lake Angling Pier. And so it's been around for quite a few years. We've had this project. The division is actually funded to get the engineering work done. It's been through the NEPA process with the Forest Service. It's been approved through their process to build this fishing pier. The engineering's probably 95% done, and we can't really complete it until we're ready to build it. So we thought this year that maybe we could get some funds together and actually build it, but that's not going to happen this year. So I don't know if I'm really asking for money, but I wanted to keep it out there in front of people and let you know what's going on with it. So if we pull up the budget real quick. This is just the side work. Look under the funding part. So we got $650,000 is the new estimate for the pier. And this is just basically. So you see, we got Forest Service up here for $300,000, and we've been working with them, and we thought they could come up with it. They came up with $100,000 for this year, and because we didn't really have enough matching funds, we ended up applying to the Utah Outdoor Recreation for that $150,000, just because we don't have enough Forest Service money to match it yet. So talking with them, we're going to continue to work on this, apply for some more grants, and bring this back next year to get the funding. I wanted people to recognize that it's a $650,000 project. Forest Service puts in $300,000, whatever we can get out outdoor rec, but we're asking Blue Ribbon and Habitat to fund the balance, which could be, $100,000. And we want to make you aware of that. So maybe it's a long ways to say we're not going to do this project this year, but we got to keep it out there so that you guys know it's not dead. We're going to do it. There's a lot of benefits, and a lot of people really want to see this done, and it will get done. And the other thing is we put private on there, and we're still working with some private funding. We need to look at sources that have been committed in the past, but it's been a couple of years. Like I said, it's been like 3 or 4 years now. So we need to go back. So if there's any questions on that, I don't know. I don't think these two councils can approve money knowing that it's going to be a year out before we build it. So that's where we're at. So I just wanted to pass that on.
Okay. Stan, I think my first piece of advice, and then others might have similar, is the feds are throwing money at us for lots of things right now. And so as time progresses, keep your eye open for that, and maybe their tune will change on that 300, and maybe they'll fund it to a higher extent. So
Well, that's why it's in there, because the feds have a lot of money coming right now.
Right.
But it's just not designated for this project yet. So we're working on that. Next year, we should have.
questions?
Sam, when you refer to outdoor recreation, is that new division created?
No.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's the governor's, I forget what it is, but it's the Office of Outdoor Recreation is under the.
They are
They are becoming their own division now.
That is
They are becoming their
Yeah.
own division. Okay. I mean, we've been successful getting projects from them in the past. Well, I'm sure they'll put something into this. So.
Russ?
Approximately how many anglers will the pier accommodate? And do you anticipate that being,
Yeah, we it's a guess, but I'm guessing it's going to add several thousand angler hours per summer. It's 100 feet long on the end. You'll be able to fish both sides. On the weekends, that pier will be full constantly, and holidays. Maybe during the week it won't be as full, but I could easily see over a weekend there'd be at least 100 people use that pier fishing on one weekend. And that's going to be like that most weekends during the summer. And those, like I said, those shore anglers, there's very few go up there. They don't have a place to fish up there. So.
Twin Creeks can be combat fishing.
Yeah, it is. You just line up along Twin Creeks.
Any other questions? I remind you to project your voice. Well, so that we can hear you too in here.
I want to commend you for putting in for the UR grant. I think that's a funding source that we don't utilize enough. I'm curious who your partner is that you're applying for that with.
Okay. This one, because we decided not to, we didn't approach a partner, but it'll either be Sevier County or Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife. Those are the two we've used up at Fish Lake so far. This last marina project, when Utah or Rec gave us 300,000 sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife. Before that, it was Sevier County did it. But Sevier County felt like we were competing with them for projects, so they kind of pulled back. But this one they might not. And I'll talk about that outdoor rec grant again here in a minute. Any other questions on the fishing pier?
Just a comment on the entire project. I'd like to compliment Stan. This has been a really huge project that's been much needed and very complex. And, you know, the fishing pier is just one aspect of a complete overhaul of Fish Lake that'll last a long time. And the value to all anglers, that included, is you know, really important to Fish Lake, because I really think that the use is going to increase there, and you have to accommodate, you know, people and all of their different needs as far as anglers go. So well done.
And you know, the Forest Service does have a bunch of money right now, and they're actually redoing their 3 campgrounds up there and redoing their sewer systems. And the Forest Service is doing their part to increase, or to improve the recreation up there as well.
Well, I would recommend continue to be the squeaky wheel with them, because they are getting money thrown at them left and right now. So, you know, it won't take as much to, you know, maybe pull some money out of that for this. And you just never know when those opportunities can come up. So any other questions on this? We did a Habitat Council tour down there, what, 2 years ago? It was last year. Time flies. Anyway, we saw all the good work you've done down there, and it's much appreciated. Personally, I love funding work there. It's a popular place in spite of the milfoil. But appreciate that. All right. Next project, fish cleaning station at Lakeside.
Fish cleaning station. So here's another project. I'm not positive right now if you guys need to fund it, but when we put the project proposal in, we were thinking we did. So we redid the Bowery Haven Marina last fall, rebuilt it. We ended up with almost $400,000 left over from that project. So we got some additional things we want to do. We want to buy some boat docks with that money, courtesy boat docks in next to the ramps. We want to, there's a sidewalk that needs to be replaced, needs to be tore up and replaced. And we put in for this fish cleaning station because at the time we didn't know we were going to have $400,000 left. So we put in this proposal to buy a fish cleaning station and also possibly some dredging in one of the marinas that didn't get done, Lodge Marina. So we put a fish cleaning station in at the north end at the Bowery Haven Marina last year, and that compared to that old cleaning station, that was terrible. These new ones are just so nice. They are quiet. Anything can go down them and down the sewer, and they are so nice. And down at the south end of the lake, at the Lakeside Marina, there's a fish cleaning station that's from the 1990s, and it's just in terrible shape. It's hard to maintain. Can't put fish skins in it, or it plugs it up, and the sewer is just a problem. So we want to buy another fish cleaning station and put that in. There's a third one in the middle, but we feel like we only need 2. We don't need a third one up there. So this, this is a new one. And they're just so nice. So this proposal is to purchase another fish cleaning station and put it in up there. However, with this $400,000 remaining, I think there's enough money to buy it with the money we have and put it in there. The only thing is that we have to do an amendment to our Fish and Wildlife Service grant agreement for motorboat access funds to get them to approve us using federal money to buy part of this machine or pay for part of it. And so we're working on that amendment to see if we can use this money to buy the fish cleaning machine. I think we have enough money to do everything we want to do with it, including the fish cleaning machine. But if we don't, we're asking for the $70,000 to buy a new one. But I'm guessing we're going to get the approval from Fish and Wildlife Service to buy one. So again, I don't know if we're going to need this money or not, but.
Maintains those, Dan.
What's that?
Maintains those.
The one we put in at Bowery Haven, we did a written agreement with the lodge owners there at Bowery Haven. They will maintain them, they will winterize them and take care of them. And the only thing is if there's major repairs over $5,000, then they're not responsible for that, but we have to pay for that. Because after 10 or 15 years, you have to replace the grinder heads, and they're like $10,000. But, brand new machines, there's really no maintenance on them. Forest Service helped us put the other one in, no cost. It just fit right in perfect and really easy to do. And so I've talked to the Lakeside Marina owners, and they've seen the agreement. They will sign the same agreement that they will maintain the machine and take care of it. Before we put it in, they'll sign that.
All right, any other questions?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
The last one is
Navajo Lake.
Navajo Reservoir. Can you pull up the pictures on that?
Try.
Yeah. So Navajo Lake, it's a really nice fishery in southern Utah. If you're not familiar with it, it's up on Cedar Mountain, high elevation. It's been known to produce 10-pound splake up there. Not any 10-pound splake in it right now because of winter kill, but it's been proven that it's really be a fantastic fishery. The lake basin at Navajo, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, so I'm just giving you a little history. On the east end of this Navajo basin, it's in this broken lava rock. And there's 3 sinkholes, and all the water would fill this basin, and it's almost all snow melt. It would fill the basin. It would run out through these sinkholes by the end of summer. There wasn't a lake in there. Back in the 1930s, they built a dike. This is the dike they built across. So out over here, there's these big sinkholes that rain pulled in. This side is Navajo Lake. So this dike was built in the 30s. It's been improved, raised, modified several times since then. This breach right here, I think it was, let me think now. I can't remember what year. But we had a small breach this year, and then if you go to another picture, and then the next year there was a bigger breach. And so for a couple of years there, it pretty much drained the lake. So this, go to another picture. I want to show you that. This is a big breach. I can't remember what year it was now. It's been about 10 years now, 8 years or something. So this was repaired, but it was just repaired. And the lake's been there for about eight years now. You know, I can't remember what year it was. Anyways, try the next picture. Okay, this is a spillway. Remember what the spillway over the dike looks like. This is an old concrete wall, old concrete. This is a picture when the snow is melting and the lake is filling. The water runs from the west side of the lake through the spillway over to the east side that's empty at the beginning of winter. So go to the next picture. So this is the problem right here. So this is the west side of Navajo. This is the east side. So when the snow melts, the water fills up on the west side, then it runs through that spillway and it fills up this east side. When the west side fills up so much, it's so much water that the spillway cannot handle the flow, so it starts flowing over the dike. And then that's what causes our breaches. It's washed it out twice in the last 10 years. It caused our breaches. This is only a couple of years ago, I think in 19. I think this picture was taken in 19, pretty sure, 2019. And you can see the water going over the dike. When we lose this fishery, we're losing a really important fishery in southern Utah. That right around 60% of the people that use this are actually out-of-state non-residents. It pretty much supports the town of Duck Creek Village, adds a lot to the economy of that town. And there is one lodge here, several campgrounds. And so the proposal is, we've worked with the Division of Water Resources for a number of years what to do in here. We've gone over whether to build a whole new dike behind this one and replace the dike. Right now, the latest opinion is to take and rebuild the spillway so that the spillway is big enough and in good enough condition that the water, instead of I think it'll hold 200 CFS flow through the new spillway design, which should be enough so that it doesn't flow over the dike. That with that volume of water, it'll fill the west side and the east side before it fills the west side and runs over. So working with Water Resources, that kind of came up with a preliminary design to improve the spillway, go back into the dike, level it out, recap it, so it's nice and level. And we can go to the budget on that, I think. And so total project's $550,000. Division of Water Resources will do the engineering. It's not completed, the engineering. They said if we get the funding, they will have the engineering done to do the work this fall. Forest Service, it's already approved through Forest Service because it's considered maintenance on an existing structure. If we go down to the funding part. So this is a little bit different. I haven't updated this yet. We did apply to the Utah Office of Recreation Grant. They raised their maximum amount to 200,000. So we've actually requested the 200,000. We'll see what they give us, if any, I don't know. But that will reduce that. The Forest Service has their 30,000 secured. Last time the dike was breached, there was actual donations given to us to try and fix that dike, so we still have that money. So we're asking Blue Ribbon and Habitat to make up the balance of what we need. From whatever we don't get from Utah Outdoor Office, so this could be reduced by 50,000 in need, but it's still looking at a pretty significant amount of money from Habitat and Blue Ribbon to rebuild this dike to maintain that fishery into the future. Like I said, it's one of our most popular ones. In fact, during the 3 months, our last angler survey, during 3 months in the summer, Navajo was the second most used lake behind Fish Lake in southern Utah. So more than Panguitch Lake for those 3 summer months. So it's an important fishery, so that's what we're asking for from Habitat.
What have your conversations been, maybe with Forest Service, to try to, say, pry a little more money out of them?
They put 30,000 into it. That's all they have right now. If they had more money, we'd have to.
I think myself and a lot of us in Tyler probably hear that same story about Forest Service a lot. But anyway.
It's important to get built, to get this fixed right away, because any given year we can lose that dike easily. You can see in 2019, water is flowing over it. So we want to do it this fall, get that taken care of. But, if we go to get more, if we try to get more Forest Service money, it's going to delay it a year. That's all that's available for this year right now. Unless something comes up.
Stan, have you approached the county for funding help?
So the county is our sponsor. County. I asked them, I told them they had to at least donate $5,000 because that's what BRFAC requires, some kind of a match. That's kind of their minimum for that amount of money. And I asked them for more, but without their commissioners approving it or something. They didn't say anything as far as adding more to it.
There's been a couple projects, not just this one, but some others through today that I think we need to have a serious conversation with the Forest Service about their commitment and assistance. Right now they're getting a huge influx of project money through the infrastructure, and for them not to pony up more than that is insulting.
I know what you're saying, and like I said, if something changes, certainly will take the money.
No, this isn't
I don't know what we can do right now to get more money out of it for this.
It isn't a Stan conversation. That's probably a me, Eric, the director's office conversation.
Because I know I keep hearing the stories about this infrastructure money, and I haven't seen it come down yet. So.
Don't we have a yearly meeting with them coming up here?
Yep.
Soon.
Yeah, certainly 100,000 or more would be nice to have.
Stan, who funded the original dike way back?
He did collect them all.
I couldn't tell you, back in 1932, I think it was a CCC project type of thing. Yeah, but no, I will say that the breach we had like 8 years ago that completely breached it, King County ended up paying like $50,000 to get that breach fixed because it was going to be, we didn't know when we were going to come. I mean, King County did contribute a lot to fix the last breach.
They ever figured out where that water goes in the sinkholes?
Yeah, when it goes in the sinkholes, half the water goes to the Duck Creek Spring, and flows down the Sevier River. The other half goes over to Cascade Springs and flows down the Virgin River. So it's right on the divide. This water flows.
It's all about geology.
Both directions.
If you haven't been to Cascade Springs, if you're ever down on Cedar Mountain, you should go see it. It's pretty cool.
Any other questions on this? Said probably need some serious discussions, higher levels. Those are some big chunks of change for these groups to figure out, but it is an important fishery, I think, and no, Stan, appreciate your efforts here.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, we've got one more project to review before our lunch break. From our Salt Lake office, 5912 fiscal year 2023 stream restoration training, and Don, the man, is here to talk to us.
I am here to talk. For those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Don Wiley. I'm the Aquatic Habitat / Migration Initiative Coordinator in the Salt Lake office. Probably start out, even before we even start talking about this proposal, is just to appreciate or to extend appreciation for the funding that you give to our biologists to do on the ground work that Nick is doing, that Clint's doing, and a lot of our partners are doing with us. We're doing a lot of good things on state-owned property, private property, county property, federal property, and it's largely due to the funding that we get from the Habitat Council and Blue Ribbon Fisheries Council to send our biologists to training. And I'm a beneficiary of that from 20 years ago, and did quite a bit of stream restoration in the central region. So this is a project that you've seen for a number of years. It's just basically to send biologists from our different regions and different sections to habitat improvement training, primarily through wildland hydrology. A lot of you have often heard them referred to as Rosgan training. We also place an emphasis on getting a couple of biologists throughout the state trained on wetland delineation. It saves us a lot of money. We don't have to contract that out because that's expensive. And so that money goes to that as well. And also Utah State University also has a couple of classes on stream restoration, sediment transport that we like to take advantage of when those courses are available as well. And I think in the funding, I put it all under Habitat Council, but it should be 15,000 each, Blue Ribbon and Habitat Council.
That's what it shows, so.
Okay, I can remember if I split it out or not when I did that. So with that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I just have a comment, and for those, at least on the Blue Ribbon, you know, I was a benefactor as well from some of that funding and that training. And even though I don't work for DWR now, I still use the information, and it's still benefiting Utah Stream. So I definitely value this project and support it.
Thank you, and you bring up a very good point. You know, we send the biologists and people to training, and not all of it equates into underground work, but it equates to being able to provide valuable comments back on stream alteration permits, or meeting with counties and other engineers that are proposing work, even consultants that are proposing work. We can step in as a partner and offer some good on-the-ground field truth techniques that often changes how the design is on some of those projects that we aren't involved with directly. So thank you, good comment.
I just been asked, how long have we been sending people to Rosgan?
I think I might have been that first group, and that was in '97. So right around that time, we've been sending people. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
In your experience?
It's almost 100 years ago, Don.
Yeah, tell me about it. Look at too.
Did we have a question online?
Yeah, do you know, this is Randy. I was just going to point out, I'm really like that you guys are doing this to help the local biologists to understand what to look for and what to do. I would love to see something like this. And so I'm going to go off into my little niche now. I would love to see something like this for the biologists for Upland. So I love that you're doing this.
Really good point. Thanks, Randy. Okay, question in the back.
I'll just kind of say the same thing with Russ. You know, I'll finish Rosgan for this year. I'll complete all of Rosgan trainings. And it's something that we use throughout our region almost on a weekly basis. As Don said, doing stream alt permits, working with partners, working with consultants. It gives me the confidence to say, no, this is not going to benefit us to get fish packs. This will work. I have an engineering firm that's redoing a design solely based on the training that I received at Roswell. So it's great. It's great money spent.
More support. Go.
The reason I asked Don about the timing is important. You know, we have people retire, people take different jobs, people leave the agency, and it takes effort and it takes money to maintain expertise. And this expertise is critical to what we do every day in the aquatic section. And it's important to anglers, it's important to other agencies, and maintaining that expertise is critical. And, you know, it takes an annual investment in Don's time to make it happen.
All right. Okay, if there's no other questions, thank you, Don. Appreciate that. That kind of concludes our morning session together, and we'll plan to go on a lunch break here for an hour, and then we'll reconvene separately the two councils.
I was going to say is I think Blue Ribbon will reconvene at 1. That's kind of the timeline we set. And then those of you Blue Ribbon online, there's a different link again. the afternoon part.
Okay. So there's a different link for Blue Ribbon moving forward, starting at 1. And I don't know, for Habitat, what do you want to do?
We'll stay on the same link.
You want to 12:30 since we're at 11:30?
We need to.
Council start at 12:30 so we can get done sooner.
Right.
Well, Habitat Council folks will start again at 12:30. Here, this spot. And so,
list and kind of pull.
We will go on a break for lunch. Unless there's any other questions.
Have that discussion with those people.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. We're going on a 1 hour break for Habitat Council for lunch till 12:30, and it'll be till 1 for Blue Ribbon. Okay, I think we're ready to start now. Before we jump into more projects, I guess where we left off. So what we're going to do, I guess, Dan, you help me remember. We only do this once a year, so I think we're going to. Do you want to work through these other projects first, or should we want to vote on these other ones as a lump sum first?
If you want to vote on those ones first, that's fine.
Okay.
If there's any ones with issues, that's our fresh on our mind.
It's freshest on our mind, although it was a really great lunch that tryptophan laced tacos, which is great. But anyway, so that's how we're going to proceed is we'll, unless there were specific projects that maybe you wanted to talk about individually or would make a motion to approve something different than what was proposed or not approve it, we'll probably lump everything together except for those things that we need to discuss and do one approval for that whole block of projects from the morning. Okay, and so the first thing I'll ask, starting at the top of the list for the day, are there any specific things from a Habitat Council standpoint that you want to discuss from the first block of projects? I mean, there's a lot that went on there, and I think there's a lot of good stuff. And I think that there's some important things that maybe we do need to discuss. I don't know if it'll change a motion, but I don't know who wants to start. Tyler?
So the only one I saw on there that doesn't sound like needs to go forward is the Fish Lake Pier, right, Stan?
Yeah.
Stan, do you think that the Forest Service could potentially come through with any funding for? Okay.
The earliest we would be planning would be a year from fall of 22. Or summer of 23.
Okay. So that one was 5978, kind of towards the bottom, the tail end of what we worked on this morning.
I can make a motion that we table 5978.
Okay, that's a pier, Tyler. What about the fish cleaning station? You said that you're not after money, you just want approval?
Well, if we can't fund it with the existing marina work, we can't buy it. We might get that. So, you know, I would say it's kind of like the fish and wildlife by this year. I don't know that.
Okay, so we have a motion to table one project, not the fish cleaning station project. We have a motion to table 5978 Fish Lake Angling Pier. Currently, I have a motion for that. Do we have a second? We have a second from Drew. All in favor to table this, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. And none are opposed, so that that project is officially tabled at this point for next year. Okay, is there anything else that needs a specific, either somebody might have a table motion or something different than what's proposed for any of these other projects?
You know, this is Randy. I had a question on proposal 5841, is the Severe River project.
Okay, go ahead,
I'll
Randy.
admit, and I'm not an expert in fish at all, but I just came away with the impression on that was more, I wasn't convinced that was a high priority project. And maybe that would be the best way to put that. It just seemed like when he was asked about the benefits of it, he said, well, maybe the fish are benefiting from the work that we've done prior, similar to this in the same area. I came away not convinced that was a high priority project that would have real results. But please disagree with me if someone has better insights.
Well, I appreciate that. So Nick presented that from our southern region. He's not currently online. Any other thoughts on that? Drew, do you have any other?
Oh, I'm surprised Stan's not jumped up. Must be his knees or something. Stan's been down there on the Severe River doing work like this for 20 years, right?
Yep.
And that work has not only improved the fishery, but improved the stream overall. You know, it was a highly erosive system throughout, and he's addressed a lot of that. And this is just a continuation of that work. So to, further the work that's been going on for 20 years, this is important.
I love that they're making the landowner sign a 20-year lease too. That's priceless in my opinion.
And the reward for us along those lines is angler access throughout the stretch that Stan has worked on. And that again is important to the division. So.
Yeah, I love the 20-year access thing. I thought that was fantastic. And like I said, maybe I just missed it. And that your comments answered my question, so I appreciate it.
Oh, good question, and thank you for asking that. So
I support all these projects, but I just wanted to restate what I said earlier. I have a real issue with the Forest Service and the projects I've seen that are a benefit to them, especially in a year where they have access to infrastructure money that might fit a number of these projects. And the projects I agree with, that discussion needs to take place.
I'm 100% with you. I'm going to ask Tyler to comment maybe from a WRI perspective about what you're seeing. Are you seeing any new additional influx of money?
So, I mean, our discussions with the Forest Service and the BLM, frankly, have kind of been of a flavor of, yes, there's money coming, but we don't know when it's coming. We don't know in what form it's coming. We don't know. So I think a good strategy for the council this year is to build a pretty good contingency list so that if federal funds come into a lot of these projects, it can supplant Habitat Council and frankly WRI funding that can then go down to the next one and the next one and the next one. I think there's a lot of stuff that's still up in the air, and I haven't seen a lot of certainty to that funding stuff, especially from the infrastructure package.
And along those lines, Tyler, we're in a holding pattern for $1 million of Fish and Wildlife Service for Wildwood Fish Hatchery that they assured us was on its way. So the question then, I guess, for anyone is knowing that that money's out there and, at least moderate certainty that this next fiscal year is when it's going to arrive, is it worthwhile to move? I guess what would be the thought in approving these projects and actually allocating money for them? But what would happen if that money arrived, let's say July or October in the federal system's eyes and had to be spent in the next federal fiscal year? What would that do to our opinion of those projects?
I think the good news with most federal funding is once we tie them up in a contract, I think the measurement for the feds is usually whether or not that funding is allocated or appropriated or wherever they call it. I've never seen them once they put it in a contract actually pull that funding back.
In the Wahweap situation, they wanted projects that we could complete in a year. And I don't know whether that's just for that particular project or what, but
I think it depends. I mean, some projects we might be able to complete, some we won't. And so I think to Tyler's point, and I'm agreeing with, approving projects, and we can kind of put a little asterisk by some of these projects where, pending federal money coming through, these would be approved for our participation as well. And if this kind of dragging their feet by the Forest Service or other federal agencies is more because they're still quite not sure what all is coming in, they know something probably coming, that's a little more reasonable, I guess. And but at least on our end, it's probably good for us to approve with that in mind. That, I mean, it seems like for us anyway, every week we get this new notification that, whether it's Mitigation Commission or some other federal entity wants to ship us, another 10 million here or some other chunk of money there. And so to set ourselves up to be the most prepared to utilize those funds if they come to us, I think approving things to at least be considered if that federal funding comes through is important, and not get stuck with, well, nobody talked about it, and so we're a little bit tied to commit funds to it if we haven't reviewed it and debated on it. So,
A motion to approve?
well, is there any other questions or discussion? I think one of the things that I wanted to bring up was the snowplow issue again. And I had a discussion with Daniel, and we've talked about it as a council before, but we have some new council members that maybe haven't heard that discussion. It was really a good question from Jordan from Trout Unlimited. Why don't we just nest that in some other maintenance budget? Well, and part of the reason there is paper that we're paying for it out of some Habitat Council money and some Blue Ribbon money. If we nest it all in maybe that region's WMA budget, which we could do, it doesn't get heard by Blue Ribbon council to be considered for partial funding from there as well. So
I talked to Dave Buchanan about that during break, and the last couple of years have altered my reality on how secure my budget is, and probably your budget too. And if you had asked me 2 years ago, I would have said that my budget is more secure, or as secure as this council's. But I don't think that's true anymore. And I really think that if you put it in a regional budget, you're at risk of that being cut every year. And I think that this is as secure of a source of funding for those types of projects and needs that there is. And that's kind of my opinion. So,
and I'll just say, I've been involved in this council for a long time now, and this comes up every couple of years. And I think just the value of having those projects come and talk to us every year about what they're doing, and just listening to the Zubek half-hour speech that we hear every year, where he talks about what we're doing.
How many Russian hours are going in?
Well,
you wouldn't hear that.
You wouldn't see that.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think future council would raise their hand and say, what's going on our WMAs? What are we doing? So for that value alone, I think it's worth having those continue to come to the council.
Any other thoughts on that overall concept, especially for new folks?
No, it makes sense.
No, you're right. We're trying to balance how much stuff that we want to hear about, and putting like those WMA budgets. But once it goes in one of those WMA budgets, you're right. It potentially could be on a chopping block at some point, and you don't often as much hear about maybe some of those specific line items that are going to be funded through that. That's why starting last year, we did ask when they come and ask for that WMA budget, give us a presentation of kind of what's going on with last year's and the previous year's money. And so that we can see what that, all those WMA maintenance and operations things are doing. And so they've been doing that, since last year, and giving us that overview. And, Lynn Zubek was kind of the poster child for doing that, right? Yeah. And so, anyway, okay. Any other questions on any of these other projects that you had any concerns you wanted to address? Okay. So, you want to try it again?
To approve all of them? Okay, yeah, I motion to approve, tentatively approve all these ones. That's the ones we eliminated.
Can I
Amend it to
just slightly
Sure, you can.
amend them all or approve them all or recommend them all for approval, but denote the ones that we think have infrastructure value and have that as a standalone list that's approved, but if other funding becomes available, we can discuss that after our discussion with Forest Service or whoever.
Do we do that in the funding meeting as well? We place like a hierarchy, say, yes, we want to approve this, we're running out of funds. These are possible projects could be funded by someone else, so they get pushed down on the list. Is that kind of how we're talking?
I just like them identified.
Okay.
That's all. That's fair.
But during the budget meeting, we will do that. I mean, if you guys have more projects than funding, we will make a contingency list in case, something happens and the project falls out.
That list is prioritized.
Okay. Federal funds get
shook
loose and we Okay, so we have a motion and with an amendment to kind of earmark or asterisk projects that could have federal funding infusions to move forward. So we have a motion, sort of a co-motion. Do we have a second for that one?
I'll second those two.
Okay, so we have a motion initially from Ben, modified by Drew, and seconded by Steve. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. If there are any opposed, say no. Okay, the motion carries to approve all of the rest of the previous morning's projects. So we've had a couple of people join us, and I'm just wondering, are you here for Habitat Council, or if you're here for Blue Ribbon, they're actually in a different room. And so I apologize, I want to make you aware of that. Apparently there's a classroom just right over here. So.
Oh, you Jim?
Yeah.
You're here.
I'm here.
You're here. Good to know. All right. Okay, so we are going to move on then to the next group of projects. We'll vote on these individually now since we're meeting together as Habitat Council. Again, I'd ask presenters to introduce yourself when you're presenting, and we'll move forward. So our first, the first thing we need to do is pull up the minutes from the last time really quick. So as a council, we need to approve our minutes from our last meeting. So Daniel's going to pull that up here. And so the reason that we're doing this is those minutes include the recording of who made all of the motions and seconds and what was approved, what was tabled, all of that stuff. And so if there's any issues with that. Oh.
You want a motion to approve it or what?
Let's let him pull this up first, and then we're going to read through it or something, but at least we've displayed it. Okay. Yeah, so it includes all that information. Okay, so yeah,
Motion to approve the minutes.
all right, do I have a second? We have a second from Drew. So motion from Tyler, second from Drew. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Okay, we're moving on. Northern Region Projects. Project 6079, North Slope, Uinta Stream Restoration and Reconnection. Who we got for that one? That's right, Jim. Okay, Jim, screen's yours.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Which should I choose, entire screen, window, or tab for a PowerPoint?
If you have a single screen, entire window's fine.
Okay. All right, well, let me know when you can see my screen.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Okay, it's coming up.
We don't see anything yet.
Not yet. Let me go back then. And maybe let's try that.
Okay, something's coming up. Yep.
Got it?
Got it.
All right, thank you. So I'm Jim Dorito, Bear River Project Manager for Trout Unlimited, and I'll be presenting the project, but as you'll see in the presentation, there's a lot of other folks and organizations behind this proposal. So the proposal is titled North Slope Uinta Stream Restoration and Reconnection Project. We've got work across several streams in both the Bonneville and the Colorado River basins here. So to start off with the Bonneville Basin and the Upper Bear River, we've got work proposed in two places, basically. In yellow, and the yellow triangle shown on the map to the right are Mill and Carter Creeks. And then in red, and the red triangles there, are the East Fork of the Bear River. Both of these projects benefit Bonneville cutthroat trout. That's the dark lines. You see the distribution thereof on the map on the right, overlaying over the blue river and stream layer. Also benefiting from this work is northern weatherside chub, shown in that middle picture on the left there, and then boreal toad as well, kind of bottom left. So why are we talking about some of this work? Well, it goes back quite some time. These are photos from 1918 from Mill Creek, the drainage I just pointed out, and the tie hacking that occurred. This is where they cut the railroad ties out of the forest, typically in the winter, and then hauled them to the streams. You can see on the right photo there, a big load of railroad ties being hauled by a horse team there and pulled down to the stream. And then this is on Mill Creek, and this is actually a splash dam. So they would pile up all these railroad ties. It's been estimated they hauled out basically hundreds of thousands of ties. They'd stack them up behind these splash dams, and then when the high flows came down with the snowmelt runoff, they would release it all at once. And as you might imagine, with all that wood going downstream, kind of squared off, it was like a giant roto-rooter going down a lot of these particular streams all the way to where they would build the Transcontinental Railroad. So why does that affect us today? Well, this is what some of our streams still look like 100 years later. This is 2 miles below that splash dam that I just showed you. And shown in the plaid shirt there is Joe Wheaton. He's a Utah State University geomorphologist. And he basically describes this kind of stream as a bowling alley. So you can see it's straight, it's simplified, it doesn't really have much habitat. There's no pools, very little wood in stream. Basically, we're still dealing with the remnant effects over 100 years later of the tie hacking that occurred. And that's really what we'd like to address with this first piece of the proposal on Mill Creek. Here's an aerial photo with the splash dam shown that I gave you the picture of in the bottom right corner. About 2 miles downstream again is on private property, and this is called the Hidden Bear Ranch. And the Hidden Bear Ranch has shown in blue there about 1.6 miles of Mill Creek, and that's where I just shown that previous photo. So the proposal is to go in with some contractors, install between 40 and 60 different wood jams, if you will, or post-assisted log structures, and add wood to the stream to basically create some of that habitat complexity that was lost over 100 years ago with the tie hacking of the particular stream of Mill Creek. In addition, I've got shown on the map the Ranch Bridge. This accesses on the other side of the river. It's a railroad flat car across. This is a picture shown last summer when I was out there surveying with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service doing a fish passage inventory of the Upper Bear River. Surprisingly, you can see the railroad flat car. It's got girders underneath there was actually cobble and wood underneath those girders. So at some point, we think maybe a beaver dam had blown out or big debris torrent came through and actually hit the bottom of that bridge, amazingly. And again, we're proposing to add more wood to the stream and further connect the floodplain to the stream itself. So what we're proposing to do is actually add culverts on both sides of this bridge in the roadway to increase the floodplain capacity to carry water on the floodplain where we want it, rather than channelizing it all underneath this particular bridge. Moving over to Carter Creek. So Carter Creek actually comes in to the top of the Hidden Bear Ranch. It's flowing from the bottom of the picture to the top. And at the top there is where it basically has its confluence with Mill Creek. And I've got shown several points on the creek where we propose to do work. The first is a culvert. That's again at an access road. That's at the top of the picture there. A second is this irrigation diversion that's actually on the neighboring property but feeds the Hidden Bear Ranch. You can see the picture that I just pulled up of that diversion looking downstream. And you can see it's very high tech in terms of a tarp and a pole basically across the stream, but it is unfortunately turning all the water pretty much into the canal. And so that dewaters about the lower 1 mile of Carter Creek. So we do have funding that's actually coming from the Coca-Cola company through the Bonneville Environmental Foundation to basically go in, rebuild this diversion, and do a water lease, we hope, to keep more water in stream on the right, going all the way to Mill Creek. And those are going to be cash funds in terms of match. We also want to replace a culvert here. This is again shown from last summer doing the inventory of Fish Passage. You see that culvert's pretty beat up. It might be possible to salvage that and to resituate it to make it more fish passable, but we'll evaluate that when we get out there. And then moving farther upstream, you can see on Carter Creek on the right map there is shown the United States Air Force Camp, or the Hill Air Force Base Camp. This is where basically a debris torrent had come down Carter Creek and damaged a lot of the area that's shown in yellow. It took out a lot of the existing beaver dams about 10 years ago. And so Russ Lawrence and crew will be going in and basically installing beaver dam analogs in that particular yellow stretch there up in the meadows above the Carter Creek camp. And all that will be in-kind work that'll hopefully we can wrap in to the Mill Creek work as far as the stream alteration permitting and that kind of thing to be most cost efficient. Moving over to the east fork of the Bear River, shown in the pictures there are 2 fish screens. In the top left is the Havarka Canal fish screen that was installed in 2013. And then in the bottom right is the East Fork Hilliard Canal screen. The Havarka was installed in 2013 and has been operational pretty much since then. For the first 6 years, operated very well. But then we noticed this kind of thing happening right here. So shown in that picture came up is some algae. We think this is didymo. We don't know yet if it's a native or an invasive didymo. It's also known as rock snot. You can kind of see why. And you might imagine when this kind of debris comes in by the tonnage, it can basically follow up these horizontal flat plate screens that we've invested in on the East Fork Bear River to open it up to fish passage. And so we've had issues with both of these screens over the past couple of years. Again, the bottom screen was just operated for the first time last year. But what we'd like to do is hire a screen tender to basically maintain the investments we have in both of these screens here and the fish benefits that they provide. And so we probably have over $500,000 invested in both of these projects, and about half of that money has actually come through WRI and the Habitat Council. So this is what the East Fork Hilliard Canal used to look like before the work was done last, I guess, in 2020. And then this is what the diversion looks like now as of last year. Shown, and kind of you can see those yellow rocks, a couple steps were created. That's the main diversion that was engineered and installed. However, the canal company got a little nervous last year, given we had such a low flow year that they wouldn't get all the water they needed. And they actually added that barb of rocks. I don't know, just out of habitat, probably a little bit of anxiousness given the low flow. But what we need to do this year is go in and evaluate. Again, we're probably going to have another low flow year looking at our snowpack. But to see, do we actually need to add additional elevation to turn the water into the canal? Or are we good with what we have there? So I've got a little bit of money proposed for the project engineer to evaluate some of that work on the East Fork Hilliard Canal. So now moving over to the Colorado River Basin, shown in that picture in the top left is a Colorado River cutthroat trout that was radio tagged in Wyoming. My TU colleague, Hillary Walrath, works out of Green River, Wyoming, and works in the Henry's Fork Basin. And that's where these cutthroat were radio tagged. They found these fish do move and migrate just like the Bonneville cutthroat trout in the Upper Bear River. And so one of the things that she would like to do, and I'm proposing in this, is to basically rebuild this existing diversion right here. So in this photo is shown the canal head gate on the left, and that's actually the creek on the right. But you can see that the canal company or the water user comes in and stacks up rocks to basically turn the water into their head gate. So Hillary is actually working on about a dozen diversions, most of those in Wyoming, but this one included in Utah, to basically allow fish passage for these migratory cut throughout the entire length of the Henry's Fork, which a lot of these fish have been shown to use. And then lastly, what we have proposed is a look at an assessment by Clint Brunson and company at several of the tie hack streams that are present from the Upper Bear all the way over to basically through and including the Henry's Fork drainage. So if you can make out there in yellow are stream sections that Clint identified that likely have tie hacked effects similar to what I've shown on the Mill Creek drainage there, that he'd like to assess this year to look at opportunities for doing some of the wood and low-tech process-based work like we've outlined and proposed for Mill Creek. So Clint's proposing a little bit of money to basically assist with some supplies and equipment to do the surveys. And I think there's over 16 different stream segments, again, all the way from the Blacks Fork, Smith's Fork, and the Henry's Fork on all these sections here, mostly on the Uinta-Wasatch Cache and Ashley National Forest. So to look at the budget, most of the funding we proposed through WRI and Habitat Council will go to contracting. Most of that, a good chunk of it, will be to the Mill Creek work as far as adding the wood, that 1.5 miles of Mill Creek. Some additional funds, again, for the fish screens and maintenance thereof on the East Fork Bear River. Replacement of the fish screen and the Henry's Fork, or excuse me, the irrigation diversion on the Henry's Fork, and then some coordination money for TU to make this all happen. In addition, I kind of broke out, as I noted earlier, we've got in-kind funding coming for the Carter Creek diversion. And then I've also noted separately kind of the Carter Creek BDAs that the Air Force will be doing as other in-kind. So total project cost is looking a little bit over $200,000. And as I noted, a lot of folks, especially in the past with the work on the East Fork Bear River, have made the projects happen and those fish screens that have been installed. And then presently working with Division of Wildlife, Hill Air Force Base, and the Forest Service, among others, some of the other work proposed that I've shown. And with that, I can take questions if there are any, and I have time.
Okay. Any questions for Jim on this project? All right. Not any questions? We have a motion on this one?
I move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion from Drew.
I'll second the motion.
And we have a second from Jack. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Okay, our next project, South Fork Junction Creek Fish Passage Project Phase 3.
All right. So I'm Clint Brunson. This is Chance Roderis. He is out in the field actually working on Phase 2 of this project today. So I'll get into that a little bit, but this is something that Chance has put together, and I've helped in the past, helped him secure some funding and get some things worked out with Trout Unlimited and contractors and those kinds of things. So familiar with the area, and since he's out in the field working today, I told him I'd present. So next slide, please. Kind of give you an overview of where we're at. Top right, or where all the yellow lines converge, is Snowville. The work site is in Lynn Valley, out west of Yost. So it's a pretty remote location. And we have to, the contractors that we've had come from Leadore, Idaho, that have received these bids the last 2 years. So there's quite a little bit of mobilization, and some of our costs are because these guys have worked with the fabricator for our fish screens and what's being designed as we went out to bid. So as we get to the costs, that's why some of those might be a little high. Next slide. So Chance, like I mentioned, this is phase 3. So the first 2 years we have worked on Basin Creek, which is a tributary to the South Fork of Junction. And it has Yellowstone cutthroat trout. This drainage is the only drainage that we have Yellowstones native in. There are some in southern Utah that have been planted with Yellowstones. But this is an area that downstream we also have fish community of bluehead sucker, and they also move and migrate through their life history for spawning purposes. And so we in 2018 and 2019 there was a barrier assessment done by Chance and crew out there and identified a number of barriers. And so we identified the first one, which would connect South Fork Junction and all of Basin Creek with one diversion rebuild. The one that he's working on today and for the next couple of weeks actually extends that and really like takes out a really nasty diversion. And what I'm presenting today is road crossing to be removed, a diversion to be completely removed, and a rebuild of a lower diversion. And so in the past 2 cycles, we've come and asked for money through Endangered Species Mitigation Fund, Habitat Council, and WRI, and received funding for this project. And with the removal of these 3 barriers, we'll connect about 6 miles of river habitat. This also occurs on one landowner, which is a big deal. Almost all of this work minus one diversion is on one private owner. And so it's been really good to have his buy-in and be able to just year after year kind of work at these. Next slide, please. So I tried really hard to kind of color coordinate these and make them big enough so they would stick out, and it doesn't look like it worked very well. So this was first year project, is on Basin Creek. And it goes up into a larger basin off the screen. This is the project that he is working. It's a 4-way, it splits the creek into 4 different canals and ditches, and has a 3-foot drop that lands on an apron and is completely impassable. And then these 3 are the ones I wanted to present today. And if everything works, we would come back for this last diversion that's further downstream. So to the next slide, please. So this is just kind of a location. The main road is one that goes from Yost to Lynn, and if you take the right fork, you get into Grass Creek. If you take the left, you go back over the top into Rosette and Park Valley. So this sits right below Lynn Reservoir, if you're familiar with the area. This one, this piece here is the diversion that will be removed. This little ditch that goes out here. If this landowner still needs water, we will be able to use and even create a pump station or something right here so he could water his fields if necessary. This is an old road crossing, perch culverts, and I have pictures of those. And then this is the diversion that we'll rebuild. Okay. So this is that uppermost diversion. It's not the worst, but it does create a barrier, particularly for bluehead suckers. And they are the ones that use this reach the most. Next one. This is our road crossing culvert. It hasn't been used for a number of years because it's fallen in and kind of dilapidated. But because it's high enough, again, it's not passable for blueheads in particular, but even the small Yellowstones are not able to get through this culvert. Last one. And this is the one that will be completely removed. So all of these are kind of just segmenting and chopping up the habitat that we're hoping to restore connection to. Next slide. So we might have to minimize that. So ESMF, Endangered Species Mitigation Fund, has already told us that they would give us $75,000 or somewhere roughly there we asked for $125,000 through WRI, and they're asking for $100,000 through Habitat Council. And again, a large portion of this, if we had a different, if there was a different company that bid and won the bids that was lower, that would lower our costs. But this guy's coming a long ways to do this work. He works with the fabricator, and so it's kind of a 1-2 punch. These guys install this setup all the time across the West. I don't know if there's another slide or not. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. We're trying to. This is our 3rd year. We may have one more. The barrier that he's working on this year has been a barrier for fish movement, and the biggest deal is we're looking at brown trout and whether or not they'll move farther upstream or not. There is a population below the one that he's working on, and we're hoping that during low flows, the irrigators will be able to keep some checkboards in and keep a barrier there during that time of year when they are wanting to move for spawning purposes, and that we can kind of keep them out of this upper reach and keep it for native fish. So that's what we're asking, and hopefully we can receive that money. Questions?
I see that all of the funding went to sport fish. You said blueheads move up there as suckers.
Right.
And should we appropriate some of that to the non-game fish?
Probably.
Funding?
It was probably just an oversight. I asked Chance about like cut slam money, and he didn't even think about it this year as far as the funding, and I probably should have been watching a lot careful too.
There's not enough money in that cut slam fund to carry this anyway.
Just another little source, little drop in the bucket. But anyways, yeah, it would probably be a good suggestion to have stuff there on the non-game side.
So when you get done with these projects that you have on schedule, if you're funded, you have one more project next year.
Right.
You'll bring back, then will the Yellowstone, all of that restoration of that system be complete at that point?
Pretty certain that it is, minus this major road crossing there. There is a pretty good little hump there that they have to get up. Sorno and I were out there, Kent Swanson. We were out there and toss a big rock upstream of it, and you hear it roll through and come out. And it's perched, but it's not super high. It might just be more of a velocity and gradient barrier than it is like a true hurdle for fish to get into. But that's something we'll have to work through with the county, as they have to, work on the road or something like that. So when they get to that point, that will be the barrier that we'll have to work on at that point. But yeah, as far as Chance and I have talked, this year and next year will be our very last ones for the ask for Yellowstones and blueheads on there. Okay.
The angling pressure on there, is that coming from Southern Idaho mostly?
It's mostly guys trying to fulfill their cut slam, chasing Yellowstones. It is the only drainage that we have Yellowstones in. There's some little tributaries. This drops into the Raft River that ends up going out as you're going to like Rupert or Burley or the Twin Falls. You'll see a sign for Raft River that's like, it's a little ditch that's like this wide and there's never water in it. I used to connect to the snake that has Yellowstones, and they used to migrate every year and come up in. So this is a resident population that's kind of separated from that Snake River system. So it is a lot of our guys, and there's some non-residents that have bought into the program, but this is the only place they can get their Yellowstones in the state. Okay. Thanks, guys.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. We have a motion on this.
Motion.
Okay. Second. We have a motion from Ben and a second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. All right, motion carries. Okay, next one. Phragmites management for improving Bear River Delta and associated wetlands.
Would it be possible to look up my computer and I do have a presentation
We joined the meeting.
I wasn't able.
You have to join the meeting.
I couldn't get hooked up to the internet. Does anybody have the password?
Yes, you got a one on private presentation on.
Yeah.
Or not space, you can try. That's my. I'll be able to do it.
The next one and then.
Yeah, going up to the next one.
Okay, so we'll give you a couple minutes here. So we're going to jump to the next project and then we'll come back to that one right after. So we're going to go to our Northeast region and hopefully they're prepped up. I saw Pat was online. So 5619 Lake Canyon Watershed Project Phase 3. Are you ready?
Yes, this is Garn. I'm presenting this for Brian, who's not working today. So, so this is a project that has been previously funded, I guess. So this is phase 3 of that project, which is basically to continue to improve stream habitat on the inlet stream to Lake Canyon Lake. And that entails, creating ripple pool sections of the stream, installing bank cover. Previous projects have included vegetation planting and those sorts of things. If you want to, Daniel, if you want to go to the pictures at the end. And the first 3 pictures, I guess, that are on there, I added today. And so last summer, we did experience a little bit of rain, a few rain events and some flooding over there. And so the 3 pictures here are just above where we ended the project the last time we received funding. And so.
Sorry, it takes a couple minutes for these to load here. Slow internet connection in Farmington Bay. So
I'll wait a few minutes while they load up and then. Okay. So this is an old gully plug that the previous landowner, I'm assuming the previous landowner installed. And so when that flood came down this summer, it kind of created this barrier, I guess, and really eroded the stream right below this. So we need to be able to go in and, part of this wasn't initially what we thought we'd have to do, but because of the rain last year, this project funding will also be used to kind of repair this. Is it going to take as long to load the next picture?
Oh, they're all loaded now, so we'll zip over.
Go ahead and go to the next one. Well, this is kind of the same area looking downstream. And when we did the original work before, the reason that gully plug was put in was there was a ditch that went around looking at the picture from your computer screen to the right of this. And Wayne put the channel on our new channel on the right there. And go to the 3rd picture now. And what the flooding did is it kind of eroded further into that big gully that we had tried to divert the water around. And so this barrier was also created, I guess. And so that the repair work for this will need to occur also. So all this is just right above where we ended the project last spring. So, and then Brian had a bunch of pictures just showing previous work. So yeah, if you want to just scroll down those, you can look at them. But so most of the budget will be for our in-house habitat crew to be on site and complete the work and to rent equipment necessary to do the job and those sorts of things. So I guess in a nutshell, that's the project. And if you have any questions, I can take those now. there is a component of rabbit brush and greasewood spraying and removal in this phase of the project also. So,
Any other questions on this project?
What are we fishing for?
say that again.
What lives in that stream?
The fish that are in the stream are Colorado River cutthroat trout. So when the division acquired this property, we did some initial stream habitat work, and the lake was actually purchased for a brood source for the North Tavaputs Plateau of Colorado River cutthroat trout. They're the ones that kind of go in water south of Highway 40 out here. So when we renovated the Book Cliffs, the fish that we put back into the Book Cliffs eggs were collected at Lake Canyon Lake, and that was the source. And the original source of those fish is from Timber Canyon. And so when we did the stream habitat work on this, initially we established that population in the stream above the lake, which prior to us owning the property didn't even have any fish in it. So.
Okay, any other questions? All right, do we have a motion on this one? I moved that was approved. Okay. Do I have a second? We have a second from Jack. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Okay. None opposed, so the motion carries. Okay. All right. Thanks, Garn. We're going to back up one. And I'm going to share my screen here.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, so my name is Jen Wright, and I'm the new biologist at the Migratory Bird Refuge. I don't know if any of you have been there before, you probably have, but what you're overcome by is walls of Phragmites. And in the last 10 years, we've been going through different treatment trains to treat the Phragmites, but the problem is they've gone through several different biologists and there hasn't been consistent treatment. So at this point, we're playing a lot of catch up. And a lot of our neighboring wildlife management areas, we've been partnering with them and trying to control the frag on all our boundaries. And we want to be the good neighbor and start controlling our seeds that's spreading. So if you could go to the next slide. So the big issue is that in the 80s, we had the major flood of the lake where salt water was pushed to the upper limits where there was a brackish freshwater influence, and it imported the Phragmites and provided a good atmosphere for them to grow. And we're trying to, our treatment trains that we've been applying have been between grazing, burning, applying herbicide, and we've been partnering with the state, as I said, at the wildlife management areas, and we've seen the success that they've had for the last, I guess, 15 years, 8 to 10 years, almost 15, but they've been aggressively attacking it with ground-based techniques, not just aerial, but ground-based using marsh masters. And we found that, with almost 80,000 acres, we've been limited as far as personnel and equipment in order to manage these tracks. So this is part of our plan to manage the Phragmites and improve it, not just habitat for hunting, but also for breeding. We have some of the largest colonies of white-faced ibis and avocet. So habitat is a big deal. You can go to the next slide. So I like to call it Operation Frag Control because at this point we're beyond EDRR. So our strategies have been effective, but we're losing ground. So since I came on board about a year ago, I've been working to develop a plan, and we're starting to implement it. And so aerial spraying has been great. We've been partnering with the state to aerial spray the areas that are not just adjacent to the wildlife management areas, but within the refuge. And those are great for initial treatments, but we really need to do follow-up. And that's the big problem we've had with 80,000 acres. We haven't been able to do good follow-up. So the orange areas are the areas that we aerial sprayed last year. And then the other areas of what we've grazed and burned. So you can see we've been applying different techniques. But like I said, I would say of all those units, some of the worst infestations, I would say 50% of some of those units have Phragmites in them, and it tends to be, along the burrow areas. But most of it's out in open marsh. And again, we don't have the equipment in order to get out in marsh areas without getting our equipment stuck. So Marsh Masters, we feel, are the tool. You can go to the next slide. The project area, that's just a generalized area where we could apply the treatment with Marsh Masters. I'm looking to treat about 500 acres. So we're asking in the budget 50,000, 25 with the Habitat Council, and 25 through WRI. You can go to the next slide. And so we plan on treating, just like mimicking what the state does later in the growing season, so that you can target, instead of aerial spraying, you're broadcasting over a big area. And you can target the frag, you can see it by air, but it's a lot easier when you're doing tandem in treatment with 2 tracked machines and spraying it either by hand or through the back boom. So we want to do it post nesting season. Like I said, I already said 50,000. That's what we're asking for to start this process. I foresee this to go on. I would like to be able to attack at least 500 acres every year for the next 5 years. So you might see my lovely face again. Go ahead, next slide. So with that, we do plan on providing the herbicide. We just need the extra funds to pay a contractor. We request funds to treat invasive species every year with the Fish and Wildlife Service through our regional office, but they're always limited too on how much they can give us. And we certainly can't, if we ask for a Marsh Master, they could probably buy one for us, but the problem is we don't necessarily have the personnel. We do have one Marsh Master with the fire department, but it could be deployed and we wouldn't always have use of it. So best bet for us would probably be contracted out and go from there. But again, this is to improve the habitat and both for hunting and nesting waterfowl and shorebirds.
Jack. I think this is great. The only question I have is, it looks like we're heading into another low water year, drought year potentially. And some of Dr. Kettering's studies, I think, suggest that in those types of years, glyphosate may not be as effective.
Correct.
And so do you have a backup plan if we do get into a drought, how you'll manage it?
Yeah, we not only do we need to spray, but we also need to go and mow. And again, we only have one Marsh Master. It's only 8-foot width if we apply a mower or a drum chopper. So we're kind of limited in acres and what we can do each year. So I would hire a contractor to help us mow at least the dead culms. Again, I feel like we've lost ground. I think the maintenance guys that have been there for 25, 30 years have been doing a great job, especially along the roadsides, but it's in the interior marshes where we've just lost habitat. And I've been up to Salt Creek and public shooting grounds and seen what those guys have been doing. Incredible. Their habitat's beautiful. So that's what I want to mimic. So I do have a plan. The great idea with the Marsh Masters, you can still get in the wet areas that are still wet, even in a drought, and you could target the green stands.
Yeah, great.
I hope I have thought about fertilizer really enhances the efficacy. Even if seed looks completely dry, it's still the technical effect on granite.
That's correct, yeah. Whatever is green, you can apply the herbicide with the ammonium sulfate and it'll absorb it down into the root system and help knock it out. So we've been doing that with the aerial spraying. The problem is it's 3 times as much as herbicide, 3 times the cost. So I really want to get on the ground and start doing some groundwork.
Any questions, Drew? It's coming from a fish guy, so forgive me. I want to kill frag like anyone else, but you know, if this was rotenone treatment and I only rotenone, you know, 1/5 of the biomass of what you have there, it would just accelerate, you know, the repopulation of frag. Is that 500 acres and a plan following get you the victory you want?
Well, it would be over a period of time. So I would apply the 500 acres to finish the stands that we've started, that we've made some impact in. I wouldn't touch the, you know, the really intense deep stands that, because you do have to plan for follow-up. And we've been pretty good about grazing and attacking those areas, but some of the areas that still have the residual frag are wet and you can't put cows in there because the calves would get drowned and stuck. So again, we're kind of limited, and I hear what you're saying. So we, if you could go back to that map for me. So the orange areas that are in south of this line, this was all virgin areas that we've never sprayed before, but since we aerial herbicided the other areas, we didn't have, we had an extra herbicide, so I'm like, well, these are my wish list. So he attacked these virgin stands. So I definitely do have plenty of area to spray and treat. But like I said, if we're in a drought year, then I'd be mowing before they get the seed head and post nesting season, so probably early August. And this would be for next year. We're starting to do it this year. We're planning to hire a contractor, but we only got so much money for our budget. Any more questions?
Okay, so I'll throw in a comment for Jim. This is coming from Chad Cranny, our public shooting and Salt Creek WMA manager. He's super excited that Jen's on board. She's been working really hard to get this started and put this in place, and has put in her work and done her job helping on our WMAs and helping our crews, and is really excited to see her asking for money to do this refuge. And it's just going to benefit. I was out there 2 weekends ago, and the interior stuff is 12 feet high. It's impenetrable. You can't get through it. I've got stuck in it. This makes a big difference.
Yeah, and I feel I appreciate that. Yeah, so one of those areas is our primary hunt area. If we can get the marsh masters in there, that'll actually help open it up to, you know, if they're boating in there. So yeah, it's a combination of things: improving habitat, improving hunting, managing an invasive plant that's been a problem everywhere. But I appreciate your input.
Hope to see you guys working together too. Hopefully that makes a better plan. Because I'm running around spraying here, spraying there.
Right, no, it's
kind of attacked.
Yeah. Now that I'm here, I can start mapping and we can start planning better too.
I mean, I just want to say, I want you guys to formalize that relationship. Like, I want to see you guys putting contracts out together and actually working together with the funding side of things, not just talking about what you're doing and what they're doing. I mean, I love that you're getting into the frag game. I love that area is going to start seeing some real improvement, but I definitely want to see you guys working together.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we've already started to work together as far as he's contacted me about spraying partially on our border and onto our property this year, and he wants to see our water management plan. So informally, yes, we are working together.
Close that. I wanted to see the overall funding amount.
Yeah.
For Habitat Council.
Yeah, so it's 25 for the Habitat Council and then 25 with WRI. And then we provide the herbicide, and then we can gin up volunteers to help.
So
as you guys remember, this is a comeback. And so Jen, thank you for coming and being
Yeah.
here and working with us and working with our Northern Region folks, Chad and company. And I'm agreeing with Tyler, whatever you can do to continue to work with them and maybe even have a stronger relationship so that we can help you out and you can help us out. We would welcome that.
A formal
So,
agreement, maybe, or?
well, we'll have
They're
to,
all coming from the same place, so
Yeah.
BWR can do your contracts for your spraying. You know, they do your contracts for your,
Oh, okay. Like I said, this is my first rodeo.
oh, I'm glad you're here.
All right.
Question on the WRI, what are those funds come from? Expo?
It's fun.
Or you-
Lots of different pots of money, but Tyler, you can, and there's fire money mixed in there and there's,
Why don't you kids some roll the candles?
yeah, so I mean, Habitat Council money runs through the same business system. So WRI has essentially become what's called I call it a conservation fund clearinghouse. And so you have all these different pots of money that come through that business system that get merged together and matched and leveraged, which is the important term there, I think. And so Tyler operates the WRI side and so, but it's lots of pots of money. I mean, Habitat Council this year is over 4.1 million, but we ran last year through WRI was like 40 million, putting fire rehab and all that we didn't get from the legislature, but that's a whole other thing. But anyway, it's a big pot of money that's all stirred together, and so that's a good question.
all the sportsmen's groups. They'll go through the WRI system. They'll get listed separately on these budget pages, but for the WRI piece of the budget, that we get about $6 million in general fund each year from the legislature.
And you have lots of other federal funds, BLM, Forest Service. We need more Forest Service. But
Generally, those WI funds being competed for come out on top on a scoring system. There's less.
We'll talk about that a lot at the budget. Like this one, for example, I think was a high, but it was kind of a lower high. And so it kind of depends on how far we get down the list. But by that funding, we'll be able to say whether or not WRI is going to be able to provide that 25K. And so the Habitat Council amount might go up or down, also depending on how much the sportsman groups put into projects. Those numbers will kind of go up and down, which is why we don't really approve the funding at this point, because there's so many other unknowns that kind of have to fall into place.
if we can loosen some more Fed funds too, that helps out too, Forest Service, but not so. So anyway, thank you for being here,
Yep,
Jen.
no
Do we have a motion on this one, Allison?
I have one question. You said this is for next year, like
2023, yeah.
August 2023. We want to postpone this to be a FY24 project because August 23 would be FY24. For state
fiscal year.
Right. Oh, you're right.
Begins in July.
We don't want to put aside the
You're right.
money. You're not going to spend it this year.
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, this funding consideration is starting basically
Through
just
July.
July 1st through June 30th of 2023.
Why is,
Oh,
why is it not starting until then? What, you can't start it earlier?
Spraying? I mean, because you don't want to spray when there's nesting. And,
But it would be this August. It'd be
oh, yeah, right.
It would be available.
It's August. Yeah. I mean, I'm getting a contract in place to do 100 acres, but,
I just told you DWR is going to do your contracting for you.
Calm down, Tyler.
Right.
Works everywhere else.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I'd be fine with that. That's good to know, but yeah, I guess it would be for 2024 then.
And that's important, and we kind of need to know that, because the motion that I'll make is going to be dependent on whether or not you can do it this August or next August.
Yeah, next August.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to table it then.
Thank you for coming here.
I have a question now. When you say formalize a partnership with the division, what would it look like to you?
honestly, I'd like to see them doing spray contracts in one big contract. And that, I mean, that's how we do it on the habitat side is if we have a piece of federal land, if we have a piece of private land, forestry, fire land, all three of those people put one contract out, and that puts an economy of scale into it. That saves money. So to me, that's the most important part to me is bringing the contracting piece together. I don't want to send money to them in a contract and have them do $50,000 worth of spraying while DWR and Forestry Fire are doing $300,000 worth of spraying. That doesn't make any sense.
So should that be part of the motion?
Well, we're tabling it. So
I'll just clarify right now, they already are doing that for the aerial spray component of this. Fish and Wildlife has been sending us money also with Salt Creek with Chad. So the aerial side has been doing that. This is different for the ground stuff. The aerial, they've actually been doing.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct.
That helps. Thanks for clarifying that. Okay, so we have
I just changed it back to proposed and I changed the date to FY 24.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I apologize because I was assuming fiscal year federal government fiscal year.
you'll need to have to go back through WRI process and this process again.
Okay.
Willing to stop. And we want to work with you.
All right.
And we're glad you're here. So,
Okay.
so come back.
No way to push it through for this fall.
I mean, I could, but it would be, like I said, I'm getting a contract in place to do 100 acres, and I don't know if they'll be able to add on more work. They might be already strained. But,
How about we table it for now and
Yep.
you have a conversation with Chad and those guys, and it sounds like you can bring it back up and we'll bring it back to life.
Okay.
And we'll push Chad and say, push Chad and make sure.
Everything as possible.
When do we need to know by?
So we need to know by, when's the funding?
April 23rd.
okay.
You got about a month.
Pressure's on.
I can handle it.
So what's the motion gonna be then?
Motion is to table it pending more conversations about how DWR and you can cooperate together and whether or not you bring the treatment forward to this fiscal year,
Okay. Sure. I'll go back and start the conversation.
So,
We'd love to see it happen this year.
Yeah.
so you're saying you want to tentatively approve it for fiscal year 23, but we'll know by the funding meeting in April whether or not.
Sure.
So
I'll do that.
That's exactly what he said.
I just kind of tried to flip it, reverse it. We're going to approve. No, we're not tabling unless she tells us that she's going to make it happen. So.
All right.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second from Jack. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. We'll look forward to hearing back from you.
All right.
Okay.
And we won't make her come back a third time.
Right. All right. Okay.
This next one is mine. This is Trina Hedrick again from Division of Wildlife out in Vernal, and it's brown straw fishing access improvements. For those of you who aren't familiar with brown straw reservoir, it's about 150 surface acre opportunity fishery in the northeastern region. It's about 5 miles west of Neola, which is north of Roosevelt, and it's about 11 miles northwest of Roosevelt. So it's kind of in the middle of nowhere for folks who don't know where it is. And I think our anglers kind of like that. It's like I said, it's an opportunity fishery for rainbow trout and tiger trout. And there are bonus brown trout that come in from that feeder canal that connects with the, excuse me, with the reservoir. It is unimproved all around. It doesn't have any kind of real facilities. It's not signed. It's you're lucky to make it in, basically, if you don't know where you're going. But we are getting signs this year, signs that will direct you once you've actually made it there, not signs that are going to tell you how to get there from, like, you know, Salt Lake or even from Roosevelt. But once you get to the general area, they're going to help you get there, which I'm pretty excited about. There's a couple of pictures under images, can you go? So what we're trying to do here, and you can pull up either one first and have folks look at that. What we're trying to do is just improve the boat ramp and the parking lot. And so I'm having them pull up some pictures, and you'll see that it kind of snakes around, right? So you're, sometimes you're backing down, sometimes you're able to just pull forward down it and turn around at the bottom, but you're kind of jogging to the right, you're jogging to the left, and then right again. And then also you can see that there's some pretty bad drainage problems that kind of make it prohibitive for smaller boats, especially to be able to launch easily, especially at that lower water. So what we're proposing to do, and I've met on site with Scott, and it wasn't his crew, just Scott, but Scott's a super smart guy. So we decided to straighten the road leading down to the water as best we can, grade the parking lot to prevent water running down the ramp. We're going to add a culvert to more appropriately deal with any of that water that goes down the ramp. And then we're going to add and pack down 6 inches of road base to the road surface and a layer about 2 inches thick of 3/4 inch minus gravel. And they are scheduled to do the work in October. So pretty excited about this one, simply because it's been a long time coming, I think. Plus, it's also just a simple, easy fix that it's not going to require anything extensive. I'll just leave it at that, right? So it'll just be a simple, easy project that's going to improve access for boat anglers and even for, you know, shore anglers, because there's not that many access points there. So a lot of people just walk down the ramp to access the reservoir to fish. So the ask is 100% Habitat Council, and it's for $23,200 for the heavy equipment crew, equipment rental, culvert, road base, etc. And then there's a small contribution, just my time to help administer the project. Any questions?
Hey, I'm just curious, how much use does that facility receive?
We have never done a krill survey at Brown Straw, but I suspect it's very similar to, you know, it's just one of our small regional waters. It doesn't see a ton of usage, you know, like waters that are closer to the Wasatch Front, but it sees a lot of local usage. But I can't really quantify it because we've not done a krill survey.
Who owns the land, the water,
This is Moon Lake Water Users Association, and they are fine. It's the same people who own the water and property around Big Sand Wash. And their stance has always been, as long as you guys cover the recreation aspect and take care of these things, we're fine with improving access, which is really nice. It's nice to have a group that's so easy to work with. If you go around to the, I guess it'd be the west side of the reservoir, there is some tribe there, but that's what the signage should help keep people going into the main access area.
We had an issue with drug use and crime and vandalism and everything else under the sun at Big Sand Wash, which the same county, I'm sure, patrols this one than that. And I'm just wondering what conversations you've had with those law enforcement folks out there. If you improve this, as you described here, it seems like you'll be attracting the same clientele that showed up at Big Sand Wash.
I don't think so, because these improvements are mainly for motorboat access. They really are. They're grading the ramp, and the improvements to the parking area, it's just grading. It'll be minor. You'll barely even know. We decided to do that on purpose and keep things still primitive, but just make it so that water will drain more appropriately down the ramp and not create damage. So that's all we're really doing. We don't see that kind of usage here at Brown Straw at this point. And of course, it's always a fear, especially when you're moving people away from Big Sand Wash or trying to. They're going to go somewhere. But I think that Brown Straw is probably far enough away from like Roosevelt that it's not going to be an issue. That's just what I suspect. We'll have to We'll just have to keep an eye on it though.
Would you at least put it in their ear?
Yes, I can do that.
All right, any other questions?
Do we not have motorboat access funds like we used to anymore?
We do.
Would this qualify for that?
It would.
Yeah, so when I put in for this one, I was instructed that the motorboat access funds were not really available. It's funny though, after that, I was then asked to, because I had money for Cottonwood from a previous year for motorboat access, and I was told that I would be unable to develop any kind of motorboat access at Cottonwood. And so I was instructed to convert that motorboat access request to Big Sand Wash, because that was the need. There's a really big need, as you'll see coming up in the next project. It's interesting though, it is kind of close. I probably could have asked for, the motorboat access funds to be transferred to this one, but I did not think of it. So, but this was such a small amount. Like, I think we'll get a lot of bang for our buck with this one.
Yeah, without a doubt. As far as motorboat access funds, a lot of those, I hate to say this was standing around, but they went to Fish Lake the last couple of years, and they've been pretty sparse elsewhere in the state. If we put it in a queue, we could get this done within a couple of years, I'm sure, using those funds. But once again, it's a pretty small project here. So.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think it'll be really cool too. I'm excited about it.
There's a motion on this one?
I move to approve. I do worry though, Trent, I just want to voice it, you know, the Big Sand Wash issue worries me. I see this as step one of several to improve access at this lake, and it's got the same residents and same quality of clientele as what's at Big Sand Wash. And if we don't address it up front, we'll be in a similar issue, I'm afraid.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'll talk with Duchesne County and let them know. But if I remember correctly, there was a community fishery on the Wasatch Front, maybe multiples, that that was a concern, right? The clientele would get worse if they made improvements, but they made improvements and the clientele got better. And it was, you know, it was families that came just wanting to fish. And so I hope you're wrong, but I will definitely follow up with Duchesne County.
Okay, we have a motion. I'll second it. We have a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. None are opposed. Motion carries. Okay, now you get to hear about Big Sand Wash, Drew.
Right. And there is a presentation under documents. This was kind of confusing to me. So I've tried to do a PowerPoint to walk everybody through it. It's very similar to the, I mean, it's almost the same as I did last year. It just updated it with some of the work that's been done this year. Hopefully it opens.
Yeah, so Daniel's trying to load it. Our internet connection here in Farmington Bay is a little slow, so.
I can put it on my computer if that would be easier.
I think you about got it, maybe.
Okay, sure.
We're hoping.
So I guess I'll just start, see if I can pull out the first couple of slides from memory. Big Sand Wash was created between an agreement between Division of Wildlife and Moon Lake water users back in 1963. I don't remember the total amount that's on the slide, but we gave them X amount and they built a reservoir giving us 1,400 acre foot of storage. And it also allowed for continued access to the public, basically in perpetuity, to be able to visit this reservoir. So we got a fishery and we got access in perpetuity, which is pretty cool. Nothing yet. I don't have a great memory. Yeah, it was $100,000. I'm just looking at my notes here. The second agreement we did was in 2006, so no money exchanged hands, but we were given an easement for the North Angler Access Point. If anyone's fished Big Sound Wash, that's where we used to ice fish back when the reservoir was more full going into the winter. Okay, great. And then it gave us the road, an easement basically for the road to the dam, the parking area, bathrooms, and the boat ramp. So both of these agreements, we are responsible for recreation and management of the area. Next slide. So in 2020, we received quite a number of complaints. Before that, we had received complaints, but 2020 seemed to be really problematic. And as Drew mentioned, it was partying, drug use, general noise disturbances, litter, human waste, and trespassing. So I met with our law enforcement, Duchesne County Law Enforcement, Duchesne County Planning and Zoning, Moon Lake water users, and the landowners twice in the fall of 2020 to tour the reservoir, to discuss the issues, and to develop options. And yeah, we'll start, I think, go to the next slide. It'll start talking about what with the goals of reducing, I mean, it'd be great to eliminate, but we'll see, reduce the amount of disruptive behavior displayed by some of these users, especially the ones who aren't fishing and they are littering, partying into the night, and using drugs. We also want to improve the experience for all anglers and recreationalists, especially those following the rules and obeying laws. So the idea was to do this by improving access and amenities at the most heavily used locations, directing people better through fencing, and then reminding them of certain things through signage. Next. So to start with, we talked about improving boater access. And this included chip sealing the access road, that's the section in blue, and then paving and striping the parking area in green. And what was cool is we did finally chip seal the access road. They got that done in fall of 2021. And so the road was very washboardy and was in need of improvement. We would get complaints every year. And this was even without the recreation management effort. In fact, I'd started trying to work with Motorboat Access to get this done before even talking with folks out there. So it was good to get that component done. Boat parking was also an issue in 2020 due to the lack of striping and the number of people in boats. Like they apparently, I mean, you can see it's a funky shape up top on the dam. And so it's hard to get a lot of boats or trucks with trailers in there in a way that they can get back out without going to blows, you know. And it apparently got kind of crazy at certain weekends, busy weekends in the summer, but everyone kept it together and everyone found a place to park. And but it was kind of mayhem, I think. So it definitely caused some concern that maybe we can direct traffic flow better and also kind of stripe the area so that we can have people moving better. I'll go into the next slide. So here's some pictures of the chip seal. You can see they started with just grading. And then on the right, that was the chip seal done like right afterwards. Really exciting. They got it done at the very last weekend that they could get it done weather-wise last year. I was biting my nails, but they got it done and it looks great. And now this year we are in maintenance mode. Next slide. And then for boater access, so it just additional things that we've talked about doing by the boat ramp, signage. So we've held off. We started working on the sign wording, but we've held off just because we're working on this striping design and we might have to add additional wording just to kind of direct traffic flow. But so far, we're just asking people to respect private property. Don't litter, use the restroom facilities, and please don't park on the boat ramp. The striping design, which I do have a preliminary draft right now for review that I've sent to Dam Safety, to Water Rights, some internal review, and to Moon Lake water users. That will have a handicap parking spot or two. I don't know. We'll just have to see what we can fit. And those people may be able to park on the boat ramp. We'll just have to see. We've also put a dumpster at the top of the boat ramp. That was actually April through September. Motorboat Access paid for that. And the reason we just did that was because there's garbage services provided within the bathrooms, but folks don't seem to use that, unfortunately. So we went ahead with the dumpster, and people definitely seem to use it. I think we could get away with having it transported off site less often this coming year, which will be nice. Next slide. So next we talk about improvements to the east side, and these are areas where people just drive in. There's no boat launching. They're driving in, and either you can see on the southeast side, that's the lower left image. You can see that goes over to the dam. So some people will go over to the dam and stop there and just use that for just beach access and just enjoying their day, either recreating or fishing. And then some people take the green line, which is pretty faint, but they go all the way out to the point. And this is where I've been told is the party access. So the idea for the southeast access, I'll talk about here more extensively in a minute, but is to kind of limit the number of people who can go all the way out to the point while providing good access for, you know, where we, it's hard to decide the wording, just where we can have more access, I guess. So in the mid-lake, so that lower right image, calling that mid-lake, so that's actually between the southeast location and then our actual angler access point that we already have, where I was talking about we used to ice fish. That fencing just follows the property boundary between the private property owners and Moon Lake water users, and they completed that in winter of 2021. So basically, again, just funneling people, keeping them off private property and getting them from the road out to the point, and getting them to where they need to be without any conflict. Next slide. So here's some images from that. I think the contractor did a great job. He literally just finished up. There were a couple of really kind of difficult locations that he just dealt with it like a champ. So I really appreciated his efforts out there, and I'm glad that that is completed. And I've actually had, I've had people talk to me about why I haven't done the southeast side yet and how they can get that done more quickly. So go to the next slide. So that southeast access, you may remember, include fencing, parking areas, possibly trash service in the bathroom, but it depends on Duchesne County. They said that they will improve the user-created roads in the area and just improve that all the way to the dam and then all the way out to the point. And so we won't be able to fence or do any parking area designations until that's done. And we also won't know what amenities we can have out there until they're done with their work and we know what kind of vehicle can get out there. So we'll just have to wait and see. We'll also place some signs at all of these proposed parking areas, and the art clearance is complete for this, all of the fencing. There was a small area that I said would be fenced on the south end. It says fiscal 23. I meant fiscal 22. That did get done. So that was also done by the contractor. Basically ties into the dam and goes behind the bathroom and all the way down to a rocky outcropping so that people can't get back there. It was really interesting to me that my contractor, who was out there from probably December through early March, commented regularly about the number of people trying to go back in there. What are you guys doing? We're fencing you guys out. And why are you doing it? And yeah, will we be able to get back in there? No. And of course they say they want to hunt. There's not enough space to hunt back in there. And he actually made comments that, you know, they later in the day, they might go back in there and they would see drug paraphernalia. So take that for what it is. That's secondhand, obviously. But I think that this is a worthwhile effort. We don't need those kind of people using this area at all. Next slide. So again, signage will include respecting private property, no littering, Please use the restroom facilities. This access point closes at sundown. That'll be important because no camping is allowed. Moon Lake water users are very specific about that. We may include something about no shooting, but that will just refer to the Utah State Code. And then no campfires, no exceptions, of course. So we'll see. I've been told by law enforcement that if you can put the sign up, then it makes it more easy to enforce. So hopefully that will be the case. Next. Okay, so the funding request for the boat ramp area for paving and striping the parking area will be $188,000 requested from Habitat Council. And then I have $22,000 awarded from Motorboat Access, and that is already awarded. So DFCM is involved in this part of the project because it's over $100,000 and it's kind of considered a facility. We also talked with Dam Safety about moving the vault toilet on top of the dam just to make it more convenient for people to use. And a quote from CXT said that would be about $14,500. So I'm requesting that from Habitat Council. Again, we will put a dumpster at the boat ramp and Motorboat Access will continue to pay for that. Signs, we're going to ask for 4 signs and then spread throughout, as you can see here. I don't know what the Duchesne County road improvements, what that in kind will be, but I will certainly get that when I have when we have that estimate. And my estimate for the fencing right now at that area is $85,000. Again, the final fencing locations will depend on the road improvement, of course. And then again, the other 2 items here are just signs. So the total request from Habitat Council is $290,000, and then I have included my in-kind contributions to manage the project from federal aid. And I can take any questions.
Questions?
I mean, if this is a place that we're responsible for the recreation, is this one of those areas that's being considered for fees to access it?
I mean, I've never talked with anyone about a feed. It used to be a state park, and it sounds like for Moon Lake water users, it wasn't being taken care of. So they, and I don't know any of the details. So they nixed that, and I don't know where that would sit again, or if you could collect fees without it being a state park. I don't know who would do that though. It is a weird location because I don't know of any other agreements, maybe Garn and Natalie do, where it literally specifies in there that we will take care of the recreation. And none of us knew until this came.
How old is that agreement, Trina?
1963 was the initial one. Yeah.
We normally try to stay long ways away from those types of agreements, but
yeah, with good reason.
Because, I mean, there's just a whole slew of these types of dumpster fires around the state, whether it's the fishing access up Hennifer Echo or Baristan ponds. There's just, one after another of these dumpster fires we've gotten ourselves into, and you hate to perpetuate them, and I don't personally want us to get involved in any more of them, but you have to balance, is this, the angling access, the fishing opportunity with all the other junk that comes along, and I'm sure that irrigation company or the water users don't want to deal with it either, and so
right, it's a problem, but it's DWR's problem or Duchesne County's law enforcement problem, right? And I think I mentioned it last year, but I'll say it again. When people have an issue, they've been instructed, and everyone knows, don't just call DWR, call dispatch, because that'll go to law enforcement individual who's closest and can answer right away. So if it's 1 o'clock in the morning, then it'll go to the nearest person who can answer and respond quickly. And so I guess the way I think about it is that this is a lot of just fishing access improvements. So if you go out there, it is mayhem on the ground. It is user-created trails, and the art clearance was interesting because there was nothing. Yeah, right. It was, we did it. We walked around all of it, and it was just, the place is kind of destroyed. So I think that it's overall a good thing, and I hope that this is all that we have to do, right? Like, we get this done, all of these projects, and people are like, oh, they really do care about Big Sound Wash. They're paying attention, and law enforcement is coming out more regularly, and it's not just a free-for-all out here. Let's go somewhere else, probably like Mona's Creek Reservoir, but that's beside the point. But yeah, if we get this done, then I hope that we've done our part. It's like, I don't even know what else you could possibly do short of having a presence there nonstop, and that's not what we do. So.
Thoughts?
Can we fund part of it, like the angler access part? I don't know about moving a vault and paving a parking lot. Is that in our wheelhouse, this habitat?
It is.
Well, yeah, so I've had these thoughts many times over, this is Habitat Council, these are habitat funds. Why are we paying for parking lots and access? And really it's the same overall mission and goal. We do that for waterfowl, on our WMAs, we pay for bulk toilets and parking lots
I do have a question.
Sure.
Yeah, all of these, everything that you mentioned there is fundable through the motorboat access fund.
True.
All of them. And
well, not the fencing on the east side. That doesn't have to do with boating.
Okay. It just seems like a package that should be put together and delivered to the new Nathan Owens, who is Craig Walker now. So
poor Craig.
That's just my thought. My concern is that there's a number of these projects that are pretty high dollar, and this seems to be one that's just kind of a hand in glove to motorboat access.
Yeah, we could.
Seems like last year, phase 1 had motorboat access funding in it. And we didn't fund the parking lot last year either.
No, so motorboat access funded part of the chip seal. It was like 24,000. And that 22,000 for motorboat access will go away this coming June 30th if I don't spend it, because Nate wrote it for 2 years because it was Cottonwood Reservoir, and it can be difficult getting things done at Cottonwood. So we've already gone through 1 year of that, and we're into the second year. So that 22,000 will go away. I don't know. I could spend it on the bathroom this year and not the paving, and then just put in for paving through motorboat access the next cycle. And that way at least spend some of that motorboat access.
Help me understand the need for paving rather than just a nice gravel parking lot.
It's directing traffic and directing where people park. And granted, it's not all times of the year. It's when it's the most busy, obviously, with boat trailers. So June, July, maybe early August. It just depends on how far they draw it down and how quickly. But yeah, it's just trying to keep people from mayhem up top of the dam.
I'll put it more bluntly, she's trying to be nice. If you don't pave it, the redneck clientele that use Big Sand Wash will think that everything's a road. At least this way you identify what is and what is not a road for them. How's that?
Good.
I think we need to get a legislator to make it a state park again.
We would appreciate that.
Yes.
It can happen with the Weaver access to Hennifer too.
I'll make a motion if we're done with questions and.
Yeah, we need to move on. This is a tough one, but
And this, Trent, I'm sorry, one, because I respect you and two, because you're not feeling well right now, but I'd say that we table this and pursue motorboat access funds for most, if not all of this. The exception may be the fencing, and that I'm not sure about. It depends on the purpose of the fencing. And if the purpose is correct, then it might be motorboat access monies too.
I don't know how it could be motorboat access because you can't, all you can do is launch. You could drive in and then you could launch kayaks and paddle boards and things like that, you know, with a little bit of a haul down. But that's the only watercraft that you could launch from that area. Most people are not doing that. They're using it for beach access. And that fencing. And don't forget, the fencing is going to be coupled with Duchesne County. So if they're going to improve the road, I would like to be able to come in behind them with fencing and say, yeah, we did our part as well. I mean, and if that's not possible, that's fine. I can just let them know, but just in the interest of being a good partner.
That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion to table the entire project.
Fencing may come back, but I really want to have a discussion with Craig Walker and Trina about, you know, the purpose for that fencing and see if it is eligible. Is that fair enough, Trina?
Sure.
Okay. We have a motion from Drew and a second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion passes to table for now. Okay. Trina, so our next project is Northeastern Region Aquatic O&M. That's probably you too.
That's me, actually. That's Natalie.
Go ahead, Natalie.
There's a PowerPoint in the images and documents, if you could pull that up for me real quick.
All right, well, Daniel's pulling that up. Maybe introduce yourself and tell us what your role is.
No problem. Natalie Boren, I'm the regional fisheries biologist for the Northeastern region. Somehow I got stuck with a lot of maintenance items, so this is part of that.
And she's the regional water specialist.
I am. I did get a new title. I'm excited about it. Regional water specialist. Still learning.
She's learning a lot about water rights and water things in the region, which is really helpful.
Absolutely. So I'll just give a quick, well, is it almost loaded? You can, I think it's loaded.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. So the first slide, I'll remind people just kind of how we got here. You can go down to that project background, scroll down just a hair. There we go. So what happened within our region is we just had this backlog of maintenance. And this is one of those projects that you guys talked about this morning that we have seen multiple years in a row. But we've worked with our WMA and habitat manager, Pat, to try to get some of these things sorted out. And this is the product of basically just having our own aquatics projects that we have to maintain and manage, separate from the WMA maintenance budget that Pat presented a couple weeks ago, I guess, to you guys. So we had a bunch of backlog projects. We had new infrastructure that we've been building over the last few years, and we had no one or no budget to maintain any of those things. So that's how this whole project got started for you newbies on the Habitat Council that I haven't talked to about this yet. Scroll down. And in that time since 2018, and we have knocked out pretty much every major project involving aquatics maintenance and operation that we needed to knock out and get caught up. So these are all the things that we've completed to date, and then we have some ongoing things. And this project mainly now is geared towards ongoing maintenance tasks that are a daily/weekly obligation that we maintain. So I think we've come a long ways with this project, and we're really now in just maintenance mode in general. There is one project that I'll present on next that's a little more than maintenance, and that's kind of a separate deal in itself. So go ahead, scroll down to the next one. So this funding request is fairly straightforward, and like I said just a minute ago, all of our other this project encompasses everything that's aquatic operation and maintenance that takes place on non-WMA lands. All those other tasks that we are also helping with are under Pat's budget, which is 6023. We have the same person employed right now to do both of those tasks and help with both programs. So it works out pretty slick right now. It's a full-time year-round person, but it's a part-time job. So they work year-round, but they only work part-time to be able to stay on year-round to complete the tasks. So the funding breakdown, you have some in for motor pool, which is approximately half. These guys do a lot of traveling between all these different infrastructures that we maintain. And then we have half the seasonal salary split between this budget and the WMA maintenance budget was $10,500. And that's the person that I just described that's well knowledged now in how to maintain pretty much every infrastructure piece that we own. So we're happy to have them on board. There's two other items in this funding request that are particular to Pelican Lake fish screen modifications. So as we all know, that's been a learning experience for both Trina and I, and sometimes major heartache and headache, but there needs to be some larger mesh installed in the vertical screens on the downward side of that. So this is the right-hand side picture. There's a vertical plate on the bottom end of that ends up getting clogged more than not. And if we just had some a little bit bigger mesh sizes in that, it would save us headache throughout the time that we end up maintaining this. And the second ask in that is $2,000 for a safety fence on the lower side of the screen to prevent falling into the outlet channel. And the crappy reason we know this is we had someone fall down and take a ride all the way down the outlet, basically the concrete structure itself. So we do not want that to happen again. We need to install a safety fence right there so that does not happen again, because we're lucky that we ended up with no major injuries that we know of so far from that. But that is something we need to address sooner rather than later. And then there's always just some miscellaneous costs that we can accrue throughout the year. I feel like the winds have been just steadily getting worse and worse over the past few years, and it is so hard on piers, cables. We have really ignorant people sometimes that will just build campfires in the middle of a fishing pier, and it's up to us to fix those Trex boards. So it's just some material costs, and we may not end up using all that within a given fiscal year, but total ask is $20,625 for all those items broken down as described above. And next. That's pretty much it. I'll take questions if you guys have any.
Okay, questions? Probably for the benefit of you folks on the council, yeah, this one has been, I guess, debated heavily is about, should this be mixed in with the habitat budget? And again, for a lot of the reasons we talked about before, it was decided previous years to keep it separate so that we can kind of see what's going on and it doesn't kind of get washed in the big conglomerate of the overall maintenance project. And so that's why it still continues to be separate for year, I guess. Okay. We have a motion from Ben and a second from Tyler to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries and the motion passes. So, okay, next one. So before we jump into that, we're at 2:30. We've got a whole bunch of projects to work through. 3, 6, 13, 12 more projects to jump through. We've got like an hour and a half. So We're gonna skip a break, but if you need to take a minute to jump out, just do it. So I'm gonna start looking at times and limit 5 minutes on these moving forward. And so we're gonna try to push through these and let's get them done. So our next project is calendar year 2022 Northeast Region Native Trout Barrier Construction. Go ahead.
All right, this is Garn again, doing this for Brian. Go ahead and go to the pictures at the end again, and I'll give you the background for this. So this project was actually funded last year, and the only reason it wasn't completed is because of equipment availability. We were unable to get equipment to get in there and do this project until they finally called us in late October, early November, when it was too late to do the project, saying that they finally had equipment for us. So what we did is we just purchased some lining for the barrier, and Brian resubmitted the proposal, and he added the Timber Canyon barrier to this because with the Dollar Ridge fire, this is a barrier we built on Timber Canyon Creek when we prior to the rotenone treatment that we did on that stream about 15 years ago. And with all the sediment that's been being produced by that fire, it basically buried our barrier on Timber Canyon. And so Brian included a little bit of money for the Forest Service to go in and build another barrier on Timber Canyon Creek, so we can prevent brook trout from, or not brook trout, brown trout from the Strawberry River from reinvading Timber Canyon Creek in the future. So that's one part of the project. He includes a chunk of money to do the Timber Canyon barrier. And the second chunk of the project is for the East Fork of the Carter Creek barrier, which was a rotenone project that we completed the third treatment last summer. And originally when we decided we're in the process of doing the treatment planning, the East Fork tributary below the Sheep Creek Canal, where the project is proposed, is a very high gradient and steep section of the stream, and we just considered that as a barrier. But in hindsight, and in doing a reevaluation, we just feel like the project would be more secure if we installed a vertical drop barrier in that stream section instead of just relying on extremely high gradient, I guess. And so Brian included a year ago, which the project was funded, the money to put that barrier in. And so the other part of this project is equipment rental to go in and try to get that barrier installed this summer, assuming that equipment availability will be better than it was last summer. And that's the project. Another side note of the East Fork Carter Creek barrier is the Migration Initiative is wanting to do a storyboard on the importance of fish migration barriers to cutthroat trout restoration. And this barrier is one of the barriers they want to highlight the installation of this barrier for part of the storyboard for that migration initiative. So if there's any questions, I will take questions now.
Okay. No questions?
I'll make the motion to approve it.
Second it. We have a motion to approve from Tyler, a second from Steve. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Okay, none opposed, motion carries. Okay, next project. 6102 South Old Fort Pond bentonite gel application.
Yeah, this is Natalie again.
Go ahead.
I don't really have a PowerPoint for this one, so we can just look at that picture the whole time if you want until I get to the budget. This is one of those projects that's a little bit larger in scope than what falls under the WMA maintenance budget. So Pat and I talked about this earlier in the year, but the small pond, well, as we know in construction, so everything seems to go smoothly until it doesn't, right? So our big pond that we created is holding water well. It still fluctuates seasonally, and right now it's a really dry time in the basin and a really dry time just in the hydrology of how our geology works here. So what we have is the big pond holding water and sustaining fish over winter, and we have the small pond with a very small leak in it. And it happened, I think, when we were digging the pond. And it's as simple as we did not get the clay cutoff wall deep enough along the bottom side of the dam. So kind of in the connecting area, it would be the northeast corner of that. We have areas of leakage. So what I would like to do, and I've been working with some local bentonite guys and water well drilling crews, they have put forth a product called EnviroGel. And it's hard to apply this no matter what, because we always seem to have water left in the bottom of the ponds to some degree. Even right now at its driest point, we still have 1.5 feet of water in there. And we have cobble lined the outside edge, so we can't blend the bentonite into the soils. And we really never could because it was so swampy there to begin with. So this is just a pretty simple bentonite gel application. It's called EnviroGel, and this stuff supposedly binds and it expands to like 200 times its size in particle. And the finance page, you can go to that image first, but this is where we currently stand. Water levels are extremely low, and the very far right corner is where we need to do most of that bentonite treatment, but it will encompass the entire bottom of the small pond. So you can go to the finance now. And this is basically the product and the shipping to get it here of that EnviroGel bentonite product. And then an application by the crew that I have lined out to help me get the product itself. That's what they do. They're called Water Solutions. So it would be purchasing the product, getting it here, and applying it to the pond. And then some of my time spent helping them do the application and then just lining all this up. So pretty straightforward project. I think it needs to be done fairly soon. I would say this is one that could wait a year if it had to. We're dealing with the same kind of conditions that water fluctuates annually, but at some point we do need to try this treatment to try to hold more water in that small pond. Any questions?
Natalie, any way to pump the water out before you do the application so it makes sure it works?
You could probably pump the water over the top. We have some vegetation that's grown down there in the very bottom of it. But the guys doing the application would prefer to do this application in the winter, and they would like to do a grid system through the ice. It's something that I've never heard of before, but they're pretty confident that that's the best way for them to get the product distributed perfectly and how they need it. And I'm not an expert in bentonite application yet, so I would have to defer to what they suggest for doing this application.
Sounds good.
Natalie, are you sure the leak's in the bottom?
Say that again.
Are you sure the leak is in the bottom and not through a side? It seems like with standing water in it, there may be a question as to what's leaking.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure what happened is, and I can see the water coming through. So when our heavy equipment crew and Stan was still on it, they daylighted both ponds to where they would drain continuously while we were digging it. And that daylight channel ended up being way deeper than what the pond bottom is. And I can see a marsh forming on the other side, exactly where that channel went through. And I've had a couple people come witch it too to see if they can find the streams coming through. And there is a little bit of seepage between the big pond and the small pond in the center, but most of that leakage is coming through that old daylighted channel that we just did not get enough clay put into. I don't really know how else to test for where every leak is coming from, but that is
No, that
the
is-
research I've done.
Yeah. Thanks, Natalie.
Yep.
Any other questions? Okay, do we have a motion on this one?
Move to tentatively approve.
Okay, we have a motion from Drew and a second from Ben. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries. Okay, last
Thank you
one
all.
from Northeast Region Roosevelt Nature Park Community Fishing Pond. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I am Tanya Kiefer-Sully. I'm the outreach manager here in the Northeastern Region Division of Wildlife Resources office, and I will be presenting for you today. Let me share my screen. Hopefully you'll be able to see it. Okay, can everybody hopefully now see my screen?
You can.
Perfect. Okay. So we are presenting on the Roosevelt City Nature Park. It's a phased project with a community fishing pond component related. We have a ton of contributing partners to this project, and they're listed here at the bottom of the first slide. And we're just very thankful that we have so much cooperation in putting this together. Ooh, too fast. So part of our Division of Wildlife Resources strategic plan is this phase project. And it's our belief in wildlife that is valuable to everyone, and that our strategic plan specifically tasks us to increase coordination with partners, ensure a safe recreational experience through our proactive education, increase participation in fishing, hunting, and wildlife-related activities, and then maintain and increase the quality of critical habitat and watersheds throughout the state of Utah.
Natalie?
Oh, can you hear?
Sorry, Tanya, we're seeing your slide deck, not the slideshow.
Oh, no. So you're seeing me read my slides. That's embarrassing. Let's see how I can fix that. Okay, can you see it now?
Nope.
That's really weird. Let's see if I can get it to do this. I can wing it, you guys. Can you see it now?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so the whole purpose of this project is an opportunity for us to give back. This project provides us the opportunity to provide open space and trails with a sustainable recreation and community component to it. Oh, yeah, hopefully you see that still. It provides a natural setting for patients and the staff of the Uinta Basin Medical Center as well to recreate and reconnect. And part of the references that I was going to cite on my notes that I cannot see right now was that suicide rates in the last, several years in the state of Utah have just increased drastically. And it's the #1 leading killer of kids from 18 to 24, from 25 to like 34 is the second leading killer. And so giving back with an opportunity for a recreational park and space in its relation to where this park is located is crucial to mental health and behavioral health benefits. So this is our Roosevelt Park concept that has already been created thanks to Roosevelt City acquiring a recreational grant from the Utah Outdoor Recreation Grant funding process. They received over $150,000 or so, or 80, I don't remember, it's on my notes. They were able to acquire this funding, and part of that was the conceptual design of this area. As you can see, hopefully right here, you'll see in the very bottom of the screen, that's the Uinta Basin Medical Center in Roosevelt. Over to the left bottom of the screen is Kings Peak Elementary, and then behind it is this 14-acre parcel that we're proposing turn into a nature park. Now, the cool thing is Uinta Basin Medical Center provided the funding and bought this 14-acre parcel, and with a vision to create this natural space and rehabilitate it into something that patients could use, the public could utilize, traveling tourists could come into town and take advantage of. And so with that, the UBMC is donating that 14-acre parcel to Roosevelt City in order to manage it as a nature park with the concept. So what you can see here is that highlighted in red is the trailway system that will be created throughout this 14-acre parcel. And then the areas in blue are the community fishing pond location, as well as the stream restoration that goes adjacent to this entire park lengthway. So Cottonwood Creek, you can see in the light blue stream, goes through the entire park, but it does need some improvements. And so the other thing is we're putting in a natural landscapes location for pollinator plants and species. And then we're reserving a section of the park over to the right for future conservation landscaping and outdoor recreation. So you can see here in this slide, this is this concept satisfies the Duchesne County Master Plan's trailway plan. And so this red highlighted area is part of the trails outside of the 14-acre parcel system that would be uniting other trails located throughout the city that's already been created. So here's Cottonwood Creek. This is the creek that runs through here. And what you can see here on the picture to the right is a lot of bank erosion that's already going on. So part of the project will be working to try and restore some of the habitat so that we're not losing all of that bank side. There are some floodplain locations that I'll show you in a video here in just a few minutes. And so the idea of doing the stream restoration is more of bank stabilization for the cuts that are being created from the stream running through the system. Come on. Okay. So a little before and after, in 2021, Roosevelt City partnered with several partners, as well as Division of Wildlife Resources dedicated hunter program, to remove some of the habitat and start the restoration process already with some of the funding that they've already accrued, as well as volunteer work. In the top left, you'll see a lot of greasewood. There's a lot of Chinese elm, as well as other invasive plants like cheatgrass. And then the bottom shows some of the debris and where this was, there was old tires, and there was like an old little homestead-esque location on the site. And so with heavy equipment crews and volunteers, they were able to go in and start the restoration process and start establishing those trails. Now I'm gonna try, oh, can you guys see that video playing? Perfect.
Yep, it's a little choppy.
Okay, if it's too choppy, let me know and I'll share the other video.
It's okay.
So this shows the trail system so far, and what the drone is about to show you is the location where the pond is going to be located, where we've already created a section and established the location of where the pond will go. Jones and DeMille has been crucial to getting this conceptual design. Isn't it Jones and DeMille, Natalie? Jones and DeMille, or Sunrise Engineering? That's who it is, okay. Sunrise has been able to give us this conceptual design and assist us with this. And so Roosevelt City contracted the drone out to be able to give you a little bit of a layout of what this looks like. So right here, we're coming up around the stream. There's bank eroded right there. This is a section. You can also see over here where there's bank erosion. The video is not too long. There is a historical floodplain right here that we're working to stabilize with native plants and vegetation in order to keep it from eroding any further. This is a view from the south or the north side of the parcel, and you can see right in the top of the screen is Uinta Basin Medical Center. So this is located right behind the medical center, allowing staff and visitors the opportunity to escape into a very natural setting location, as well as this park is also adjacent to a Moon Lake Electric substation. And so we're also partnering with them and taking all of the changes and improvements into consideration through the substation being located right next door. Kings Peak Elementary is right here in the visual in the upper top left of the corner or the video. So you'll be able to see that hopefully students and teachers will be able to utilize this space with an outdoor amphitheater and education center. We're almost done. Okay. So some of the wildlife that's been viewed on site already, as far as restoring it and making sure that this is still user friendly for our wildlife species. You've got your little turkey and doe here, and guys, don't get too excited about that big buck in the corner. People are already watching him. He's pretty cool though. So to see this kind of wildlife already there right outside of town is utilizing the park's pretty cool. So the funding request that we have, and we could have Daniel bring it up as soon as I'm done sharing the presentation. We have a funding request mostly for the fishing pond design and construction, bentonite materials, the hydroseed, ADA access to the ponds, as well as outlets and screens that will need to be installed, invasive species removal with the vegetation removal and weed spraying and abatement, educational kiosks, heavy equipment crews that will need to be funded through possibly from UDWR, equipment rental, fuel, which we all know is very expensive at this moment, the water structure that needs to be implemented into the pond, and then a little bit of native plant restoration, seeding, and habitat. So as you can see here, we have total in-kind funds provided that we can show on our finance page of $266,685, and what we're requesting is $129,000.
Yeah, maybe switch to that finance page, Daniel.
On our page.
You froze and you're frozen again.
Lucky us. Love when division offices freeze. So for finance, we've marked all in kind, portions of the in kind being the donation of the property, a donation of a footbridge that will be installed in between the pathways and the trail system because of the way that the bank eroded very large steep sections of the cliffs. We're going to be able to stabilize it with a footbridge in order to connect the hospital and the trailway system to the majority portion of the park. And so the hospital will be donating that, as well as Moon Lake will be donating heavy equipment crew use. And so with that, we're asking for Habitat Council funding to assist with the outdoor recreation grant funding that's already been created or already been obtained to be able to push this project forward. Do I have any questions?
How much was the outdoor recreation grant on that?
I'll have to.
It was
look.
150,000.
There you go. Thanks, Nat.
You guys put that on the budget. I like to track those. And then I got a question for Tanya.
Yes.
You said it's multi-phase.
Yes.
Just curious how many phases and what the total ask from Habitat Council over those phases you think it'll be?
We're looking for, I think, only 2 phases, to be quite honest. The city is looking to move quickly with this project. And so if we phase it out to a second phase, I don't see us asking for more than maybe 50,000 next year in phase 2, because we'll already have done the grunt of the work and the implementation. All I see is possible assistance in a phase 2 section for weed abatement, invasive weed spraying, maybe some additional construction for the pond, or maybe issues that we might come up with against that. But honestly, the city has been able to come up with a lot of funding from their partners. And so I don't see phase 2 being that much more expensive going on.
This is Randy. Quick question. I believe I'm remembering right, and it just flashed up on the screen. I'll admit I don't understand the 25% being allocated to Upland Game on this.
I don't know why that's that way.
I can speak to that. That was my best guess. Looking at the species that she talks about in the proposal and list of the species page, it's got turkey and other upland game birds.
Are those species huntable in that area?
They are not.
No. So that's a consideration.
Tanya, this looks like it's going to be a wonderful park, but it also looks like it's going to require a lot of ongoing maintenance and everything. Who's going to be in charge of keeping the place up?
So UBMC is deeding the property over to Roosevelt City with stipulations that Roosevelt City will be the managing authority over the park. And so with the community fishery being established, as all other community, well, not all, as most community fisheries within the state of Utah, will take authority over the fish stocking, you know, any assistance we can help with, maybe any maintenance of vegetation and habitat, but the city overall will be upkeeping trails maintenance, and they are building that currently into their budgeting and systems. And Jim Marshall is on with UBMC. I don't know if he had anything to add to that. He may not.
Tanya, I think you covered it very well. Yeah, I'm just here. If there are any questions I can help answer, I'm happy to do so.
I have a couple questions. One, it's a great concept. The cost is really efficient compared to a lot of these projects like this. We need, as a division, because of our responsibility of stocking fish and others' responsibilities, we need to have an MOU with whoever else is involved in this project to help us understand exactly what our role and responsibility is in this in perpetuity, if we can get it. And
that'll be easy to establish, Drew. No problem.
the other question, I think Natalie helped me understand this, but there's going to be an ongoing responsibility to the aquatic section in this, as there is the outreach section in the Northeast region and our hatcheries. And I want to make sure that all the conversations have taken place across both sections and with our hatcheries as to what that responsibility looks like.
And I'll reply to that real quick. We've put this on our hatchery coordinator's radar. So it has been built into the fish stocking plan for, I think, FY 2023 or even 2024. And we kind of decided that we would just, once the pond is actually established and ready to hold fish, we would look for some excess fish to put in there, or maybe even allocate some from another fishery where we already raise catchables. So I think we've got a list of species lined up. Obviously, we need to get the pond created and built, and we're shooting for a target depth, but we will kind of have a species assemblage picked out ahead of time and see what we can do with it. It's not going to be a very big pond. Neither of the ones that we've built so far are very big, but I think that for the most part, we've laid the groundwork already with Craig Scougard, and he has this on his radar.
Perfect. When you spoke up earlier, I assumed that, but it's never safe to assume.
Thanks, Drew.
Tanya, one question I have is the outdoor recreation grant and the other in-kind services and whatnot, is that going to be enough to cover like all the trails and all the other, I guess, sort of non-wildlife-y recreation stuff?
I am not 100% sure if it will cover everything, but the way that the budgeting has been built out, from what I can see from Sunrise Engineering, it will cover a majority portion for what they're looking for. Like I said, a lot of that between funding from their the other folks that are coordinating on this project. They estimate the total project cost I'm looking at, and if I could share my screen, I'll show you just really quick what that looks like, if I could figure it out. Daniel, you'd have to stop sharing, but that's okay. I'll take just 2 seconds. So can you guys hopefully see my screen now?
Yep.
What you'll see is the baseline, the engineering cost that was put together by Sunrise, and it talks about the general construction, pine liner, and this is all an estimation based upon everything that we have implemented currently. They estimate the construction total to be $1.2 million, with incidentals it being a $1.5 million total. But with what we're looking for, like I said, for asking for the funding, especially with the phase work, there wasn't a concern amongst the partners that making sure that this was brought to completion with the amount that we're looking to ask for through WRI or for Habitat Council. Any questions?
Other questions? Any other concerns?
This is Randy again. It sounds like a good project. I have to admit, I'd have to object to 25% of Upland. I don't see any benefit to Upland on this. Not that the project's not worthy, but I don't see a benefit to my niche.
What do you think would be a more appropriate percentage? Any?
See the benefit to Upland in this project. It reinforced me on what I'm missing. I just don't see anything there that's impacting Upland game, be it birds or rabbits or whatever.
So I think I don't think I decided this stuff, but in having walked the property, like I said, the visuals of the turkey on that trail camera document that we do have turkey in the area. A lot of the area we're hoping to keep as natural as possible. So if we can keep a lot of over or understory along the trails that isn't hazardous in any way or provides or poses a danger when you're walking the trails at night or during the day, I do see that you could probably have upland game use, whether it's California quail, whether you do have turkey, whether you end up with some pheasants by off chance. So maybe decreasing that amount of upland game would be more appropriate. But having walked the property, I could see that there could be upland game present.
And I don't doubt there are some on there, but that doesn't mean the project of developing walking trails and stuff enhances.
Okay, understood.
So that's my concern. So again, I'm not arguing against the project, but I'm arguing against it. I don't see that it benefits Upland.
I'll make the motion to approve it at 100% sport fish.
I'll second that. Okay. So we have a motion to approve at 100% sport fish from Tyler and a second from Drew. Any further discussion on this? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay. Motion passes and it's approved.
Thanks, everybody. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Tanya. Okay, we're gonna move on to Southern Region projects and then Central Region. So, and I'm gonna apologize to these guys. Our time is running short. We're past 3 o'clock, so we're gonna push you through kind of fast on this. So, 5981 Colorado River Cutthroat Trout Fish Barrier, Pleasant Creek.
We can make this pretty quick. Everybody recognizes the importance of restoring Colorado River cutthroat trout to some of our streams, keep them off the endangered species list. And so we have one stream, Pleasant Creek, over on the east side of Boulder Mountain. And there's a natural barrier on the bottom already of Pleasant Creek. It's a nice waterfall. But they divert the water from Pleasant Creek and it goes over to Lower Bounds Reservoir. Pleasant Creek right now has rainbows and brook trout in it, so we need to isolate it. So we need to build a fish barrier on the canal from Pleasant Creek to Lower Bounds Reservoir. We build that barrier, then we can treat the stream and restore the Colorado River cutthroat trout. So it's just another one of our barriers. Done 100 times already. Any questions on that? Yes, we can look at funding real quick. Our heavy equipment crew would do it. It's right off the road. Local long years. It's a pretty simple, easy project. There is some materials here, 3,400. You got to buy us some extra concrete because we have a couple other barriers that have a concrete splash pad on the bottom. We do need to replace that. They're on Bonneville cutthroat trout streams, and so a little bit of concrete we need for those other pads to repair those.
So from Habitat Council, you're looking at 13. Okay. Questions? Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, we have a motion from Steve and then a second from Ben. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, go ahead.
The next project is Eastern Canyon WMA diversion. The division purchased this property in 2010. And when we bought it, it had some water shares in the Kingston Irrigation Company with it. And, hopefully you guys are aware, if you don't use water shares, eventually you end up losing them. So we do need to irrigate this property and use those water right shares. A few years ago, we came up with the grazing management plan on this property. So we have 3 pastures. There's 2 parcels in there. We have 3 pastures. We rotate grazing through. The permittee that does it, he operates the irrigation system. The one that we're proposing here. It's not the actual place. This is a diversion down here. Irrigates the slower one. The other diversion is supposed to be on this upper part. This new one, this other diversion. But this diversion on the upper part, once you close the gate, it fills with sediment, and then you can't open the gate and irrigate because it's just full of sediment. So we just need to rebuild that diversion, put a sluice gate in it. We're going to get 3 precast concrete walls, set them in place. One will have a head gate going down the ditch. The other wall will have a head gate so you can keep it open, sluice all the mud out, shut that head gate, and the other head gate, and the water goes down the ditch. So it's just a typical diversion. Plus we got this is where it comes through the head gate. We just got to fix this rock feed and people moving across. Operates, diverts water into the ditch as well. So we're rebuilding that diversion. It's on our WMA. It's probably something that we almost have to do to maintain our water rights in here. And the water does eventually go through a pipe to the other side of the river. There's a couple of breaks in the pipe. We got to dig up and fix that as well. That's just putting a rubber sleeve on the pipe. So anyways, that's a trash rack on there. So that's the estimated cost. And I called the concrete company and got a good estimate on the cost of gates in the walls as well. So it's pretty close also.
And couldn't we just convert this to an in-stream flow and be done with the irrigation there?
Not unless the irrigation company approves that. Because we don't own the water right, we own shares of the water right. So anything you do with those shares has to be approved by the irrigation company. The chance of them taking their water, putting it into an in-stream flow is very good.
Didn't some laws pass this session that's supposed to make that all easier for us now, or is?
It's easier for us to maintain our priority, but it doesn't make it easier in terms of forfeiture if we don't use the water. And so really the bigger question here is the water worth spending money on to maintain if we can't convert it to an in-stream flow?
And there's benefits to irrigating that property. What? Elk and deer and other wildlife. Well, and it's only getting grazed every 3rd year. And it's only springtime grazing. I think they're out of there by the end of June. There's no cows on there for July and August. So you got deer and elk, and they're using whatever's left in a range. It's winter range. So, I mean, there are benefits to irrigating those meadows and pastures anyways for wildlife besides, and the amount of water isn't going to help the fishery for an in-stream flow. It isn't going to make any difference for the fishery.
And I guess if we have $20,000 to water something that's kind of
Yeah, and it's long term. They're still going to be doing it every year, although the permittee does the work. But, I guess that's probably another discussion for management.
Yeah, I just hate these that we water. You know, I know it's not sagebrush, but we've had we water the sagebrush conversation in this room before too.
I drove by it the other day and there's 4 or 5 big old bull elk leaving the bottom. headed back up on the mountain.
Yeah, it's a big migration corridor between Monroe Mountain and east side of Mount Denton where they winter.
Any fishing in the river?
Oh yeah, it's a really good fishery. It's a blue ribbon fishery.
Yeah, fish is zero. Ben was over here crying a little bit. I felt bad. So
It's a negative for fish, right? Because we're taking the water.
taking the water out.
Yeah,
We're good.
that, I mean, that can be adjusted however.
No.
you guys do.
I'll just say that, you know, this committee can approve this, but once it's approved though, we can go back and address the water right issue and determine if it's really not worth spending this money just to maintain the water right according to whatever the overall objective is of the property. We can nix the project.
I like it. I like the project. Water rights are priceless in my opinion, for one. And
Sure, they come with lots of baggage though.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a ton of resources to maintain them.
I love the fact that you're raising it every third year in the spring after the elk have ate it up in the winter time. So,
And there's a lot of political implications going on with that grazing in there as well. So
Is it still got
Very
huge trespass issues?
what's that?
It still have huge trespass issues.
No. We have on the lower parcel a lot more than this upper parcel. We haven't had the problem on the upper parcel. You know, the raising it, the leasing it to a permitting kind of resolve those stuff.
Okay.
But, you know, the county commissioners, it's pretty much supposed to utilize raising there. So.
is that WMA closed right now?
No, we don't close it. There's no drive-in access. It's all walk-in access on that, but it's open year-round.
All right. We have a motion on this one.
Come on, Tyler.
I'm looking at Steve. You like it.
I'll move to tentatively.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion from Jack and a second from Steve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Opposed, say no. Okay, we have one abstention. Motion carries. All right, next project, Southern Region Repair and Restoration FY23.
Hi guys, can you hear me okay? It's Teresa Griffin in the Southern Region.
Yeah, we can hear you, Teresa. Go ahead.
All right, great. Do you want to go to we can start at the finance page. I've never presented for you guys before, so hopefully I do it okay. I've always had other people running the program, but it's a little bit homeless.
No, you're doing good, Teresa. Just introduce yourself first so that all
right.
the folks know.
So I am the Wildlife Program Manager in the Southern Region for the Division of Wildlife. And my goal is to one day be as good of a presenter as Lynn Zubek and show that enthusiasm.
Very nice.
So, so just last month, Scientific American did print a really nice article talking about some of the benefits of beavers. I'm sure you've heard the pro-beaver talks over the last several years. In the Southern Region, we've been moving them now for, we've completed 9 years of translocations, and we've been able to move beavers to 30 different drainages. We've moved 215 beavers. So the majority of the funding goes to hire our seasonal technicians that do all the live trapping, since the trap lines need to be checked on a daily basis, and the truck mileage. So that's the majority of the costs. We spend a little bit on maintaining our what do we call it? Our little decontamination area where we keep them for 72 hours prior to moving them, so we don't spread any invasive species. We've, purchased the scent and different supplies. Each year we need to purchase a handful of new traps, since they often get damaged in flash floods, or when they snap, they're pretty violent. So after a while, the springs get a little skiwampus. And then I'll also purchase more tail tag and transmitters. So the coolest thing I think about this project is that it is such a group effort between a bunch of different agencies. Our local Forest Service offices in Southern Utah are really involved. If you want to go to the images and kind of just go through our photos for this year, everybody gets involved and helps. Our office manager, she supervises the technicians. Our vet comes down and helps us tranquilize the animals when we have to drill their tails in there. We had a BYU, that's our BYU intern from last year. You can just scroll through there. They've got a great little quarantine facility there. Seems like we caught a lot of kits this year, but often we've had some mortality with those, but they did good. Back to our partners. So each year I ask the Forest Service to provide us with kind of their wish lists of where they would like beavers to be put for restoration efforts. And then I work closely with our Gary Besant and Richard Hepworth to make sure our habitat and aquatic sections are fine with where the beavers go. We just want to move them to areas that they'll be beneficial and not cause any detriment or get into another nuisance situation where we'd have to go back and trap them again. This year, the Forest Service and then another group called Wildlands Network, they want to be a partner with us, and they want to start doing more camera trap monitoring after we release them. There is some failure rate of the tail tags, and I do want to visit with Julie Young at USU to look into pit tags, because we don't put any sort of transmitters on the little ones. Their tails are just too narrow and delicate. One cool thing, we're going to work closely with the Pine Valley Forest Service. A few years ago, they had the Reservoir fire in the Pine Valley Mountains, and it's in wilderness. So getting beavers in there may be their only restoration tool to help heal some of those scoured drainages. And Nick Glidden with the Pine Valley Ranger District, he has worked closely with all the irrigators. That's another thing. We reach out to the affected county, their county commission, all the water conservancy districts or the irrigators to make sure everybody's on board when we move them in. But last year, one of the places I was most excited that we put them was in 3 Mile, which was scoured by the Bryan Head fire several years ago on the Penguich Lake unit. And it really is exciting to see the beavers do some of this restoration work and to see the riparian vegetation start filling back in. So anyway, and then also like in the document section there, I do have our big list of areas. It's not crucial, but if you hit documents there by images, there you go. Down towards the bottom, the FY23 priority release sites there. Yeah. So I've got a pretty big list that we can work with. If we get into some drought conditions, it may preclude some of them that we've got on this list, but I'd rather have more options than less. I've also got 2 private landowners that are just begging for beavers. I had to really calm one down last year. He just was almost, he'd call me like every week religiously trying to get beavers in there. And the Forest Service has just completed it's Ranch Creek, another WRI project, doing some vegetation restoration work and putting some woody debris in that. It's Horse Creek, I think. Anyway, so we've got lots of options of where we move them to. Once we get the beavers on hand, depending on the stream flows and everything, then we decide, we work through all our partners and make sure everybody's agreeable to where we release them. So, any questions? And this did rank pretty high on WRI on the Southern Region list.
Any questions?
I like this. I like what you're doing.
Well, thank you. It's such a team effort. The Forest Service and all our partners just make it possible. They make it so it's not a huge workload for anyone.
I'll second that. I'm a huge fan of these. I'd love to see one of these in every region. Heard me say that many times before. I think this is the cheapest way we get riparian restoration. And Teresa, I appreciate you bringing up the partner building aspect of it. I hadn't really thought about that part of it as well.
It's fantastic. I mean, I appreciate our Forest Service biologists, and then we've got some BLM staff that's really getting excited, and they would like to expand stuff onto some of their lands, and then to have some of these NGOs stepping up and wanting to contribute. It's fantastic.
So I assume from the look of things, Hepworth's being more receptive to beavers nowadays?
No, he is not, but I sweet talk him every chance I get. So if he's listening, you're probably going to raise his blood pressure. But yeah, I work closely and make sure that he's okay with the locations that we put him, so it doesn't cause him any grief.
Keep working on him.
Yeah.
Hey, any additional questions?
The motion to approve it.
I second. Okay, we have a motion from Tyler, a second from Drew. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, motion carries. Thanks, Teresa.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're going to move on to Central Region, or not, yeah, Central Region, our last group of projects. 5 of them. We've got 35 minutes or so. So 5969 Spanish Fork River Watershed Post-Fire Restoration Phase 3. Is that you, Mark?
Yes, it is. Thanks. I'm going to ask you to kind of do some moving the screen around for me. If you'll go first to images and documents.
Got 4 minutes for this.
Okay, I am going to scream through it for you and rely on you guys looking through this a little bit more than what I'm going to be able to share with you. Diamond Fork, in 2018, we had a lot of fire impacts where we lost a lot of our fish populations. In addition to that, prior to 2006, the water that flowed down Diamond Fork coming from Strawberry Reservoir was essentially just flushed down the system. We had 400 to 600 CFS flowing through the stream. In 2006, a pipeline was created, and all of those irrigation flows were put into that pipeline, which has dramatically changed the structure of the stream to where we have very, very long stretches of nothing but riffles. And we are really lacking the kind of pool fish habitat necessary for the fish populations there. So they've been hit in lots of different ways. What we are proposing is phase 3 now of some more stream restoration work to improve the stream habitat, namely pool holding habitats, what we're really focusing on. And you can see here that orange line, that's where we're going to be focusing our efforts this year. It's approximately 1.5 mile stretch of stream. And if you can go to the next picture for me. This is what it really has looked like. Much of this stretch is it's just a big, long riffle, which produces great food and things like that for the fish, but they just don't have the holding habitat nor the kind of habitat that anglers are searching for in places for them to fish on a medium-sized stream, such as we have here. Maybe the next photo. So what we're proposing to do, this photo and the next one will show the types of efforts that we're going to focus on this year. That is just creating these pools, whether we use rock for grade control structures, such as you see here, rock veins, rock clusters. Maybe go to the next one. We've done a lot of work previously with some PALs, post-assisted log structures, where again, we're just trying to add some complexity to the stream habitat, which will improve fish numbers, improve fishing opportunities, locations for the fish to hang out, and anglers to be able to target them as well. I don't have a photo of root wads, but I'm hoping that many of you are familiar with those. But those are another type of structure that we'll be focusing on putting in this 1.5 mile stretch of stream this year. Maybe the next photo. One thing that we're trying to do in addition to the traditional stream restoration efforts or work is we've got Columbia spotted frog within this stretch of stream. And actually this is just downstream from that orange line that we looked at earlier, but it's an existing oxbow pond where we have spotted frog. We've got egg masses, we've got adults, juveniles. We're wanting to enhance that. So we're going to be using our heavy equipment crew in addition to the other stream work to dredge some of this out to create better habitat for the Columbia spotted frog. So we're kind of trying to combine both the native species, the spotted frog, as well as Bonneville cutthroat trout and some of the brown trout that we'll find in the system. I think I have maybe one more. It's just another location just in relation to where that pond is. We're just off of Highway 6 where that pond is, and then we'll be working our way upstream from there. We're also going to be leveraging money from the Provo River Mitigation Commission or Central Utah Water Conservancy District. They've got $750,000, and we're in the process of developing some more extensive stream restoration efforts in this same location, same area, but it'll involve more moving the stream out of its current location and creating new riparian zones and areas. So lots of work going on in Diamond Fork. Maybe just in closing here, we've tried to include some upland efforts in this project rather than just focusing on just the aquatics. As it's been recommended to us in the past, is let's combine these projects. Let's have upland as well as stream and riparian projects working together. So the Forest Service has joined us. They're planning on doing some sediment retention work on the uplands to try and prevent some of this sediment that's just making its way into the lower portions of Diamond Fork, killing fish, and just not helping the habitats there. So that's where a bulk of the funds are for this project. About $200,000 is dealing with that upland portion, and we're looking at about $60,000 for the stream restoration efforts, 30,000 of which is coming from the Mitigation Commission. So a real partner by way of funding on that. And again, sorry to be really quick, but hope you've been able to look through this and maybe look through it a little bit more. And I would draw your attention to one of the documents. We've got a report, a 2018 report that really is driving all of our efforts, why we're doing what we're doing. USU, BioWest, the Mitigation Commission, ourselves, Forest Service, lots of partners have come in and worked together and said, how do we fix Diamond Fork because of those flushing flows for years and years and fire impacts, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's our driving document. So that might be helpful for you to just understand why we're doing the kind of restoration work that we're doing on the stream. I'm sorry to be brief on the upland work, but again, that's kind of what we're doing, and why we're bringing them in and making it a part of this project is to make it more of a holistic project. Okay. So with that being said, I'd be happy to answer any questions or ask you to look at some of these other documents and things that we didn't get to really cover.
Questions, Allison?
I just wanted to make a comment. The way that they had it split out, that 31,000, they had identified it as just the water portion of it.
Right.
If you guys decide you want to break it up differently and put some towards big game, it could be for the upland component. But I just put it in there as sport fish since that was how they had identified it.
And that was because initially we were focusing just on the riparian and the stream restoration efforts before the Forest Service and others came in. So that makes a lot of sense because a lot of their work, juniper removal, other things would definitely benefit upland game as well as big game.
Questions?
Yeah, so with that being said, just so I don't seem like a jerk from my earlier thing on that Roosevelt Park, I think some of this does belong in upland.
Okay, you want to give us your thoughts on a percentage?
God, I don't know what to say yet. Michael, what are you thinking is a realistic split up on that? Because this clearly is going to have an impact on big game as well as upland game. But I'm not super, I wish we had more time to spend on this one because I think this one's worthy of more time, but we're just restricted.
Okay. I think the Forest Service and others could help me a little bit more, maybe even Robbie or Mark Farmer, who may be online, as to how we would split that up. My focus obviously is on the fisheries, the riparian areas, but I bet we could put a 30% plus 30 to 40% between upland and big game. Am I up in the night, Robbie?
I think there's a lot, most of the cost is going to that upland pinyon and juniper removal, and that's definitely going to benefit big game. So
true.
You could put quite a bit.
So Steve, you're there in the meeting room. What if we just split that 30% and went 15-15?
I'm good with that.
Okay, does anybody want to throw a motion out? No?
With those changes, I'll move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Drew and a second from Ben, adjusting percentages, 15% upland and 15% big game and the rest sport fish. All in favor say aye.
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 Great project, Mike.
Any opposed say no. Okay, motion carries. All right.
Thanks, Drew.
Okay, next project, North Salt Lake Watershed Restoration. You've got about 5 minutes. 30 seconds.
Hi.
Go ahead, Rose.
All right, I'm going to share my PowerPoint slides here. Yeah, my name, can you see my, no, probably not. I haven't shared it yet. So my name is Rose Smith, and I am figuring out how to share a, window, and I am a stream ecologist. I lead the stream and riparian restoration program with Sageland Collaborative. So we're an NGO. Can you all see my my slides now?
Yes.
Awesome. So we our restoration program focuses a lot on low-tech process-based restoration, so BDAs and things like that, and we work really closely with DWR on all of our projects. This one in particular is focused in the north part of Great Salt, or the Salt Lake kind of county, City Creek and Emigration Creek specifically. And the objectives, I'm just going to kind of run through these really quick. We want to restore the riparian habitat, water quantity and water quality in degraded sections of Freeze Creek, which is tributary to Emigration, by building beaver dam analogs. And we want to kind of do the same thing, but there's a climate resilience and water kind of drinking water aspect to this work in City Creek. So we want to build BDAs up in City Creek where it's a little bit less degraded, but kind of moving in a bad direction. And then there's kind of like a BDA arm to this project, and then there's a fuels reduction arm. So we're working closely with Dax Reed to manage some like do some thinning along roads and also along riparian corridors to improve or to reduce wildfire risk. And that'll also benefit wildlife habitat by just increasing vegetation that's favorable. And then there's also kind of upland invasive species management aspect to this. We're working with Sage Fitch on a really time-sensitive garlic mustard pull on the ridge line between Emigration Canyon and Parley's. And this is a part of the project that would maybe in other, if there were more resources, be covered under Invasive Species Management Fund, but because it's so time sensitive and because there's not funding for it through that program, we're kind of taking that on just to kind of partner. And yeah, in general, as we're doing these riparian treatments, we're planting vegetation and improving habitat for monarch and migratory birds. So here's the map. So you can see Salt Lake City, and then here's the riparian treatment area in City Creek. And then there's a thin kind of line here you can see is the riparian treatment in Freeze Creek. And then these two polygons are the, this one on the east side is the garlic mustard pole. And then this is our thinning area for fire management. And these watersheds are really important for big game. So this is just wildlife tracker, collared animal data. We also, from our Wasatch Wildlife Watch program, which is a trail camera, it's a community science or citizen science focused trail camera program. We've also seen that City Creek is a major hotspot for animals. It's kind of like a source region for a lot of big game. So we know that this is important. These areas are important for wildlife. We know the riparian systems are important for them to have forage throughout the summer. We have a lot of great partners on this. And so I'm from Sageland Collaborative, and then we're working with Eric McCulley and River Restoration, and he's been kind of in talks with or in close communication with Emigration Metro Township Council on Salt Lake Watershed Restoration. DWR, like I mentioned, is an important partner on this, and then Salt Lake County Bee and Noxious Weed Program, as well as Department of Public Utilities are all invested in this project. So I'm going to kind of just walk through specifically just the BDA portion of this project and talk through some of the rationale for it. So first, just looking at City Creek, we hiked up to the Snowtell station with folks from Department of Public Utilities and just took a look at the stream. And one thing that we know is that historically beaver were in City Creek and they are not currently. We saw a lot of historic beaver sign that looks like it's probably 30 to 50 years old, which tracks with kind of records that we've heard of. And the stream itself is it's starting to downcut, so the stream is pretty structurally starved. So this is a photo of City Creek on the left, and this is actually, I believe, if this isn't the location of it, there's another location similar where there's actually a large historic terrace where a beaver lodge had kind of crossed the stream and connected the stream presumably to the floodplain. And so now you can see how far down it is cut. And then from thinking back to Jim Dorito's talk, there are sections of the stream that just kind of look like that bowling alley picture, to quote Joe Wheaton. So we are looking at a structurally starved stream, even though it's in this kind of protected watershed where there's not a lot of other threats. And so when we put BDAs in, this is kind of what we're picturing. This is a photo from, I believe, Toll Canyon. It's either Toll Canyon or Lambs Canyon, but it's kind of like a representative picture of what we'd expect this type of kind of mountain stream to look like after installing BDAs. So you're kind of reconnecting the floodplain, even in the summer months, and really greening up the vegetation. So I'll just move on from City Creek, but yeah, we're hoping that the putting in these structures where we've proposed about 50 to 60 structures in City Creek, and they'd be pretty small. It would be really inexpensive. It would take a field crew about 4 days to do the whole thing. And we think this would really help increase the resilience of the riparian zone along City Creek. So moving on quickly to Emigration Canyon, this is Freeze Creek. So this is kind of looking down valley from up the upper reaches. Here's a photo kind of in the middle of where at times the creek does run dry. So this is a photo from kind of the end of the water year or the beginning. And you can see that there's sections that run dry, although it's not throughout the year. There is flow, and it's just pretty low. So it's very incised. We're proposing that putting some structure in this stream would help to kind of like grade the stream bank and hopefully improve water flow throughout the year. And then this is kind of the location of the structure. So we mapped out way more than we would probably put in. This would probably be a similar size to, or this what we propose will be a similar size to the City Creek project. And then I have I'll just pull up the WRI page for our finance so we can look at it together. Let's see. So, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, Daniel here can pull that up if you want on our end. Okay.
Oh, it's okay. I got it here. So the overall budget for that we've asked from WRI is about just under 50,000. This 129 is mostly from it's kind of like other funding for the invasive species management fund. If that doesn't come through, we don't find out until like this summer about that one. If this 129 doesn't come through, we can still carry out the existing projects, but it's related to the garlic mustard work. And then there's 22,000 in kind. So forest fire and state land, this is kind of the fire activity, supplies, materials for the garlic mustard pole.
Got about 1 more minute.
Okay, I'll just scoot down to here. So we're asking 10,000 from the Habitat Council, and this would go largely to the BDA work. And I'll just leave this pulled up and then let you all ask questions.
Okay, questions here.
Are there any fish in City Creek or the creeks where you're going to be putting the BDAs?
So there are fish in Emigration, and in the past, DWR has stocked Bonneville cutthroat trout in there when there's enough stock to put in kind of more like cleaner, more favorable creeks. But the hope is that over time, like with restoration, that this would be a location where they could really stock BCT more. And then in City Creek, I honestly don't know. Maybe Mike can pipe in or Robbie about that one.
Yeah, there are fish in there.
Yeah, I know there are some fish. I just don't know, exactly what the species assemblage is, I guess.
It's mostly brown trout that we find up there.
What's the breakdown of the money allotment?
In terms of the upland versus riparian?
Upland, big game, fish, sport fish, that type of thing.
So I have not filled that out yet. I apologize. This is my first Habitat Council proposal, but
Daniel has that.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Right now, sport fish.
And again, I did that because that 10,000 was identified as more the water related part of the project. You change that.
Okay.
I think I missed part of that, or if there was a question, I didn't hear it.
Nope, I'm waiting for a motion from these folks here.
Okay.
I move to approve. Okay, we have a motion from Drew, and we have a second from Tyler to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
That is really good. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Okay, thank you, Rose.
Thank you.
Next project, Central Region Beaver Restoration Project FY23. You've got seriously like 4 minutes the most.
Okay, Daniel, can you pull it up on? I have a PowerPoint on the project. Rose, maybe you need to stop presenting. So yeah, Daniel, I have a PDF on the, there you go. No, on the different project, you're on North Salt Lake. So I'll start talking. So this has been a real success. We've started doing beaver restoration in our region about in 2020. And so we're just a little over a year into this, and we've had a great success. Seeing a lot of improvements to the habitat. I'll wait here a second. But we've been moving beavers that are mostly nuisance beavers all across our region, and we've also been working with Utah State, and they trap nuisance beavers from northern Utah mostly, and then bring them down to that's an area where we didn't have any beavers, and use some improvements. The stream was in bad condition, and we've moved about 23 beavers in our first year and a half, and are now in this proposal asking for additional funds just to keep doing that, and have identified some other streams where we'd like to start doing some work in. And hopefully my presentation will pop up here. All right, so we can go to the next slide. Yeah, as I said, it's been a great success. And here's some photos. We've been using motion sensor cameras to monitor survival of beavers we release. And we also have some pit tags, and we're working on getting a pit tag reader that will work. USU's had trouble with their pit tag. The beavers have been chewing up the cables, and so we're waiting to get that figured out before we purchase ours. But with the cameras, we're able to see, I think we have some reproduction going on there. In that one photo, you can see 2 young kits and one of the beavers hanging out by one of the BDAs we made and working on it. So that's been fun to see. And that's in our Indian Creek project. Next slide. We're already seeing great changes to the habitat. Photo there on the left is not exact same area, but just shows how narrow the stream was and very low flow. And then with the beavers, we've got the floodplains reconnected, and we're flooding outside of that little channel and getting, we're already seeing aspen and cottonwood starting to recruit and grow in the newly wedded areas. Next slide. This will benefit a lot of species. We talk a lot about fish and frog benefits, but also, moose are highly dependent on water and these ponds, and mule deer and elk as well will greatly benefit by the additional water and the vegetation associated with that water. And next slide. This just shows all the approved areas we have in our region, and I'll go through. Next slide.
Yeah, about 1 minute.
Okay, so we're going to continue. Here's Indian Creek releasing there. Next slide. And then we've identified a few other places we want to start working. Yellow Fork on the Ochre Mountains. We've built BDAs there, and working with Rose, who you just heard on this project. She's done a lot of work in there with some plantings, and there's lots of aspen, and it's just a great spot for them. Next slide. It just shows some of the condition. It's in size and areas, but then up higher we got a lot of aspen and good food source for beavers. Next slide. It's another place on the Stansberries we're looking at, Davenport Creek. Next slide. Just a photo, great habitat, great opportunity, greatly benefit fish. There's no fish in these creeks, I didn't mention that, and by building BDAs we'll create habitat where we can release cutthroat, and we did do that in Indian Creek this last year, working with Mike in the aquatic section. We took the Indian Creek that didn't have any fish and released cutthroat, and we're excited to see how they're doing. There's also turkeys in Davenport Creek that will benefit. Next slide. And then on the Manti, there's a bunch of ponds. Next slide. The old beaver ponds that beavers have been trapped out, and about So they're draining, they're not having enough water to sustain fish. And so working with our aquatic section, they want to get beavers in there so that we can get deeper pools where they can release fish. And we're only asking for about $12,000, and pretty cheap for what we get. Working with USU, paying them for some trapping efforts, and then we'll do some trapping ourselves. And
all right, do we have any questions?
Just one comment. We've seen a lot of these projects, they all coming through the aquatics portion of these meetings and just semantics, but it'd be nice to, combine this with some of the other regional work that's going on out there and have more of a collaborative presentation. It's my opinion.
Okay.
But I move to approve.
Okay. We have a motion from Drew and a second from Ben. All in favor, say aye.
And I guess lastly, real quick, I'll just say there are a lot of watershed scale projects involved in these same areas. And this is just because it's kind of unique, asking for trapping money and stuff. It's a separate project, but there's a lot of upland work going on in the same areas as well. So thanks, guys.
I love beaver projects just for that reason. They benefit all species, and I think that they're critical for Utah in the future.
Amen.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. Next project, South Valley Jordan River Restoration Phase 1.
Both my PDF and my PowerPoint, it's in the document section.
And introduce yourselves.
My name is Andrew Potter. I'm the restoration coordinator for forestry, fire, and state lands. I started during COVID, and my position didn't previously exist. So if you haven't heard of me and we've never met, nice to meet you, and I'm happy to looking forward to collaborating. This project is called South Valley Jordan River Restoration Phase 1. It's kind of funny that we're calling it Phase 1. Next slide. The Jordan used to be a significantly sinuous, meandering valley bottom corridor. Next slide. It's been surrounded by agriculture for 150 years, altering the hydrology and the soil composition and the vegetation composition. And the damming of the Jordan River and the managing it as a canal after the floods in the 80s have also significantly impacted the sinuosity and the hydrology of the river. Next slide, please. What it looks like today is this. It's completely surrounded by impervious surfaces. This is supposed to be a groundwater discharge section of the Jordan, and I suspect its ability to perform that ecosystem service is being impacted by the impervious surface. Next slide, please. So why do we call this Phase 1? Work equals force times distance. You're only actually getting work done if the wall that you're pushing moves. Next slide, please. We started figuring out, or trying to imagine a vision for the Jordan in 1987. We solicited a very expensive report. Next slide, please. It calls out all the wetlands in the entire valley and lists their ecosystem services and the cost of acquisition and how to restore them, etc. And to my knowledge, none of that was ever implemented. Next slide, please. Then in 2000, the URMCC created another plan for the entire Jordan. Next slide, please. Calling out these large acreages, wetland mitigation banks and avian fauna migratory preserves, etc. Most of those have not been implemented. Next slide, please. Then 17 years later, the Jordan River Commission, with my division, solicited the consulting firm SW, whatever it's called. Yeah, to create another plan. Next slide, please. They mapped everything out, started all over, came up with all these great ideas, and to my knowledge, none of those have been implemented. So we're still on Phase 1, even though we've been trying to figure this out for as long as I've been alive almost. Next slide, please. We've made a lot of, I should say that those first two reports don't even mention Phragmites. Like in the time that we've been trying to figure this out, it's just been getting worse to the point where we keep having to refigure out how to figure it out. We've made a bunch of progress figuring out best management practices for the adjuvants and the phenology and timing and methodology for Phragmites control on Great Salt Lake. Next slide, please. So now we have to figure out how to adapt those best management practices to address Phragmites and riparian corridors where erosion is a concern and revegetation is more complex. So we're trying to address Phragmites on the entire Jordan, starting with some pilot projects, developing best management practices for the purpose of improving wildlife habitat, improving the aesthetic value and water quality and recreation potential for the Jordan River. As you can see, there's a pretty big burn scar here. There's a bunch of completely bare ground where some wetland mitigation banks have been attempted. Next slide, please. But for the most part, we're still starting from scratch. This is how we manage Phragmites on Great Salt Lake. We use aerial herbicide applications and marsh masters and tractors because we can because of the homogeneous topography. Next slide, please. We do not have the option to use any of that on the Jordan, so we're basically using hand crews and chainsaws. And I tell them it's hard work, low pay, miserable conditions, and more, and convince the Utah Conservation Corps that they're training for the fire line to be hotshots, and they're surprisingly into it. Next slide, please. Okay. So when you start mowing down frag, it's so dense you don't know if you're going to have an inset floodplain that you can stab some willows into or a completely erosive bowling alley, as Joe Wheaton would say, where erosion is a big concern and you have to do conifer amendments and bioengineering and stuff like that. Next slide, please. We've been working on this for 2 years. Next slide, please. We're using rotary hammer drills and watershed stingers to plant coyote willow, where we've repeatedly sprayed and mowed Phragmites, and then we plant them in tubex, which is like sauna tubing that stabilizes relative humidity, reduces vole girdling and beaver herbivory, and more importantly, it shields the willows from herbicide drift, so you can continue managing the Phragmites while you establish the willows, reducing the erosive concern. Next slide, please. This is what it looks like before. Next slide. This is what it looks like during. I planted a bunch of plastic tubes. Hopefully I'll have a follow-up slide next year of a bunch of willows competing with the Phragmites. So I'm asking for a bunch of money to hire a bunch of Utah Conservation Corps crews to continue expanding these pilot projects and begin working with Draper and Riverton on their sections of the river so we can expand this to create a whole, I think it's going to be 6.5 miles fish swims corridor. Next slide, please. These are the species of primary concern in the area, and I also did not fill out the percentages thing because I've never applied for one of these before, but I'd suspect it's pretty evenly split between upland game, aquatic species, and avian fauna. That's all. Any questions?
I think I asked you this in the regional team meeting. Is this sovereign land? Any of it sovereign lands?
All of it is sovereign lands protected in perpetuity with a conservation easement held by Utah open lands. So it's not going to get developed, but it's going to keep getting weeded.
Have you heard any discussion about House Bill 157 that changed the way that sovereign lands restricted account?
I've heard immense discussion, and it's all very confusing, and we're still trying to sort that out. But we should have ongoing funding to support this. So this is in process, so we're totally open to partial funding. Even partial funding could be immediately applied because we do now have an ongoing budget. I just don't know how much of that is mine.
Apparently I missed this one, so I didn't put a habitat council amount or the breakdown, so you guys can decide that.
So how much are you asking for from the Habitat Council?
Eric? All of it? I don't know.
Sure. So there's other participants, Riverton City, Draper City, that have city property and the surrounding area. Salt Lake County's involved. The ask was through WRI, and I think it would be reasonable to put something around 25 to 40,000 for Habitat Council. Is that the south end of the valley is really important because it kind of opens up to these other habitats, and it is more of an opportunity for their elk that come through here occasionally and other it opens up to the southern valley. So
What's the total amount on the budget for all the partners? 324.
That includes a bunch of in-kind contributions.
So actual money is 164.
Yes.
I think restoration of the Jordan is very important. It's an important wildlife corridor in a very urbanized county, and as well as a recreational amenity and fishing opportunity for people. So I would move that we tentatively approve it.
Or how much?
We need to stick in an amount. So that's one thing
You
that's
guys
left
feel like
out.
the partners and the cities and everybody involved money-wise?
Particularly Draper, I've been working with Rick Anton there, and he's getting more involved in this section. So I think that we can really count on them. And the Jordan River Commission is going to be hiring a new point person that'll be very important with this. So I think we have a solid relationship with all of our partners, and everybody's really motivated. It's just we keep hitting the how do we get to the next thing, but planning. Implementation just requires a bunch of really specific methodologies. So I feel like that's been the hurdle so far.
Sounds like you guys need to be doing work instead of planning.
Yeah.
Sounds like planning's been going on since the 80s.
I agree.
Since the 1900s. Heather, what's the WRI outlook on this one?
It's right on the edge, honestly. This is one I need to talk to your boss about, because I really do believe that House Bill 157 created a giant piggy bank for anything that's on sovereign lands.
Mm.
And so I think this is one that they might hopefully pick up.
Yeah, Ben is working on sorting out how that funding gets allocated, but he's definitely the person to ask.
Yeah, you may want to check, because I could be wrong, but I think the funds go first to the sovereign land off which the revenue is derived.
I think that's my understanding is that's any mineral development that's new. So that's like lithium. So that's anything that's already existing, I think can go on any sovereign lands.
Yeah.
All right.
For this project, you have an emotion to tentatively approve without an amount, maybe throw in at 20 or I don't know, $20,000. Is that any more discussion on that before we move ahead?
And percentages breakdown, you said pretty evenly distributed. Anybody?
A lot of wetlands, right? Up in the waterfowl, fish.
I don't see any value in sports fish. I don't see any value in it. I love the project. I hate Phragmites with the same passion that I love beavers. I just don't see the value in sport fish.
Yeah, it's not a trout fishery. But we did have sandhill cranes nesting there for the first time this last season. We are also building, I've already installed 8 analogs at the confluence of Corner Canyon Creek, also restoring the wet meadow just north of there. So there's a whole bunch of restoration happening right there.
Waterfowl?
What's that?
Do waterfowl and
Upland, and do we want to have any big game in there? Or if it's not a place where we want to have big game, because it's right in the town.
I would say no.
Just split it with
Boys, big game guy, so.
Split it between Upland and Waterfowl.
Went through some Phragmites to get to it.
More Utah Lake.
Yeah, further.
So maybe throw out to really quick way to wrap this one up. So Randy, any thoughts on an upland percentage possibly, or like 10 or 20% or something?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you know, I had a hard time following some of your guys' conversation there, but yeah, I mean, what you said between 10, 20, what if I just split the difference and say 15?
Okay. 15% upland and then waterfowl. So
I second that motion.
okay, we have a motion from Jack. We have a second from Drew. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last one, quickly. West Jordan, Big Bend River Phase.
Okay, 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
You guys
Sorry,
have seen this project before a couple times. We hope we can actually wrap this up in the next few years. My name is Eric McCulley. I'm with River Restoration representing West Jordan City. You guys might remember Chuck, who came out a couple years here. talking to the group. So why don't we go to the images and documents real quick, and I'll let you know kind of where we've been. So this project has also been on the books since the 90s, the West Jordan Big Bend project, but we're actually getting something done. We're about $4 million in, an $8 million project. This year, let's look at the pictures. Let's just go through the pictures real quick. So to let you know what we've done, we completed a bank restoration. This was a 12-foot vertical bank, and now there's access to the river. While there's not a great trout fishery, it does provide opportunity for kids and people to go down to the river and get engaged with the sport. And then go to the next one here. We'll just flip through these really quick, as quick as cyberspace allows. So this is about 90th south on the Jordan River. We're looking up Little Cottonwood, and we were actually out here the other day. This is what the field looked like before. Go to the next one. And then we dug a pond. This is the habitat, the bottom of the pond for an urban fishery, and then go to the next one. And you'll never see that again. It's underwater now. So the pond is done. We were able to revegetate around the pond, and with our remaining WRI funding we have this year, we're working on finishing up a trail to access the pond and the circulation system. Let's go to the next one. And then, that's the bank before. So why don't we go to the other documents, and I'll show you kind of what this request is for. Go to documents, and so I've got 41 you guys can look at is the overall thing. Let me show you the bond finalization, which is what we're doing right now. Sorry, this might take it. So what we're trying to do, we basically have a bid out for finishing up around the pond. And sorry, this is taking a second, and we'll only look at it really quickly. Through. I guess it'll be more than 90 seconds waiting on this.
It's like the 90s again.
I know.
I have a note on here. We need a DTS discussion about the Eccles Wildlife Education Center.
Yeah. Well, I was hoping that we could. Well, what you can see is you can see the pond here, and we're finishing up around here. I think, given that this thing is delayed, we'll skip past that. That's what we're doing right now before the end of the fiscal year. Is some of this trail around the pond, and we're trying to get it open to people, getting the pond finished. The next phase is, so if we can close this down, and then I'll wrap it up with the next phase, which is what this request is for. Go to this 60%. So we're trying to move on to more of a river and riparian restoration part of the project. The Sharon Steel settlement has provided about $805,000 to re-meander about a half a mile of the Jordan River, which will add additional access for people to go down fishing if they don't want to fish around the pond as we're finishing it. So
it's not open.
It's not going to open. You guys can look at it later.
Probably got that percentage sign in there. Probably why it's not open.
Oh, right. Okay. I'll rename it.
Give me a bad request.
So okay. What we're trying to do is move into the finishing phase of this project. It's 68 acres. About 40 acres are going to be for habitat for, neotropical migratory birds. There are other urban wildlife in there, and then there'll be access to the river in that phase. And then there's the part of the river, the pond that we're trying to finish this year. So, it's sport fish in the pond and waterfowl and other non-game birds, neotropical migratory birds is what the damage was done for the Sharon Steel. And so really it's providing a place for people to go close to the city. As we talked about, the Jordan River is important because a lot of people that are low income or don't have access to go out into the countryside, they learn about hunting and fishing and other habitat in the Salt Lake Valley, and that's why this project is important. think we put in, or Tyler may have shifted $25,000 for Habitat Council here, as far as the funding request. We have other funding that we're leveraging over the next couple of years. And I'd love to keep coming back here year after year, but I also hope we can actually finish this project in the next couple of years. So does anyone have any questions or comments?
This didn't do quite as well through WRI as I think you guys are hoping. I don't think it's in the money right now, so that needs to be a consideration for the council.
Over the years, this project has come up and down in the funding and we're in various sources. We do have a bunch of big requests out, but we're trying to finish a huge project here. It's going to benefit the whole valley. And
you did do another UR grant though, right?
We have an outdoor rec grant for $200,000. We just submitted. We're submitting for Land and Water Conservation Fund. We have other ideas out there with the funding that's coming down from our. We're just trying to leverage the funding that we have from the Sharon Steel damage settlement in addition to funds that are moving forward. Any other questions?
Thoughts? So I guess I will mention before we jump forward, our Habitat Council funds and how it operates a little bit differently than WRI overall is by statute. There's certain percentages that are kind of dedicated to big game projects, waterfowl projects, aquatics projects, and upland projects. It's kind of how, and so we're always looking through those lenses as to how to fund these. And so you have a sport fish component here, which is awesome. And so funding that if approved, we would look to go towards that portion of the project. In this case, sport fish. And so, just for your awareness,
thank you.
Any other thoughts, questions?
The other thing I want to mention is we have put almost $800,000 into this project.
Yeah.
Habitat Council.
We participated in the tour there. Some division staff have. It's up to you. Last motion of the day.
I'll make the motion to move it forward.
Okay. Motion from Tyler, second from Ben. All in favor, say aye. Aye. The opposed, say no. Randy, is that an aye or a no?
That was an aye. Yes, I approve.
Okay. All right, motion carries. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Yep. All right, that was our last one. And I guess to end for today, our next meeting is April 13th.
Room 2000, 9 to 4.
Okay, that'll be at our normal location in the DNR in room 2000. And that'll be our big game meeting. So that's a pretty big one. There could be some other loose end projects that are coming back to us then as well. So it'll be a big day probably. Anything else we need to mention?
The only other thing I'll mention is we've got the Google sheet up and running with the brand new budgets. So you can see the split out for each of the different categories: big game, upland game, waterfowl, sport fish. So this is a running spreadsheet. You guys should all have access to it. Our available funds for this year is just a little over $4 million. Split between those different groups. So you see the total available at the top, what's being requested, and the difference.
Can you send that link out again? Already?
Yeah. And we'll, at the budget meeting, even though it's in the red, we'll have those conversations and do adjustments.
If you see anything beforehand, before that meeting that needs to be fixed, let me know.
Okay.
Sportsman's meeting is the week before, which will help pick up a lot of that.
Danny, say that again really quick.
Sportsman meeting is the week before, and so they're gonna put money on projects.
So SFW, MDF, RMEF,
We'll know what they are putting at that point.
putting money down on a lot of these projects as well at that meeting, and so we'll know more next time. And then a final meeting after that is on the 23rd of April.
27th.
27th of April. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. For next time, we'll start some discussions about considering a field tour in the summer or into the fall, looking at Habitat Council projects. It's likely next meeting, you'll see some requests for funds to start improvement on the new Cinnamon Creek parcel. And so even though Habitat Council funds were not used in part of the purchase of that, they will be heavily used going into the future to upgrade it and maintain it. And so we could consider that as a possible tour location in the summer or in the fall. So it'll be nice up there. We could get busy. Okay. So anyway, be thinking of that. Other than that, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. Seconded. All in favor? Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Randy, for joining us online. Thanks, Daniel, Allison, Danny, Lisa. Thanks, Carmen, for all your AV help. I really appreciate it. Thank you all.
Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and get for the afternoon session of things. We've got a few people pulling in. I think we definitely have that quorum now. TJ, I think we've added 2 or 3 other members since
We got it?
we got it. Yeah, we got certainly enough people now. I'd like to thank everyone for getting on for this afternoon session. This is a little bit cut up in this room, but we'll make it work here. But I think we've got 8 just blue ribbon projects. These are projects that everyone's looking for blue ribbon funding. So Habitat funding that we're going to go through this afternoon. We're processing identical to what we did this morning. So we just keep rolling this with a set of projects. So the first project I've got on my list is 5963. That's going to be the Starvation Reservoir Forage Fish Habitat. And that's from phase 1. And we got Natalie Bourne from the Northeast region who's going to present that. And I'll turn it over to you in a second, Natalie. Let me just kind of get going on the presentation here. And we'll be good. Everyone online see that? Yep. Okay, turn it over to you, Natalie.
Thank you, Randy, and thank you, everybody. I'll just quickly run through. I only have like 5 slides on this, but I presented this to a group of water managers in the BOR a couple weeks ago in conjunction with our management plan. Go ahead and go to the second slide, Randy. So I just wanted to go through a quick purpose and need for this group. So we've completed our bioenergetics study at Starvation, and it specifically looked at walleye, smallmouth bass, and rainbow trout forage consumption over a 1-year period. And this is really a highlight slide from that huge report that we put together, but collectively we estimate that age 1 through 10 walleye are consuming 36 metric tons of forage annually in Starvation. It's a huge number. When we break that down by fish consumption annually by this age 1 through 10 group of walleye, it ends up being about 26,800 pounds of fish. And of that, it's about 200,000 yellow perch just during a 4-month time period. So as we suspected, and we know walleye are a top apex predator, they really put the hurt on these forage fish in this system. It's been quite a long time since we've actually had what we could call a pan fishery at Starvation Reservoir. So we continuously observe these yellow perch populations being suppressed by these abundant smaller walleye that we have in the system. So we kind of had to look at this from multiple different levels on how do we create this more abundant forage in the Starvation fishery. So we worked with our management team, and we're still refining these, but we're looking at kind of some revised walleye regulations and the use of outreach to
promote the harvest of small walleye. And we're talking about 10 to 14-inch walleye. And we really see a stack up of walleye in the age 3 size class right now. We've talked about revising our forage fish limits to help protect the brood stock yellow perch and crappie. And then we would like to begin this kind of multi-phased forage fish habitat project. And I would say it's pretty experimental right now, but we have to start somewhere and be kind of innovative on what we do with the way that water fluctuates in our reservoirs. So next slide, Randy. So these are the structures that we're looking at. Now, 2 of these we've already used in Red Fleet Reservoir, just north of Vernal here. So we've used the honey hole tree and the honey hole shrub. We'd like to continue to use some of those, but we'd also like to try these honey hole nursery and mega nursery habitats. These are designed by biologists and engineers, and it comes out of Texas to provide protection for these small young of year forage fish. They're caged so they keep predators out and they allow some of these forage fish to maintain inside and grow. They're different. They're not on our current MOU with BOR and Water Conservancy districts, but this is why I had the meeting with them a couple weeks ago, is to get this conversation started and get them put into our MOU that we currently hold with them. And as you guys may or may not know, we are not really allowed to put any tree structures or woody structures into BOR owned reservoirs. So we have to use some of these artificial habitats. They're kind of a pain in the butt to put together, but it honestly turns out kind of a fun group project when we get these big habitat projects going. We have a lot of volunteers and community members who help build them and install them. Next slide. So this is kind of the layout of how these work. They're designed to be up in some shallow water habitat. And this is why I say this is very experimental, because we need to know how these things function over time and how they look as we get algae buildup and how much maintenance they require. We also have to be cognizant of boaters and make sure that these are marked and they don't move. We absolutely do not want these things to move and go into the outlet works of any dam where we put these. So that's one of the requests of Central Utah Water Conservancy District, and anywhere we put habitat structures, we don't want them to move. This kind of layout of where they fall, they're designed to go in water 4 to 5 feet deep. And you can kind of see how everything plays out on the rest of this schematic here. Next slide. So here's some proposed locations. Nothing's been verified with the BOR or Central Utah Water yet. I'll put together part of this appendices of our MOU, and they will have to go through and approve the locations and make sure there's no cultural clearances or who knows what else they'll have to approve. But this is a quick process with BOR, which is wonderful. They're able to bust these out in a matter of weeks once I get the actual installation project complete and brought forth to them. Next slide. So this is our funding request. It's pretty small right now in the grand scheme of things, but we're looking at about $15,000 for the purchase of the pre-manufactured structures, and then we'll have to do some buoys and some anchors and cable those as well. One thing that I added into this project, and I think it's important to the long-term monitoring of this, is we go through these micro mesh gill nets pretty quickly because they're very delicate. But to be able to monitor these and see what we have using them, we need to have these smaller mesh gill nets. I've had the same ones for going on 4 years now, and they're in pretty rough shape. Another part of this project is Wildlife Conservation Fund is contributing an additional $5,000 that they raised at the Starvation Walleye Classic Walleye Tournament. So I think we have a pretty good starting point. I do think these could be adjusted if needed, Randy and rest of the group. We can start even smaller than this. If funding is a problem, we can adjust and we can start a little bit smaller. And I think that's the last slide, Randy. I think there's just one more for any questions.
Okay. Any questions for Natalie? Natalie, this is Rich Wallovich. That $15,000, how many structures does that provide?
Oh, I did the math, but I've since forgotten it. I think it's right around 120 structures. They are $300 a piece for those mega nurseries, and then you have to include some shipping, which I'm sure shipping costs have gone up over the last month, so we may not be able to get as many as we'd hoped, but we can deal with whatever we get and make it the best we can make it.
I got a question, Natalie. You talked about the depth being very important for the placement of these structures. What are your plans long-term as water level fluctuates? Are you gonna have to relocate these structures on an annual basis to get them in that kind of sweet spot for depth?
I think we can get them in a sweet spot. Initially, it's the water is going to, they're going to become exposed is what's going to happen. When we are dealing with these shallow waters and the way that our reservoirs fluctuates, they're going to become exposed each year. And yes, we may have to adjust them as we see how the water level fluctuates year to year. I mean, Starvation is one of our more stable reservoirs, but there's definitely going to be a sweet spot, and it is going to take a little bit of time to figure that out. But like I said, we have to start somewhere, figure this out, and then we can adjust as we go into the future.
And then a second question for me, you talked about using the micro mesh gill nets to monitor the success of this project, but at the same time, you're doing a lot of stuff at Starvation. You've done some black crappie introductions, for example. You're doing a lot of forage fish kind of work. Walleye regulation changes. I guess my question is, do you think you could be able to some of the other work that you're going there?
Randy, I couldn't hear the last part of your question. Do you think we'll be able to what?
Oh, discern the potential impact of these structures versus some of the other things you have going on there to benefit the forage community.
Okay, yeah, so I think, I mean, right off the bat, I call this project experimental because it is so small in scope. When we do other habitat projects, whether it be on streams or the landscape, you know, to have a population level effect, you have to have a ton of structures put in and a ton of habitat added. So I think it will be tricky to differentiate between the two different types of, the many different types of forage enhancements we're doing there. But I think it's a good place to start, is try to help some of these fish escape predation right off the bat, which is what we've proven that they have happened. But it will be tricky, and I think we can use our multiple different tools that we already have going to do that, our annual forage nettings, and then we're adding beach seines to this. I think the beach seines in those same areas that we have the habitat structures is going to be important, along with the micro mesh netting, to see what we have coming out of those things. And it's going to be tricky, but I think that we can probably have FES and the research team help us kind of tease out some of those different components.
Yeah, I see Jordan's hand up.
So I think this is more a question for you, Randy, than Natalie, but like definitely supportive of this. Walleye and starvation has been a priority for the division for the aquatic section. I'm wondering why we need to come to the Blue Ribbon Council for things like gill nets, and why that isn't just in their operating budget.
I think this kind of gets on.
Go ahead.
Go for it. Go for it, Natalie.
Normally, we do have these in an operational budget for gill nets. I thought it was important to the project, so we did throw that in as an extra. But that's why I say too, if we need to adjust budgets, we can pull parts of this out of a regional budget, and we will.
Yeah, I think this is probably an add-on request to make sense from Natalie's perspective, adding it on, since there's kind of this monitoring component that she's doing, but we definitely have budgets in other places to pay $3,000 or whatever she said for nets.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just supportive of doing this and supportive of monitoring. I'm just wondering why that needs to be a blue ribbon ask instead of just a, you know, this is we're giving our biologists the tools to do their job. So
Yeah, Ross.
Thanks.
Yeah, with Natalie mentioned the shipping costs may be more than than was projected at the time. Is there a way that we can just have her get the number of structures that she wants, and then we just cover any slight overrun? It probably won't be extensive, but it seems like I'd rather have her get as many as she's requesting.
We could look at it from a budget perspective, Russ. I think budget is going to be a little tight this year. We'll talk about that more at the next meeting, but there's probably some ways internally we could absorb a little extra shipping costs so she can get a set number of structures and not have to worry about shipping eating into the number of structures she gets.
And I won't be able to know exactly how much everything is till it goes out for bid. I mean, we've worked with Pond King before, but I'm willing to adjust the amount of structures too, as this being somewhat experimental, and it'll be based on which bay and which area we're approved by the BOR to work in. We can only do so much, but we'll do our best to line everything up so it works the best it can work. Like I said, this is a starting point on some longer term, like multi-phase habitat projects if this is successful. I know Sorno's done a lot of work up in Pineview with some deep water structures. So I'd like this to be somewhat experimental till we make sure that they're going to do what we want them to do. But we can also kind of deviate and put in some deeper water structures too if needed. So I think it has plenty of possibility, but this is a very first phase and pretty experimental.
Okay, any other questions on this one? Okay, let's move on to the next project. This one is going to be Project 6108 Northeast Region Sportship Internship Program. Is that going to be you again, Natalie?
Yeah, Brian's off today. So this is a repeat project, and many of you who have been on the council for a while know and have heard this project before, but this is basically a project to fund some interns in the northeastern region. And this next cycle will be mostly for Colorado River cutthroat trout interns. The program itself, man, it's been going for a long time. Calvin Black from the Southeast region originally built this funding proposal. And I tell you what, we've had some great interns come through, and we've had some real entry-level people come through. So it's been a smorgasbord of both, but we've had some really great interns that have morphed from an internship into a technician 1, into a tech 2, and now are biologists in other wildlife agencies throughout the United States. So we're pretty proud of how the internship works. We spend a lot of time working those interns between both programs and giving them opportunities to work on all aspects of fisheries projects, from cutthroat trout work all the way down to the reservoir fish work that I do. So we end up passing these guys back and forth, and Brian ends up getting usually 2 in the spring and 2 in the fall. So the overall ask for the project is right about $7,000. And like I said, it funds up to 4 interns a year. That should tell you that we pay them virtually nothing to come out and work. But this is an experience for them, and it's a resume builder. On top of that, we also get the much needed personnel that we need to complete important projects. So I don't think I have a whole lot more to say about that. It's an ongoing project. It doesn't require a ton of money, but I think it has huge benefits in the long run. Any questions?
Yeah, not hear anything. Thank you, Natalie.
You're welcome.
Okay, so moving on, we've got a series of 3 projects. I'll kind of leave it to you, Bill, on how you want to handle these, but they're all coming from local TU chapter for various kind of projects in the central region primarily. You just want to go in this order here, start with the crossover projects?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm the one that struggled through Randy's software and had to bug him with what is it mean, what does that actually mean, and so forth. And so once I figured that out, I decided I'd do the legwork of putting in the proposal format. Jack Campbell, who some of you know, well, I'm Bill Klops. Many of you know I've that I have met lots of the council people in one way or another before. Jack will be the project manager on this by my definition. In other words, if we get the funding, he gets the job done. And I'm presenting this. The following two presentations are being presented by the project managers for each of those. And this is the first time we've come to the Blue Ribbon Council for potential funding. Look forward to it. We are picking things that make good sense to you. So next slide. Okay, I hope everybody knows what crossovers are. If you fish the Weber River, you've probably walked over some. For about the last 5-6 years, my country has been doing maintenance on the old ones that had been put in, trying to replace them when necessary. And okay, the maintenance is expensive, and always getting the maintenance done on a timely basis isn't always possible. The slight digression, the one on the right is a brand new one that we facilitated a Boy Scout program this last November, and to produce 3 new ones. So that's what they look like when they're new. And on the left, you can see the ones that look like if they've been there a few years, and they do become a bit dangerous as time progresses. So our proposal is to fabricate galvanized steel crossovers. We found a design that I call the Beaver River design, for lack of a better description. And okay. This was fabricated under a dedicated under program by a company in West Jordan. And our design will put a handrail on it for safety purposes. The cost proposal that I submitted as part of the proposal is by Meta Design out of Salt Lake City. JT Steel gave me one too, but it was 3 times the price of the one I got. So I haven't even really considered that serious. It was clear to me that they didn't want the job, that's what it was. Their 3 times was $4,500. So I looked through a whole bunch of design options. The first intriguing one I got was up on the right there in that photo. That's made by a company in Ireland that didn't answer the email when I asked them if they had a U.S. vendor and could they sell them, because I was looking hard to try and buy something, not a custom fabricated thing. But they didn't answer. The one on the right-hand side is the USAC design, and I'll touch base on that. So we've selected the Beaver River design as probably our lowest cost, structurally sound and good design for permanence. It's probably going to last, some of the fabricators say if you galvanize it, probably last 100 years. I'm sure that's a guess, but in a long time compared to wood. As important as probably, the first objective is to get over the fence and go fishing, but doing that safely is also important, because your route, any of these things in the world we live in could risk somebody falls, gets hurt, no matter if they're drunk or blind or otherwise. They can go find an attorney. We have 2 of them in the room. They can vouch for that. I believe you were an attorney, right? I was. Okay, and so by keeping the safety focus, then that's important. And we wouldn't want to lose access because of some kind of safety issue. Our proposal, if funded, will produce 5 of the existing crossovers between Longship and Colville. The fabricator bid I've got, the best I can get, it was right in the range of $1,600 a piece. We will have in-kind labor and materials for installing them. That will be about $6,400. In-kind cost, by the way, that I put it there doesn't consider the contributions that iCountry has been making the last 4 years to maintain the access with the wooden designs. This is being coordinated with Click Brunson. Jack and Clint have made some trips out there to kind of identify where they would put them. And Clint has found 2 locations to date. He just advised us yesterday in an email, and I spoke with him in the other room this morning. And the USAC design, to bring some history here, that was it was a design given to Meta Design Company to build, and they built 5 of them. But then the USAC project to install 5 around the state fell apart, and they lost one of the lawsuits that they were getting for access. And so those things are sitting down. Well, 4 of the 5 are sitting down in Springville right now. The 5th one is waiting for us to find a place to put those in. And if we're successful in finding a location, the USAC organization will give us one for the Weaver River project, and maybe all 5 of them, so we could accelerate the replacement of the wooden ones if we can get access. They're massive structures. They weigh about 450 pounds, more than twice the amount of steel. And there, you can see, if any of you know Pat Hunenberg, I've got her standing on the box because we probably bury these in the ground at least a foot. These things are just way oversized, over-designed. You could run a Soviet tank over the things and it would survive. But that would be another benefit to the project overall in-kind effort if the whole thing can be pulled together this year. We think this supports the program goals. Certainly it enhances the public access to the Weaver River, and it certainly demonstrates a collaborative effort between government and private entities like High Country and of course the landowner. I'm not going to go over this, but I want just to know that we didn't pull all these numbers out of our ear. We put together some kind of a spreadsheet that can be reviewed, and everybody will make different guesses on numbers and values and things like that. But nevertheless, there is a basis for what we're presenting here today. So if there's any questions on those, I'd be happy to try to entertain.
How were the original structures funded? Who funded those?
Well, before 5 years, I don't know. There's not a lot of corporate history on some of these things. We had some trouble just even finding the corporate history within White. We just found a need 5 years ago, and we began cutting up wood in Dave Allison's driveway, and he and a few people went out and fixed the ones that needed fixing. Jack Campbell went out last fall and took some lumber and fixed the ones that he could last fall. So it's been, there really isn't a good what was spent, what was funded. But for the last 5 years, we've been doing what we could, find the volunteer labor to accomplish it.
Okay, any other questions? So Bill, these would be put on the areas for the walk-in access,
Yeah.
specifically on the Weaver, and which is a section of the river that's a blue ribbon designated fishery.
That's correct. And, you know, Clint is the designated DW or contact for the landowners. So everything would be channeled through him so that we're not messing up any relationships. And then, you know, for all intents, it may replace the most severely needed ones this year. But it's a combination of replacing ones that need replacing, but also making sure we've still got the permission to maintain that access.
In the following year, we could duplicate this
if it's successful, yeah, we would like to get it up to the point where 20 of them are replaced, and hopefully that's the end of it. It's for a long, long time beyond the duration of any of us in the room.
Bill, maybe more of a question for Randy or even Nick, if Nick is listening. I was just recently involved with the rewriting of part of a committee, rewriting a waterfowl management area for the DWR. And access was one of the things they wanted more of, and they brought these up specifically for access onto this waterfowl management area. And they told us, the DWR people in southern Utah, that they can't use them anymore because of liability. Because somebody in the Delta area, in a waterfowl management area, climbed over one, slipped, gun went off, shot him. So I just wondered, kind of getting conflicting stories here. I wondered if they're even legal anymore, or is that a liability? I don't know.
Well, I won't speak as an attorney, but I will speak to you one thing, that for about 7 years, I was president of my homeowners association in a subdivision east of Main Street in Heber. And we have about 560 acres of, it's a small subdivision, 37 platted properties. We have a subdivision that with our common area, 560 acres, we wanted to do something with it. A couple of the guys came up with the idea of let's put in a biking hiking trail. So we went into it, and one of the aspects that's very relevant here is there a statute within the state that says if you essentially, I'm going to use the word dedicate, not mean in a legal sense of transcribing it, but if you do something in the state that provides benefits to the public for recreation, then recreation has its risks and you're not liable.
I agree.
Now I paraphrase that, but there is a legal statute that I think is very insightful, because, I mean, you could have an accident in a parking lot, and God forbid you can't park there anymore because some idiot, was drunk, tripped, fell, and cracked their head open. So, there is risk. It was our judgment that as minimum a handrail would provide some enhanced safety for people. But with risks associated with everything in life, we can just be prudent and show that it was a concern. And that will probably, and the aspects of this statute go on to say something, as long as it's not negligence on your part. So, if you built these things and made them structurally inept or otherwise, that could be construed as negligence. But you have a starting point to dissuade the over-aggressive legal system to take the agency or the landowner to court.
I can't answer your question, Dave, but I will say that, they did this is all planned collaboration with Flint, who has a long history of a lot of this. And I wouldn't be surprised if Flint had a hand in the original wooden ones that are basically being replaced by this project. So I guess my point is I feel like Flint would be the guy who knows this kind of thing. Since it's going on this.
I wondered if they're going to, the new little zigzag posts in the fence or something different.
We looked at some considerations because, frankly, that was one of my thoughts. I've passed through many of them times when I was watering in the woods, because I don't fish the river, so I have a non-vested interest except as the organization lead this year. But the problem is there are sheep grazing behind, and you've got to worry about the cattle.
Sure.
And so the staggered holes that I'm familiar with and you're referring to, I think can be bypassed by
They wouldn't hold a baby sheep for sure.
So it's reasonable to consider some that might be workable in some areas, but then it gives the landowner a restriction on what they can use their landowner for. So we just basically say, let's do what we've done before.
I understand everything you're saying. I just wonder why at one end of the state, how come we're not on the same page,
I don't have an answer. I can look at
it. Maybe Nick's going to chime in,
Yeah, so I remember that in that Bicknell Bottoms meeting, Dave, and that kind of surprised me. So I'll check on it and get a straight answer, but to me, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to use them. I mean, like in that meeting we talked, in the Bignell Bottoms meeting, you know, getting them to sign up for walk-in access was a big deal, because with the walk-in access agreement, you get the liability protection. You know, but basically while you're there recreating, you can't sue the state. So yeah, I'll double check on that, but I'd be surprised if we really aren't able to use them.
I think it was Lynn Zubek that brought that up, Nick.
Yeah, if I could just chime in here, this is not my area of practice, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. But if you've got a semi-effective access structure now, and you're replacing it with a much sturdier, more permanent access structure, your liability is likely to be less. Sure. Because if you're attracting the public to a nuisance that's defective and someone gets hurt, you're less likely to be liable if you replace that structure with something more permanent and safe. If there is even liability, that's the way I'm thinking about it.
But then you have the structure that's perfectly fine, but the purpose defective.
Well, and if you can solve that problem of defective personalities in our community, then you've got a real future.
Why we cross the structure with loaded shotgun?
Yeah, there you go. With the safety's off.
Any other questions on this one? Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, that was project 6146. We're gonna move on to 6151. Middle Provo River temperature monitoring. That's yours. Let me just warn everyone, this presentation works. It seems to make my computer think for a minute. So I'm just gonna say it might kind of freeze up, but I think it seems to always come through in the end and be fine, so.
One last thing I forgot to mention on my lead-in. While I wrote the 3 proposals because I could handle the software, 2 of them are high country, and the one I've just given to Dave Whiteman. The third one is for the TU State Council that Dave Letta will present.
Okay, it's thinking, it seems like it thinks for 30 seconds on that.
Must be the lighting just spot down.
There's an electrical short in here. I've seen it.
The third presentation is going right up too, so I don't know why 2 of them come right up on this one. Perpetually, that's the thing, it looks like it's gonna work out, so.
My name is Dave Whiteman. I'm with High Country Fly Fishers. We have a project that we just started on Middle Provo to measure temperatures, monitor temperatures in the Middle Provo River. The Middle Provo River is a blue ribbon trout stream and has the heaviest number of anglers in the stream in Utah. And we're concerned about the situation now where we have a drought this last summer. And because of long-term drought and rapid urbanization in the Beaver Valley, these are starting to affect the water supply, the stream temperatures, and the water quality in the Middle Provo River. So let's look at the upper figure here. It shows temperatures that are measured approximately every 5 or 6 weeks. And you see between 2019, 2020, and 2021 that the temperatures are stress when the temperatures reach about the middle to upper 60s. So we're somewhat concerned about this increase in the temperatures. Since they're only measured in a grab sample every 5 or 6 weeks, the temperatures could very well be higher than that 63 degrees. The other thing we're seeing is the Jordan Reservoir, anybody's driven by there, is really low. It's about 50% of the storage volume right now. And you can see over the last 3 years what has happened. So we're down to about 50%. Heber City is one of the most rapidly growing cities in the United States. It was number 5 in the New York Times article. And Wasatch County, where Heber City sees that there are new subdivisions that are going in all over Beaver City. And some of these are right up to that corridor, that public access corridor in the river. So HCFF has initiated a 3-year project. And this is number one, to monitor the water temperatures and their effects on the macroinvertebrates in the Middle Provo River. The second one is to connect to and offer educational benefits to future young high school students or fishermen. We have a program of collaboration between us and Wasatch High School in Beaver City. Secondly, or thirdly, we've developed a web page that we're working on right now to introduce fishermen to the Middle Provo River. So I'd like to go over these things a little bit more. So let's start here. And the first item is that this is a collaboration with Wasatch High School. They have a program there called the Center for Advanced Professional Studies. They have a number of students in that program. We have 3 that are involved in our project now. So these CAPS students have actually monitored the macroinvertebrates in the Provo River for about 3 years. And they have 15 sites. You can see them in the upper left here. And they have an entomologist, a retired entomologist, Roger Gold, who's their PhD advisor. So they have about 3 years of data on the macroinvertebrates there. So I'm the project manager, and I'll be guiding the students in supplementary temperature data collection and analysis. It's a kind of a nice connection with the students because they go to these 15 sites to look at the macroinvertebrates. And we can put these temperature sensors right there where they take the macroinvertebrate samples. Now, the project is intended to monitor the temperature changes along the river's 12-mile reach. And we'll be looking at tributary temperatures, diurnal temperature oscillations, the temperature differences between sunny and shaded river substrates, and we'll determine the seasonal changes in upriver temperature progression as it affects these insect patches. Now, the project has started with financial support from High Country Fly Fishers. And we've purchased most of the basic equipment now. And we have had a great deal of encouragement and interest that's come from a number of federal agencies and other people. That includes DWR, the Bureau of Reclamation, the Central Utah Water Conservancy District, the Provo River Reclamation Project, Trout Unlimited, and again, the CAPS program. Now, the hobo mounting method is being evaluated with an in-stream test, and you can see how we're thinking of mounting the programs here. We have a paver that's 8 by 12 inches by 2 inches. We attach a hobo temperature sensor. This is it actually is a data log, so it records the data every 15 minutes. Here are our students. The paver signs, we put a sign on there that says Wasatch High School Fisheries Research Project, stream temperature sensor, please do not disturb. I have to see how well that works out. And we are working with the OR to get a permit for installing the pavers, and that's going very well, and it's just pending the final signature now. Now, we have talked to other clubs, and what we found is that in similar projects elsewhere, they have found theft and data logger loss to be a problem. If we have floods in the river, they might be able to move these pavers downstream. So we have to be careful where we put them in. And also, fishermen are likely to see these things in the water. And so we're wondering whether we will have a problem with that. So the proposed Blue Ribbon funding will purchase replacement equipment and perform additional items as needed. We have information on that. And then I think the nice thing about this project is there are a lot of organizations that actually monitor what's going on that river. We need to have somebody in the club that sees what other people are doing and keeps track of what is going on in the river. We're finding now that there are problems with pH in the lower part of the river. There are problems with phosphorus in the lower part of the river, and let's see, what other problems? Heavy metals, there's an aluminum problem in the lower part of the river. What we're seeing is that lower part of the river, especially with the increase in urbanization, it's going to get more stormwater that's going to be draining in. And so we are concerned about the increase in temperature and the associated decrease with dissolvent in the lower part of the river. It's mainly in the lower part of the river. We're concerned about those things now. So here's an idea of what we're looking at in terms of cost. We put quite a bit of in-kind costs into this program so far, but would like to ask the Blue Ribbon program to cost share with us by putting in $1,500. There are a number of items that we have here. I won't go over them individually, but anyway, that's the end of my talk. I'd be glad to answer any questions that somebody has. Yeah.
How often can you collect the data and how do you do that?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So these little hobos, they're about the size of your wristwatch, but they collect data and they store the data. You have to move the paper out of the stream. You have to hit a button on that data logger. And there'll be a person on the shore next to that that'll have their iPhone, and they will receive the data that has been collected by that device.
So it's like a Bluetooth.
It's Bluetooth low energy.
Okay.
It's the process. Now, the real question is, how often do we need to pull these papers out of the water to get the data? What we would hate to have happen would be to lose one of these things. Not because we lost $63, which is what these cost, but because we lose the data. So that's the concern we have. And the more frequently we download the data, the better chance we have of getting a complete data set. But that's the approach.
So just, I'd like to add one thing to make it clear that High Country has approved the expenditure of 1872 from our budget. That would not be reimbursed by the Blue Ribbon program. And that is basically our cash contribution for the equipment. And the other in kind is a lot of time on Dave's part and others that are participating. But 1872 is hard money cash.
My time is free.
Right.
But
That's up to the
there's other
impact.
equipment that we want.
Yeah. So the effort expended to conduct the program, a lot of in-kind time being spent in addition to the cash that we've already put up.
What's the ultimate goal with this data you collect?
Well, we have, like I mentioned, several different aspects of this. One is to produce a website to introduce fishermen to the Middle Provo River. That's one of the things. The other thing is what I mentioned there before. We're looking at the temperatures in the Middle Provo River.
But I mean, when you collect all that data, probably the stream flows and the reservoir,
Yeah.
how much water's in the reservoir, all that stuff's out of your control.
It is out of our control, but we have data. So Central Utah Water Conservancy District has data on the discharge dam.
Okay.
We'll be looking at that. And then we have a weather station that's up at the UV Watershed campus that gives us information on the solar radiation, the air temperature, winds and so forth. So we'll be trying to look at this temperature data in the river relative to these other variables. And we have ways of measuring these other variables.
And I think from a perspective I look at when, as president of the club and responsible for spending our money this year, often in life, we find projects that are initiated to figure out why did we have a problem. And we're trying to collect some data a priori to give us warnings on the various parameters, especially flow rate out of the dam, and how that might be compromised if the continuation of low precipitation occurs. If there's data there that can advise DWR that there is no risk to the fishery, well then DWR and its governmental role can go to deal with the other government agencies and potentially negotiate some change in the management. I mean, you've got to know what the problem, we're trying to find out if there could be a problem and anticipate it by this effort rather than just waiting until it occurs. I mean, it's a little bit analogous. Jordan may be still on the phone, but he was involved in that lower Provo River problem when somebody woke up one day and said, there's no water in the lower Provo, or it was down to some number, 2 or 3 CFS. And fortunately, a combination of local Trout Unlimited, Jordan, and others that I don't all know, was able to go secure funding and gain, basically paid for the electricity that would not be generated so that they could keep the water in the flow. But again, we can always solve problems once we see them. But we don't do a really good job of anticipating or collecting data to mitigate them before the damages occur.
This drought has really got us worried. So that's one of the reasons why we really started.
It just has these other benefits of involving the students, and we're excited for the data. The data will be accessible by anybody who's given passwords for the data file. It won't be high country stuff. We don't, we're not going to handle it. Dave's going to analyze it and presumably record it in some kind of the literature, but it'll be totally accessible. And we've been working with Mike Slater closely on this to discuss, how would he use it, what would he do, and so forth. And I want to emphasize, not to imply that he's going to suggest changing regulations, but we're going to know what's happening so that anything needs to be done before surge problem occurs. It could be anticipated and potentially mitigated.
I was just gonna ask, you requested fixing technology where that's really, safe, that would be thrown into that. So I think there is value to this project in terms of, having that data and established. I think there'd be some benefit to some management changes out on the road. Probably involving other entities, the reduced water temperatures might be other projects. I guess my question is, if we're gonna throw in money for this, and you guys said you make the data available, you guys are willing to sign maybe an MOU or something like that, basically says, at the end of the project, we will plan. You guys just keep it for your purposes, put on the webpage, but make sure we get a copy of it. So
Sure. We're intending to put the data public, but
okay, any other questions on this one? Okay, thank you. So move on, these from limited projects. The last one is 6165. So this is trout classroom equipment. Loaded here.
That was nice and fast.
Yeah, I'm a lot faster, so.
So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to present this program to the Blue Ribbon Council. My name is Steve Ethan. I serve as the statewide coordinator for Trout in the Classroom. This program that we're asking about $8,400 from the Blue Ribbon Council, I think fits perfectly with the mission of the Blue Ribbon Council. Because while watershed restoration and maintenance is critically important, that's principally what you folks are interested in. Sustainability of those programs and projects is equally important. And what this program, Trout in the Classroom, does is it creates a generation and future generations of stewards in our young people who know about and are interested in the watershed, and in particular about the salmonids that live in that watershed. So what this program does is it basically brings nature into the classroom in a real-time, real way for students to develop a personal connection with conservation and with trout. There is high demand for these programs. When I say high demand, what I mean is we have a partnership with teachers, schools, school districts, Trout Unlimited, and volunteers, as well as the DWR. At the moment, so I can hit this button, there are approximately 49 Utah classrooms that have these tanks in the classrooms. They're in 6 counties and counting. And when I say counting, what I mean is every year I get calls from a number of teachers saying, I heard about this program. How do I get a tank into my classroom? And teachers that have these tanks uniformly report high success among their students, great enthusiasm, a lot of fun, and a lot of learning goes on. And it's part of a national effort. Right now, there are over 5,000 of these tanks spread all across the United States. The last statistic I saw indicated that over 100,000 students have participated nationwide in these programs. And like I said, there's a very high demand. We're almost without limit as to the number of teachers that want these tanks in their classrooms. I think the only limit would be how many classrooms we have in the state. And we're not in all those classrooms just yet. So how it works. The program really runs from about October through May. So in October through December, equipment is set up in the classrooms. Teachers that have these tanks already know how to maintain them, clean them, and use them over and over again. And I want to emphasize that this request, in a way, sustains 4 tanks for the life of the equipment. If we can get enough money to put 4 tanks in 4 classrooms, those are 4 additional classrooms that will have this equipment for a very long time. Because if it's well maintained, it lasts for years. In early January, then we deliver fertilized trout eggs to each of these classrooms. This is a partnership with the DWR. They deliver the eggs from local hatcheries. These are fertilized trout eggs, rainbow trout eggs. Some years we get diploids, which are fertile trout. Some years we get triploids, which are infertile trout. This depends on the hatchery and it depends on the DWR. TU volunteers are assigned to each teacher, and those volunteers deliver the eggs in a temperature-controlled water environment to the classrooms. Then from January to May, the students raise the trout right in their classroom. They maintain the water quality, they maintain appropriate chemical balance in the tanks, and then usually in May, the fingerling-sized trout are released to DWR ponds and lakes. And that process starts year after year. So why we need the funds? These tanks are very specialized, 55-gallon tanks. They have to be cold water aquariums. So there have to be chillers attached to the tanks that maintain the water temperature of between 50 and 55 degrees. As we heard Dave indicate, high water temperature kills trout. And so in order to maintain the tanks, we need chillers, then there are filters and supplies, etc., that go along with those. Each aquarium setup costs approximately $1,500, although it is a return cost. And the maintenance of the tanks and the chemicals to do the testing are very, very inexpensive. So once we have the equipment set up, this is a project that, in a way, sustains itself. But teachers in schools, as we, I think, all know, have a limited amount of funds available for these kinds of projects. And we're seeing that the underserved districts in our schools have a particularly hard time finding the money. And we'd like to expand this program into those schools in particular. And this particular grant would allow us 4 setups and some additional funds just for replacement when we have equipment failures that do happen from time to time. Here's one class with their fish. You can see these are fish about to be released into our streams and ponds. One creative teacher has figured out how to make her tank into an aqua farm, an aquaponic farm. where she takes the water from the tank, filters it through a plant structure. The plants, of course, pull the nitrogen out of the water and clean the water. And the tank, it almost eliminates the need for a water filter on the tank, and in a way kind of mimics what happens in nature. So the teachers really bring biology right into the classroom. And what does this do? Basically, it creates lifetime connections between students, educating them about how to care for fish, the importance of water temperature in fish. It's a hands-on learning experience that brings the environment, as I said, into the classroom. The students learn how to care for growing and understanding the life cycle of the fish. We have a whole lesson plan that we give to the teachers as well. Bring sort of science to the kids in a personal way. This picture over here on the right shows kids releasing their trout that they've raised in their classroom back into the fields and ponds. And what we're asking for is $8,480 to support this program. And we've already calculated an in-kind contribution of almost $28,000 for the 49 classrooms that we have presently. So here's our budget for the $8,400, and also showing the in-kind. $1,500, as I said, each tank, 4 tanks, $6,000. Some replacement equipment that we need from time to time. A chiller will break. The chiller breaks, and the whole system goes down. We don't have replacement chiller. It almost immediately replace it with, and other supplies are somewhat miscellaneous. And then here's a breakdown of the in-kind labor that has already been provided. That's the presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
And let me just emphasize, since I did the spreadsheet with Dave's input, that's just the in-kind for this year. That doesn't account for the 49 classrooms. And then this program has been running in Utah.
Yeah, this program has been probably about 10 years. About 10 years. And it started out with maybe, I want to say, 4 or 5 tanks, and it's grown to 49. That's why I say the demand is almost, it's just getting the equipment set up, and it's a one-time expense per classroom. It's not hard to do. The teachers learn very quickly. The teaching volunteers are right there to help them with troubleshooting. We have a national network. We now have a new website that's going to be released, so teachers can go to that website to get instruction when they have trouble with their fish and their tanks. It's a well-organized program.
I can see one lack of organization you got going on here. You have nothing south of Utah County.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Not according to your description and project location.
Well, we have Utah County Alpine Anglers. There's 3 schools in Utah County.
South of Utah County.
Oh, south of, correct. South of
Why is that?
Well, it's because we don't have enough volunteers and chapters in south of Utah County that want the program. Although I did talk with a representative down in St. George who's interested in having these tanks in a school down there. Well, you're right.
Those people need to be educated, just like they were up here.
Absolutely right. There's plenty of need to spread this program further south and wider.
Sure.
And if I could interject, my wife cares for one of these tanks in Summit. And I think it's the lack of sponsorship from the TU chapter down. You know, so I'm sure if a TU chapter down there wanted to pick up the ball, it would be easy enough to move the program.
Well, and let me inject there, because we've already, Dave Tall is now he's an ex-member of our organization. He moved to St. George because his wife couldn't breathe in the neighborhood where Larry lives. There's not enough oxygen there for him. And so Dave and his wife moved down there. Dave went into one of the TU meetings, and they kind of looked around and recognized he was a stranger, and they said, "Do you want to be president?" So a little bit tongue in cheek, but he took over the leadership of the organization. There isn't much of it. There's like 65, 70 national registered members out there. They don't, there's never been a cohesive chapter there. They tried one once and it basically failed open. This other one was started about 3 years ago. I'm the treasurer of the TU Council. We funded them a $500 grant to start that chapter. It started off with a bang and then it fell apart until Dave walked in and he's working at it. As soon as he can get the volunteers, because there's a fair amount of hours required to, you know, go around, meet with the teacher every week or two, see how things are going, help them where needed.
And I'm discovering every day that many teachers don't know about it. And when they do, my phone starts ringing, because they say, how do I get involved, how do I get involved?
I would guess most of your science, biology teachers could.
Yes, the sweet spot is actually grades 3, 4, and 5, only in elementary school. That's when kids are learning about biology, they're learning about the environment, and that's when they seem to have the most excitement and interest in the whole process of raising. I don't know what grade your wife teaches.
Well, no, she helps care for the tank.
Oh, okay.
It's in a fourth.
And the only reason I bring it up is because I represent Southern Utah and Blue Ribbon. And those people buy licenses too, which go into Blue Ribbon funding. And it looks to me like they're getting slided there.
Well, no, we're not trying to exclude anyone. If you know people in that part of the state that are interested, have them call us.
Let's make contacts, and they don't have to be a TU member to be a volunteer. They just have to be willing to spend some time.
You know, when we deliver the A's, it's literally like a military operation. We have people from the DWR that go down to the hatchery, and then when they spread out, some go up to Summit County, some go north for cash, some go to Weaver, some come to Salt Lake. It's really a very, yeah, it's time sensitive, because you can't have these A's outside the cold water before the A's start to down. So it really is a coordinated operation. There's no reason you can't go south as well as north.
Most of your eggs come from the south.
Yes. Yeah. Well, some of them are in Utah County, really.
No. Eating hatcheries, I think, right in the state of Utah.
I'd like to get your contact information.
Yes.
How do you
Dave will
select?
contact you, because other than, he needs the help and the connections and help identify volunteers and schools that would be.
I would just think, even though there's not a TU chapter down there.
There is one.
Even if there wasn't one, say in Blanding or Cedar City or Delta, that through a website, you guys could put the instructions, video instructions on there and promote your program.
We're getting
Something, you know.
We're getting the website released. It's in trial stages right now. So we're trying to look forward in all of that.
My question was, how do you decide where these next 4 aquariums are going to go?
Well, actually, I don't really have more than 4 teachers. But
How do you decide which 4?
if I have more than 4 teachers, what I try to do is assess their ability to try to find funding without us. And if they can get funding, some have access to STEM grant money, some have slush funds, I don't call them that, but they're schools, have excess money for science programs. Some of them have parent organizations that are willing to contribute private funds. These 49 classrooms were created without any money from the council. And that's a hodgepodge of organizations, but we try to find the schools and the teachers that have the greatest need and then fund those. Because if they say, I love the program, but I'm in a district where we just can't raise $1,500, I don't have access, they would rise to the top of the program.
Have you approached the school districts or the State Board of Equalization for the State Board of Education for funds for all school districts?
I can't say that I've approached the state board yet, but I have had my hand out in many different locations. I've made grant applications to private foundations. I've been in touch with education foundations for school districts. That's one of the reasons we have programs in Tooele. is the Tooele Education Foundation, help support this program in schools in Tooele. And I'm, you know, it's becoming a full-time job, looking for money and.
I can see that.
Yeah.
Just keep in mind, those 49 didn't show up by accident. So there's 5 chapters out of the 7 in the state that are active in this program at different levels. And I know, speaking for High Country, when I first became one of the officers a few years ago, and the then coordinator for us came in and he wanted $1,500 for an aquarium, I said, what? You know, kind of blew my mind, because I'm thinking of a little thing the size of a toaster, you know. And when I went through the detailed price estimates and what it required, we funded, we have funded 8 of them. 2 of them are this year in schools where, because of the COVID, the teachers did not want to put them back in this year. Last year during COVID, a vast number were lost in the different schools.
Well, I would say they're dormant.
Yeah.
Teachers were overwhelmed in the last 2 years, as you can imagine, dealing with COVID and trying to teach and teach remotely, et cetera. This just was too much of a burden. But we expect that those teachers next year will probably come back online in addition to 49. But they have tanks. I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about the teachers that want to be part of the program, including those in Southern Utah, if there's interest, that don't have the funds to buy the tanks.
I guess there's interest, they just don't know about it.
That's true.
And you got, school districts, Paiute County, Wayne County, Garfield County, San Juan County, probably some of your poorest school districts in the state of Utah that really benefit from it.
Absolutely, I'm with you.
I'd like to put you in contact with Dave Thompson, see if you put your heads together to target 1 or 2.
If we could just find, the teachers, the liaisons to work with them, we can make it happen. We can make it happen.
Any other questions? Thanks for all those presentations. That's all good stuff and maybe a little different than we traditionally fund, but they're all good projects. I'm gonna end things today by going through the last 3 projects. I'm gonna do all of them. They're all kind of administrative stuff, so I don't think they're gonna take very long. The first project I'm gonna go through is project 6006. That is Blue Ribbon Fisheries Biologist 2 down in the southern region. This is Nick Braithwaite's position that has been funded for a long period of time in the Blue Ribbon program. I don't know the exact history of it, but I think there was a point of time that the division made a decision that there needed to be an additional biologist position down in the southern region, just based on workload, staffing. I felt the other regions were well staffed. We were just short maybe 1 person to fill in the southern region. And it was about the same time the Blue Ribbon program was created, so it seemed to make sense that maybe create this kind of Blue Ribbon position. So that's what this position is. The total budget for this position is $110,000. About $45,000 of that though is paid by the division, and the rest of it comes from Blue Ribbon, so roughly $65,000. So that's the first project. Any questions on that?
The only question is, I'll go back to the ongoing budgeting process. Is this not something that shouldn't have been incorporated at some point into the DWR annual budgeting process?
I would love it if it was. I've talked to the director's office every couple of years about this. Let's just say I've been shot down every year, told to come back later, but I keep hoping it would be very nice if we could get this one. Yeah, I think we got a question online. It's asking it, but yeah, Jordan.
I just wanted to bring up, I'm familiar with the history on this. When the Blue Ribbon program was created, the funds were supposed to fund 2 positions, one in the southern region and one in the central region. And the central region has been able to be funded with DJ money, but the southern region has always been funded through Blue Ribbon, and now as part of the creation of the program. So this one's understandable, even though we'd love to get it on DJ money instead of Blue Ribbon.
Yeah, thanks for that perspective, Jordan. Yeah, it's just how the funding seems to work out. It seems like it comes here. Okay, but I totally agree. It'd be nice to get this in a parking lot, so we don't have to see this request. It is what it is. So, but anyway, that's the first one, and we all know Nick. He does good work.
Money well spent.
It's very well spent. But. Okay, so the second one is project 6135, Blue Ribbon Administration. I'll bring that one up really fast. This is one of my two projects on here. Oops, forgot the wrong part. Budget's $10,000. It's all Blue Ribbon funding for the project. This is literally the administrative portion of our budget. So I ask the company every year what that money really goes for is paying per diem expenses, meals, promotional materials, and we have flyers like those big old cards. That's what it comes from. So, any questions?
Do we spend all of that every year?
I'm pretty close. I try to balance this out. This one's been, I think when I first took this job 5 or 6 years ago, I think it was closer to 20,000. I created down to more and more. Like the other 10,000 back projects.
Do you have a breakout of last year's expenditures?
I don't, but I could probably put something together.
Thank you.
Okay. Last one is 6177. This is the third year of this one. It's Blue Ribbon monitoring. I can kind of tell you how this project works is we've used it. Well, okay, let me back up. One type of survey we do with anglers are creel surveys. So a creel survey, we send a creel clerk out and basically interview anglers to get information about what species of fish you're catching, what number of fish. And sometimes we throw in some of the any questions with this fishery to make this fishery better. We get a lot of valuable information from these kinds of surveys because they're really our only survey that we're able to conduct that gives us a direct assessment. Everything else we do are kind of like your electrofishing surveys, your gill netting surveys, where we put hands on fish and we can gauge what the populations looking like, but that doesn't necessarily tell us all the anglers are doing. So these creel surveys are very valuable to us as a tool for kind of assessing again how anglers are doing out. They're also very expensive. I don't know if the average one's probably $10,000 or something like that a year. It costs us a lot less money to set up a staff member shop, throw a net, collect some fish. That's why we lean on that very heavily as a sampling technique. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is because of the cost of these, we have a limited budget. We got a budget of $41,000 change, $41,250 or something in the budget for creel surveys. But every year when we ask for division staff what we'd like to do for a creel survey, the budget comes out of $165,000, $70,000 a year for creel surveys. So the last few years, what we've done is we've taken the overage of that, which is usually also the second, usually $30,000, and come to Blue Ribbon and ask for funding that so we can do every creel survey that we'd like to do in a given year. So this year, I'm asking for $23,000. Now I'm going to preempt the next question. This is phase 3 of this. We talk about this, these recurring projects and funding these. The intention is in the upcoming year, Greg Walker and I are going to work on a more comprehensive fishery monitoring plan in the state. It's going to get into these kind of angler-driven surveys, field surveys. What's the actual need for these surveys? How many do we do a year? We're throwing in some other survey types like marine surveys, new reward fish tag program that provides some information like the drill survey. We're going to wrap all this together and come up with a more comprehensive estimate of these kind of angler-driven surveys, one every year. And then kind of the promise we have from the director's office is they're going to give us the money we need to fund those once we have that. So my hope is this is the last year of this, and then we'll get this program more appropriate. But anyway, that's what we're asking for this year is $23,411. I don't know if I've listed the waters we're looking at this year. I don't have it on here. I can break that way. So there's a handful. There's a creel survey plan gorge. Any questions on this one?
Yeah. So that specific survey be done on Blue Ribbon specific waters?
These are all Blue Ribbon waters, I believe, this year. I'll drag up the list. I should knew it off the top of my head. Well, they're all Blue Ribbon waters, or maybe potential Blue Ribbon waters that were Blue Ribbon at one point in time that are trying to get Blue Ribbon restored. So it's Jordanelle is one, Lower Provo River, essentially there's one of the girls are going this year. Pelican Lake had reward fish tank programs, so for a little money for that. Flaming Orange and Schofield, those are the waters that we're going to put some money into. And again, we're funding a lot of this division budget, but the total ask this year is exactly 65. $45,000. So just cover a couple of mergers to do that 65,000. Any questions?
Well, I'm not, this is not my place to ask questions, but I'm just wondering if you've explored, you say you're looking into, but have you explored using online surveys of licensed fishermen, like SurveyMonkey? And then just, who's licensed in the state, and they give you their content, which you just sending out SurveyMonkey.
We go a couple different routes. The answer is yes. We do surveys, the online anglers, or online surveys like SurveyMonkey. We don't usually use them in this kind of realm. We want to get angler feedback on the water. You get that kind of memory lag where people don't remember when they went fishing, how many fish they caught. So we do roll them out a lot for our fishing survey. We might pick on anglers who fish a particular fishery and maybe ask them just broadly, not maybe what they're catching, but how satisfied are you with this fishery? You think you'll all like more about them. So we do that kind of survey. Every 5 years as well, we have a really big survey of flatfish in Utah State University. We pick a random sample of anglers in the state. It's more of a broad opinion survey that we send out. We use for gauging the long-term in anglers, particularly species preference, and number of times to go fishing. Any other questions?
Randy, did you have 7 Blue Ribbon projects, or was there more than that? Specifically?
I think that's it for Blue Ribbon specific projects.
There were 7. Okay.
There were 7. I think there was one that was originally Blue Ribbon, and we heard this morning because they threw it out.
Okay, that's what I had with 7. I just wondered if I missed it.
Okay. No, that's it. This is actually probably more than we traditionally see for this session, which is fine. It's good. We've had it for years. So it's nice to enough requests to do that, which we'll have to talk budget at the next meeting. I need to start looking at some mixing and matching, but I think we got something. I remember $720,000 that's for $450,000. But again, we could get creative and find some ways to fund more than we think we could fund using it.
Are we off? We done with this?
We are done with this. Yeah.
I see that 2 on the list that I printed out probably 3 weeks ago. Did we talk about the Lost Creek Collaborative?
That one got pulled. I'm not sure the reason for it. I think the project wasn't ready to go, and then there was a Pelican Lake one.
Yeah.
On the list too. That one got pulled for the same reason.
The milfoil.
Are they not going to?
They're all
eradicate those plants in Pelican.
I think the plan is the perception maybe they weren't quite ready to do it this year because the money lasts 1 year. They're going to come back in a year. So I think we'll see both of those come back again. Just this year, this year.
What's the procedure in our next meeting?
The procedure in the next meeting is at least I'll show the score from everyone and show how they rank out. I'm hoping that maybe before then, it might be more likely before I have this next part sat down with Habitat Council and maybe some of the funders mix and match these requests. So again, we got, I don't know, something like $280,000 more from us than we actually have budgeted, but sometimes we find other sources like maybe Habitat Council to absorb some of that overage, for example.
Is their budget bigger than ours?
It is. It varies.
Quite a bit bigger, 2.5.
It's closer to $2 million in that range. So
And during our next meeting, will we have time to discuss all these projects in more detail?
Yes, what I would like to do at the next meeting is spend a little time discussing them, and hopefully we could also provide some feedback to our biologists. You know, as they're looking at preparing them, you know, maybe there's some input that you can receive.
Just for my own edification, you want these scores finished by April 11th at midnight.
April 11th midnight. So if you have an online spreadsheet, you get them in. If you don't want to do it that way, you want to manage something, take pictures, email the pictures of your scores, and that's fine. I'll get it all put together.
I noticed on some of the proposals that would say budget and say restricted even under blue ribbon. Some of others it did not. Can you explain why that is and what that means?
Oh, that comes up. Restricted though is license sale, so the portion. Basically license sales, that's just what we call it. That goes into it. There's a second blue ribbon category you see that I don't know why it's on there, don't use it, but it's DJ. That's the federal portion of funding, but that's not like. But yeah, we talked about roughly how much license sale going into the blue ribbon project that restricted were just to know exactly funding is first.
So when we score these, there's what, 4 or 5 categories, 5 categories. We're not necessarily keeping in the back of our mind what the amount is, but only scoring them based on that question relative to that particular project.
Yes.
For instance, how do you feel this project has a high likelihood of successfully accomplishing its intended goals? That one's just yes or no.
Yes or no, no, we're budget for instance for that.
But the other ones are scored from 0 to 10 based on kind of blue ribbon parameters for fitting our goals.
I would say, yeah, kind of fitting our goals. To a large part, it's just your perception of things. It doesn't necessarily get tied to blue ribbon. So for instance, one is as to what degree does this project enhance fish populations? Don't worry about blue ribbon fish populations. Just think in your head, how much benefit is this going to provide to a fish population? Score.
So we're taking the blue ribbon concept out of the scoring. Is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm kind of saying. I just don't think about the blue ribbon concept. Just think big picture about how this particular project would provide that.
Although a lot of the projects are tied to blue ribbon.
They're all tied to blue ribbon water, so I mean, you're equal weighting across them. We're really just asking, you know, what is the overall impact of this project? Does this project do a lot of good for fish populations? Does this project do a lot of good for fish habitat?
Either blue ribbon waters or potential blue ribbon water.
Yeah. Any questions? All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I know this meeting's a little bit different every year. Next meeting was April. Look up 21st. Yeah, April 21st. We'll probably do it in person. It's all like on this